A mercenary who cannot survive the battlefield is nothing more than third-rate trash in this world. Under a heavy, gloomy sky, the battlefield stretches out in ruin, with bodies collapsed across the wasteland, while crows circle hungrily above. And that brutal truth is exactly why people are willing to pay such a steep price for their services. On the battlefield, a knight wrapped in armor lifts his sword high, the blade bursting with a fierce glow, because men like him are prepared to throw away their lives for the lord they serve. The shining blade drives straight through a man, snuffing out his life in a single heartbeat, even if it means listening to an employer's ridiculous nonsense every day without end. A golden liquid, most likely liquor, splashes out in a heavy stream, pouring fiercely as if someone has finally run out of patience. Well, what else can a man do in that kind of life besides shrug it off with a resigned little gesture? A man tips his flask and spills every last drop onto the ground, letting the liquor soak into the dirt as if offering it to the dead. That is simply the life of a mercenary. High atop the fortress wall, a lone man sits quietly, staring out over a landscape scorched by fire and torn apart by war. This man is Jack, the captain of the Fang Mercenary Corps. With a cynical look in his eyes, Jack silently thinks that nobles are always painfully predictable. The wind brushes through his hair as his thoughts continue to sharpen. Whenever they need your strength, they dangle promises of land in front of you and make grand requests, as if a noble title is just within reach. But when everything is over, every last one of them changes their tune right on cue, suddenly coming up with all kinds of creative excuses. A bitter smile creeps onto Jack's face as he stands on the wall, the burning battlefield spreading behind him. Looking at the man before him, he says that what was just spoken has surpassed every insult he has ever heard. Jack smiles in pure disbelief, his red eyes glinting with defiance and mockery. Then, with a sarcastic edge in his voice, he says he must have misheard those words. The view pulls back, revealing Jack standing on the castle wall beneath the purple-stained twilight sky. Across from him stands the army's commander-in-chief, a reddish-haired man clad in imposing armor. Jack questions the order he has just received, but the commander's face remains cold and unmoving. In an icy voice, the commander confirms that Jack heard correctly. He has just told Jack to die. Stunned by how bluntly the words were spoken, Jack asks if the commander has forgotten exactly who he is. But the commander answers without hesitation, saying he remembers perfectly well that Jack is the captain of the Fang Mercenary Corps. Jack suddenly bursts into laughter, unable to believe what he is hearing. Knowing who Jack is and still saying something like that, he remarks in disbelief that he never knew the commander had a talent for jokes. Jack grips the hilt of his sword as his expression turns hard. He understands now that this order makes no sense, because otherwise no noble would ever ask a worthless mercenary like him to die an honorable death on the battlefield, like one of their precious knights. His red eyes flash with open contempt, and a cold smile pulls at his lips as he lays bare the hypocrisy hanging over the entire situation. Wind sweeps across the wall while the two men lock eyes in silence. The pressure between mercenary and noble grows heavy, and for a brief moment the commander lowers his gaze as if weighing his next words. Perhaps he was too direct, the commander admits at last. Jack stares back with clear skepticism, not trusting the sudden shift in tone for even a second, and questions whether this is supposed to be some kind of misunderstanding. Commander places one hand over his chest and speaks in a solemn tone, saying that what he truly wishes to do is entrust Jack with one final mission. Jack listens without letting much show on his face, but deep down he already feels the shape of it coming. Betrayal hangs in the air as the commander begins to explain. The commander says that, as Jack already knows, their string of defeats has brought them close to complete ruin. From the wall, Jack looks out over the city as flames continue to devour it. The burning battlefield stands as a grim reminder of just how desperate the war has become, and of the enemy forces closing in. Below, fully armored soldiers gather beneath a purple banner, preparing for the clash that will decide the war's final outcome. The commander continues, revealing that the swords of traitors who once protected this land are now pointed directly at the throat of the Crawford family. As the truth settles in, there is no longer any talk of retreat against the ruined castle walls. The family banner hangs torn and battered, like a symbol of a house on the edge of collapse. Jack spreads his arms with a smug smile, as if he has finally accepted just how absurd the situation has become. Given the circumstances, he says, the madness almost starts to make sense. With a malicious grin that shows his teeth, Jack tells the commander that he understands perfectly. But inside, his real thoughts are already moving elsewhere. This seems like the perfect time for him to get out. In Jack's mind, the commander is a man of talent unmatched throughout the Empire. If someone like him has been pushed into a corner, that alone says how hopeless things have become. And for a noble, Jack admits, he was at least a sensible one, which makes this ending almost a shame. Even so, Jack still cannot grasp what this final mission is supposed to be. Maybe the commander wants him to scout an escape route, or something similar. If that is all, Jack figures he can treat it as one last job before collecting the rest of his pay. At last, the commander lays out the plan. The mission, he says, is simple. Tomorrow, the traitors will begin a full-scale assault, and Jack must remain by his side to stop their advance. Even if they can only delay the enemy for a short while, That time must be enough for their lord to escape safely. The commander turns his gaze toward the burning city, then corrects himself in a darker voice. No, if even that proves impossible, then Jack is to hold the line until the commander himself dies. As payment, the commander presents an enormous red gemstone, saying he will settle the rest of Jack's pay with it when Jack withdraws, though his tone carries a meaning far heavier and more sinister than the words themselves. The commander tosses the gem toward him, and Jack catches it smoothly. The moment it lands in his hand, his mind begins calculating its value. A gemstone of that size should be enough to cover the Fang Mercenary Corps' operating costs for 3 full years. The red jewel drops into Jack's possession like a symbol of all the blood about to be spilled, and the commander's expression darkens as he calmly asks what this is supposed to mean. Jack's anger finally erupts. He snaps back that he should be the one asking that question, then shouts whether the commander truly mistook him for a fool just because he is always smiling. Jack growls that the commander is ordering them to become nothing more than meat shields. From behind, Jack and his mercenaries appear like a tiny force standing before an overwhelming fate, and his face twists with fury as he says they could only hold the enemy back for a short time at best. He accuses the commander of throwing them away just to buy his master a little more time to run. And even if, by some miracle, they actually manage to hold the enemy off, Jack demands to know what happens after that. The sight of soldiers' bodies impaled on stakes serves as a brutal reminder of the enemy's cruelty. Jack turns back toward the commander on the wall and asks if he truly believes those bastards would ever let the Fang Mercenary Corps walk away alive. Jack's silhouette cuts sharply against the sunset sky as he begins his accusation, his voice heavy with anger. But before he can fully press the point, the commander answers with cold, merciless logic. The commander says that Jack and his men are mercenaries, not knights, and the enemy knows that as well. Once the commander dies, the army will collapse. Hearing this, Jack bursts into wild laughter and agrees with him completely. With a savage grin, Jack shouts that this is exactly how their line of work operates. Then his expression sharpens with a cunning edge, and he tells the commander that he already knows this truth better than anyone. The commander has missed one crucial detail to those demons. The Fang Mercenary Corps is not some neutral group for hire, but a sworn enemy they will slaughter without the slightest hesitation. The view shifts to a dark forest littered with corpses, revealing that a deadly ambush has already unfolded beneath the cover of night. Deep in that shadowed forest, one soldier coughs weakly while another man in the same armor watches him from a short distance away. The second soldier approaches with a raised hand, seeming to offer help like a comrade, but the gesture hides a lethal trap. The approaching soldier is no comrade at all, but one of Jack's mercenaries wearing the enemy's armor as a disguise. In one swift and silent movement, the disguised mercenary slams the unsuspecting knight against a tree and drives a knife deep into his back. The knight's eyes widen with shock and pain as the knight swallows the scene whole. His death becomes the quiet signal that turns the entire forest into a killing ground. The moment Ika's ambush is set in motion, chaos erupts between the trees, and the unsuspecting knights are cut down one after another by the blades of mercenaries wearing the faces and armor of their fallen allies. One knight watches his comrades collapse around him, and only then does the terrible truth sink in. This was never a reunion with allies at all. From behind his helmet, Jack glares into the darkness, his red eyes glowing as he shouts that they have walked straight into a trap. Fear spreads through the ranks like wildfire. The soldiers finally realize the men beside them are not comrades, but Fang mercenaries hiding in stolen disguises. One soldier screams out the truth, only for his voice to be cut off forever, while a furious commander on horseback roars in rage. "You bastards!" the commander snarls, his face contorting with fury as he stares at the enemy before him. "You dared to dress yourselves up as our fallen soldiers?" His anger burns hotter with every word, and he forces himself to continue. "You know nothing of honor," he spits, his voice shaking with disgust. But before the words can fully settle in the blood-soaked air, a cold reply cuts through everything. "Honor is for dogs." In the very next instant, a blade slices through the air with a sharp whistle, moving too fast for him to react. The sword cuts cleanly through his neck, severing his head in one brutal stroke. His head drops heavily to the forest floor with a dull, sickening thud. That single sound seems to swallow the last cries of battle, bringing the slaughter to a savage and merciless close. Jack stands amid the aftermath, his helmet smeared with fresh blood as he surveys the scene with frightening calm through the narrow slit of his visor. One red eye burns steadily, cold and unreadable. Back on the wall, the red gem rests silently on the stone ground, almost forgotten beneath the weight of everything unfolding around it. Jack then speaks to the commander, his tone almost casual as he reveals that he has already taken the heads of several enemy commanders. "Surely you understand now," he says, stepping closer with a mocking smile. "This is exactly how we've managed to stay alive for so long." "Right now," Jack continues, his smile sharpening, "those bastards care far more about ripping us apart than they do about chasing after your lord." The commander's jaw clenches hard, his face tightening as Jack's words sink in. He is clearly shaken, not only by the revelation, but by the sheer boldness behind the plan. Jack looks at him with open mockery and asks if he truly believed they would simply draw all the enemy's attention away without consequence. The commander forces his composure back into place, his voice turning cold as steel. He warns Jack to focus on finishing the mission because if he fails, the only choice left will be to kill him and seize control of the Mercenary Corps himself. Then, without hesitation, he prepares to strike. With one sharp, decisive movement, the commander launches his attack. The impact sends Jack flying backward, slamming him violently into the stone battlements, with enough force to rattle the wall. Jack lies injured on the ground, pain running through his body as he lifts his eyes toward the commander. Disappointment and fury twist across his face as he says he truly believed this man might be different from the other nobles, only to realize he may be the worst kind of scum among them. From across the wall, the commander offers his apology, his voice steady but heavy. "My apologies," he says, and he insists that he means it sincerely. Jack's hand tightens around the hilt of his sword as he answers that there is no need for an apology. In fact, Jack says, forcing himself back into the moment, this may actually be for the best. "As for the head of a bastard like you," he continues, his words edged with venom, "even if I handed it over to those demons lurking out there, I doubt I'd feel a single regret." The commander seems to read Jack's intention before he can act. He asks whether Jack plans to offer his head to the traitors and beg for his own life. Then, almost as if answering for him, he admits that Jack would gladly hand him over and flee, but he is certain Jack has already prepared measures to stop the mercenaries from escaping so easily. A sharp glint passes through the commander's eyes as he acknowledges just how cunning Jack truly is. Since that is the situation, he declares that he has no choice but to carry out his duty as commander until the very end. "The rebels will be satisfied once they receive the heads of 2 commanders," he says with grim certainty. "And in return, they will spare the lives of my men." Jack freezes, struck silent for a moment. 2, he repeats, staring at the commander in disbelief. He begins to ask whether the man truly intends to give up his own head to save his subordinates, and then the open box reveals the severed head of the other commander. It is the head of the commander whose forces Jack's men killed in the forest. The commander's gaze slowly drifts, growing distant and filled with melancholy. When he speaks of his soldiers, his voice carries the weight of every life following behind him. "All those people," he says quietly, "I dragged them here with me. I promised them I would prove that dreams could still be reached, even by someone who started at the very bottom." A faint light of respect enters his eyes as he continues, admitting that his men placed their trust in him and followed him all the way to this place. "So I have to carry that responsibility, Jack." With his sword in hand and the silhouettes of his mercenaries behind him, Jack understands those words more deeply than anyone. After all, he too stands there as the one responsible for the lives of his men. The commander hears the echo of his own duty in Jack's response, and for a brief moment, he can barely breathe. The realization surprises him, because beneath all their hatred and opposition, the two of them are frighteningly alike. A bitter laugh slips from Jack's lips, rough and tired. "Huh," he mutters, as if finally accepting the truth between them. "Yeah, that's right. In the end, both men are chained to the same burden, loyalty to the people who place their lives in their hands. That, the commander thinks, is the mark of a true leader." His eyes move toward the wall where their clash has reached its final point, and sorrow weighs heavily over his expression. Covering his mouth with his gauntlet, he murmurs, "What a terrible pity it all is. If only it weren't for Crawford," the commander says, his regret no longer hidden. Then, with a look of deep and genuine sorrow, he voices the final wish in his heart. "If only you had been my lord." Bound by duty and with no path left to retreat, the commander charges forward. His sword rises, ready to deliver the final blow that will end everything between them. Jack, already wounded and pushed to his limit, can do nothing but cry out in rage and pain as the commander's attack crashes into him. The commander straightens in solemn silence after the strike, standing tall as though sealing away his own emotions. Before him, Jack's body lies motionless on the stone, his green eyes narrow, filled with both determination and sorrow. He has carried out what he believed had to be done, no matter how painful it was. His final plea hangs heavily in the air as he says, "Do not forgive me, Jack." A sudden flash cuts through the moment, marking the fatal strike and freezing that last merciless instant in place. As the light begins to fade from Jack's eyes, his thoughts drift through the pain. He had expected this ending might come, but he never imagined the difference between them would be this overwhelming. The force of the commander's final blow throws Jack's body backward. As he falls, a bitter thought rises in his fading mind, aimed at the unfairness of the world and the thing people call talent. "Well," Jack thinks, with the last trace of strength slipping away, "I suppose this is it." And despite everything, a faint, satisfied smile appears on his face as he finally finds a measure of peace. He had already told his men to flee at once if he failed to return by the appointed time. Because of that, he can face death without regret, knowing they still have a chance to survive. Blood drips steadily onto the cold stone floor, each drop marking the final moments of Jack's life. After all, he had always prepared himself for an ending like this. Even so, as everything slips away, one question remains in his heart. His consciousness sinks deeper into darkness, surrounded by drifting fragments that look like drops of blood, or perhaps memories breaking apart around him. If only, Jack wonders in that fading darkness, I had been given the same chance as you. Then, somewhere far away, a desperate voice calls out through the dark. Master, please. Jack's eyes slowly begin to open, and in the next moment a blinding white light floods everything. The voice grows more urgent, pleading for him to wake up. A young man lies in an extravagant bed, surrounded by luxury, while a servant leans anxiously over him. Jack, now trapped in the body of a blonde youth, stares around in complete confusion. "Who are you?" he asks weakly, his voice unfamiliar even to himself. He slowly raises one hand into view, only to see a pale, delicate hand trimmed with lace. It is soft, refined, and completely unlike the hand he remembers as his own. Then, without warning, the desperate young servant slaps him across the face while begging him to wake up. The servant cries out with anguish written all over his face, and the sting of the slap snaps Jack fully awake. His eyes fly open in shock as his cheek burns from the impact, and all he can manage is a stunned, confused thought. What? What is going on? His thoughts spin in complete confusion as the sting burns across his cheek. A second ago, he was nowhere near this place, and now he has been slapped awake by some stranger out of nowhere. What kind of bastard does something like that? The old fury of a mercenary immediately surges back up inside him, sharp and violent, ready to explode. But before that anger can fully take over, it is broken by the sound of desperate sobbing. The young servant with orange hair is crying right in front of him, begging him with a trembling voice to please recover. Then the servant cries out the name that changes everything. "Young Master Lucian." Jack suddenly pushes himself upright in bed, his battle-hardened mind thrown into complete chaos by the luxurious room around him and the unfamiliar name now attached to him. His golden eyes widen in disbelief, and for a moment every thought in his head goes blank. This is not his body. This is not the name he lived with. Everything he knew has been flipped upside down in an instant. Lucian wakes inside a lavish bed, surrounded by comfort and wealth, yet his mind remains completely lost and disoriented. Beside the bed, the young servant looks like he has been crying for a long time, his face wet with tears and relief. But no matter where Lucian turns his eyes, only one thought keeps repeating inside his head. With panic rising across his face, he lowers his gaze and stares at his hands, suddenly realizing that something is terribly wrong. His thoughts race back to the hands he once knew as a mercenary. Those hands had been rough, scarred, and covered in blisters from years of gripping swords and surviving battlefields. So what happened to them? His eyes drop again to the hands he has now. They are not merely clean. They are delicate, pale, and soft, the kind of hands that belong to a pampered young noble who has never known the weight of real hardship. They are hands Jack never had in his entire life. As he climbs out of bed in total confusion, the red-haired servant clings to the sheets beside him, sobbing so hard he can barely breathe. Lucian cannot make sense of any of it. Who is this guy? And why is he acting like this? Just a moment ago, that same servant nearly made him want to kill him, and now he is crying his eyes out like Lucian's life means everything to him. The shock hits too hard, and overwhelmed by the situation, Lucian collapses back onto the bed. The instant the servant sees him move, he breaks down even harder, but this time with tears of joy, he shouts in pure relief that the young master is alive, confessing that he truly thought Lucian had died, and that his own heart nearly stopped from fear. Then his personal attendant drops to his knees beside the bed, his body shaking as he murmurs that if anything had happened to Lucian, it would not have been a problem for him alone. It would have become a terrible tragedy for the entire house, and Lucian can only listen in disbelief. Lucian has no idea what kind of nonsense this servant is talking about. Young master, personal attendant, house, every word sounds strange and completely disconnected from the brutal life he remembers living. But above all that confusion, there is one thing he is absolutely certain of. He died on that battlefield. That final strike had been real, and it was the kind of death no one could possibly survive. He reaches up and touches his neck, only to find it perfectly intact beneath his fingers. The realization sends a chill through him as he wonders how his head is still attached after being decapitated. A heavy silence settles over the room, while Lucian struggles to accept the impossible reality in front of him. With Hans still kneeling beside him, Lucian's expression gradually turns serious. Piece by piece, he begins connecting the clues, and every strange detail points toward one shocking conclusion. At this moment, he has somehow taken over the body of a complete stranger. Lucian rises from the bed with a new determination in his eyes, and a mischievous smile slowly forms on his face as he realizes that this impossible situation may also be a brand new opportunity. And this body is not ordinary in the slightest. Lucian steps in front of the ornate mirror and discovers that the face staring back at him is unbelievably handsome. He studies himself from head to toe in the reflection, taking in every refined feature and elegant detail, while Hans watches anxiously from a short distance away. Still bewildered, Lucian slowly lifts a hand and touches the mirror, as if the reflection might vanish if he looks away for even a second. Even at a glance, it is obvious that this graceful body belongs to a noble. And not just some minor noble either, but someone from a family so disgustingly wealthy that luxury seems to fill every corner of the room. Judging by the expensive furniture, the fine bedding, and the sheer elegance surrounding him, Lucian turns his attention back toward Hans. First things first, he needs information before he can make any move. Lucian clears his throat, fixes his gaze on the servant, and says, Listen, Hans, there is something I need to ask you. Hans flinches at the sudden attention, but he immediately straightens himself, eager to be useful. With nervous devotion, he assures Lucian that he may ask him anything. Lucian goes straight to the most important question. What year is it? Hans looks surprised by the strange question, but he quickly assumes it must be the medicine, leaving his master dazed. With a strained little smile, he answers that it is the year 846 of the imperial calendar. That answer hits Lucian like a blow to the chest. He stares at Hans, unable to process what he has just heard, and a stunned whisper slips from his lips. What? As the truth slowly settles over him, the realization strikes with terrifying weight. The year 846 is not just some random date, it is 15 years before the day he died. Lucian realizes that he has not only been reborn in another body, but has also been thrown back into the past. He lets out a slow breath and runs a hand through his hair, trying to steady the storm inside his head. He has no idea how any of this happened or what force dragged him into this situation. But one thing is clear, panicking over every mystery will not solve anything, so he decides to stay calm and think with a clear head. His gaze sharpens with determination as he focuses on the first thing he needs to do, pull information out of his personal attendant. In a cold, threatening voice, he says, Hans, it seems you have decided to die today. The poor servant freezes in terror, completely unable to understand the sudden change in his master's attitude. Lucian grabs Hans with the arrogance of an offended noble, pressing him hard with his presence. How dare a mere servant lay a hand on the unconscious body of his master, Lucian says, his voice sharp and unforgiving, and without permission, no less. He keeps pushing, letting the pressure in his voice grow heavier. Have the rules of this place changed? Then his eyes narrow into a piercing stare so cold that it seems to freeze Hans down to his soul. If not, then answer me this. Lucian finally asks the question behind the entire act. Who am I? Hans's eyes go wide with pure panic and confusion, unable to understand why his own master would ask such a thing. Terrified, he lowers his head in a deep bow. Please forgive me, young master, Hans cries, his voice shaking as tears spill down his face. I made a grave mistake because I was too shaken. Between desperate sobs, Hans finally reveals the identity of the body Lucian now inhabits. You are young master Lucian Valdic, the third son of the esteemed House Valdic. The moment Lucian hears those words, his entire body freezes. The name Valdic echoes inside his mind like a bell, pulling a flood of memories from the life he thought had already ended. In his thoughts, the banner of House Valdic rises clearly, marked with its golden lion emblem. Lucian can hardly believe it. Impossible. The Valdic family. An image of a breathtakingly extravagant mansion flashes through his memory. It is the very same House Valdic he once knew all too well during his years as a mercenary. The emblem of House Valdic shines vividly in his mind, representing one of the most powerful noble families in the entire empire. He remembers their overwhelming prestige. House Valdic was known as one of the pillars of the empire, a noble family that had long stood beside the emperor himself, with influence so immense that their power could even rival the imperial family. Jack, now living as Lucian, remembers the family's affairs in painful detail, because 15 years ago he had worked as a guard for House Valdic for several years. The irony is almost too cruel. He died on a battlefield only to open his eyes inside the very house where he once served. Reality crashes over him all over again. He has not simply been reborn into the family he used to protect from below. He has become the third son of House Valdic itself. A small, ironic smile tugs at Lucian's lips. Ha, he thinks to himself, unable to stop the bitter amusement rising in his chest. This is ridiculous. He remembers the life he had before, when his low status made him nothing in the eyes of nobles. He remembers being despised, humiliated, and treated like a dog by people who tossed coins at him, as if that was all he was worth. He remembers enduring hardship after hardship, carrying wounds both visible and invisible. He remembers walking alone and covered in blood through cemeteries filled with the bodies of comrades who never made it back. And now, after all that suffering, after a life spent clawing upward from the very bottom, he has been handed an opportunity. At this moment of all moments, the question returns to him with a bitter, almost mocking taste. He had always wondered how far he could have climbed if he had been given the same chances as those born above him. Now it feels as if fate itself has finally placed that answer right in front of him, giving him the chance to see just how far he can truly go. The image of his old self cracks apart in his mind, and with it, the chains that once held him down begin to fall away. Lucian accepts this impossible new reality with cold, unwavering resolve, silently making his vow to fate. If this is the chance you're giving me, he thinks, his eyes sharpening with renewed determination. Then keep watching closely. With that vow burning inside him, Lucian opens the door of his room, ready to step into the life that has suddenly become his. He walks out onto a balcony flooded with warm sunlight, the golden rays spilling over him like the beginning of an entirely new life. A confident smile rises on his face as he makes a promise, not only to himself, but to the world beyond those walls. Just watch, he tells himself, his gaze fixed ahead. Watch how high I climb and what kind of life I choose to live from now on. From there, the full grandeur of the Valdic estate spreads out before him, vast and magnificent like a palace, towering far beyond anything he had ever known in his old life. Now dressed properly in noble attire, Lucian walks through the estate's lavish corridors with Hans at his side, as he takes in the polished halls, expensive decorations, and overwhelming elegance around him. He thinks that the Waldeck estate truly lives up to its name. He had traveled through plenty of places during his years as a mercenary, from battlefield camps to noble residences, but even compared to everything he had seen, this mansion is easily the most extravagant and shamelessly luxurious place he has ever set foot in. As Lucian watches the servants moving through the halls, he quietly realizes that this overwhelming world of wealth and rules is now the place he must learn to live in, and he has no choice but to adapt quickly. But then his sharp mercenary instincts begin to pick up on something strange in the air. Ever since he stepped out of his room, every servant they pass has been looking at him with odd, uneasy stares. Whispers follow him from every corner of the corridor. Is that really young Master Lucian? One of the servants murmurs, barely daring to believe what they are seeing. Others exchange shocked glances and whisper among themselves, unable to hide their surprise. He finally came out? How long has it been since anyone saw him? Shock is written clearly across their faces. Lucian can feel the weight of every gaze pressing against him, as the household staff watches from the shadows with a strange mix of curiosity, caution, and unease. Lucian turns slightly toward Hans and asks if it is only his imagination or if the atmosphere around them feels strangely tense. Hans quickly explains that this reaction is only natural because the young master had locked himself away for a full year and 2 months, seeing no one but him. That revelation lands heavily, bringing with it a grim image of the original Lucian collapsed across the floor of a dark room, the space around him stained in red. Lucian cannot make sense of it. Locked away for more than a year? He wonders what a duke's son could possibly lack so badly that he would destroy himself in such a miserable, self-destructive way. Even if Lucian does not fully understand how nobles think, something about this still feels wrong. In a household this strict, it should have been impossible for the original Lucian to behave so freely, especially with the head of the family watching over everything. That head of the family is Archduke Sigmund, a towering man known for protecting the empire with principles and convictions that no one could shake. Lucian knows that a man like the Archduke would never casually allow his own son to rot away in some corner without reason. In his mind, Lucian pictures Archduke Sigmund standing over the bedridden original Lucian, watching in silence. From that image, a cold and logical conclusion begins to form. Either Lucian had been such a disastrous troublemaker that he was nearly cast out of the family, or there was a serious reason powerful enough to make even the Archduke look away. Until he uncovers the truth, Lucian decides he must avoid Archduke Sigmund at all costs. But at that exact moment, someone steps into his path and blocks the way forward. An older man approaches with calm, measured steps and says that the reports of Lucian's full recovery appear to have been true. Hans and Lucian both stop in surprise, the sudden interruption cutting through the tense hallway like a blade. The man before them is the chief butler, a gray-haired gentleman wearing a gentle smile. He expresses how deeply pleased he is to see the young master's face again after an entire year, addressing Lucian with perfect formality. "Young Master Lucian," the butler asks politely, "are you having any difficulty moving?" Lucian immediately understands that this man holds an important position in the household, while Hans begins trembling visibly beside him. This man is Chief Butler Edwin, although he first came to the mansion as a hostage from an enemy family. His extraordinary ability was eventually recognized, and he was entrusted with managing all domestic affairs of House Waldeck. The most dangerous thing about Edwin is not his kind smile or his calm green eyes. It is the fact that he serves as Archduke Sigmund's right-hand man. Lucian looks at him and silently curses his terrible luck. This is bad. Of all the people he could have run into, Edwin is one of the last he wanted to face. Lucian knows that a man as sharp as him would notice the manners of someone from the streets almost immediately. Lucian's mind races, searching for a way through this. His only advantage is that Edwin likely has not seen the real Lucian for an entire year, meaning there is no recent version of him to compare against. If that is the case, then his mercenary cunning gives him one possible solution. He will have to imitate the most noble person he has ever observed and act as naturally as he can. Drawing on years of watching nobles from below, Lucian puts on a perfectly practiced smile and faces the butler with graceful composure. "Thank you for your concern," he says smoothly. "Chief Butler Edwin," he continues, fully committing to the performance. He adjusts his posture into something charming and refined, then adds, "I have improved greatly, thanks to you," playing the role of a grateful young noble as flawlessly as he can. Lucian gives a reason for his sudden appearance. Since he had been shut away for so long, he explains that he came out to check on the state of the family. "To think I would run into you here," Lucian adds with a light, graceful tone. "The gods must be smiling on me." Then, without letting the conversation linger on himself, he skillfully turns the focus back to Edwin and asks whether the family has been well. Edwin watches him in silence for a brief moment, as if carefully measuring every word and gesture. Then he answers with a courteous smile, saying that House Waldeck remains as strong as ever, and that it is a relief to see both the young master and Hans doing well. Lucian laughs inwardly with relief, feeling as if he has cleared the first hurdle. Thinking about it, How could anything truly go wrong in this mansion with someone like Edwin watching over the household? Inside, Lucian decides that Edwin does not seem suspicious of him. Believing he has passed the test, he prepares to make a clean retreat. "It seems I worried for nothing," he says, turning away with a calm expression. "Then I will take my leave in peace. It is my first time outside in quite a while, and I am feeling exhausted." But just as Lucian tries to escape, Edwin's voice stops him cold. With polite bluntness, the butler asks the young master to delay his return. Lucian's blood seems to run cold in an instant. His carefully planned escape has failed before it even began. Edwin's expression turns serious as he delivers the news Lucian least wanted to hear. "Archduke Sigmund wishes to see you immediately, young master." Lucian slowly turns back around, panic flashing deep in his eyes. The very person he had sworn to avoid at all costs is now calling for him. The scene shifts to a vast, imposing office where Lucian now stands alone before his father's enormous desk, the pressure of the room pressing down on him from every side. Sitting beyond that desk in a chair that looks almost like a throne is Archduke Sigmund, a terrifyingly imposing man whose mask conceals part of his face. A heavy silence fills the office before Sigmund finally speaks, his voice cutting through the room as he calls out to his son. "Young master!" Lucian stands completely rigid before him, unable to move beneath the presence of the most powerful man he has ever known. This man is now his father. The Archduke's voice echoes through the spacious office, each word carrying the weight of command. "I will ask you one question, Lucian. Valdic." Lucian's face tightens with fear, and cold sweat begins to form under the pressure of his father's gaze. Then the Archduke slowly leans forward. His visible eye gleams with a dangerous, menacing light as he asks the most terrifying question Lucian could have imagined. "How are you still alive?" Lucian, shaken by the hostility in those words, asks his father what he means. Grand Duke Sigmund answers in a voice colder than ice, making it clear that he had originally intended to overlook Lucian's actions. But his patience has clearly reached its limit. The Duke accuses Lucian of using his mother's death as an excuse to neglect his duties and behave like a spoiled child, and the portrait of his deceased mother appears, giving his harsh words an even heavier weight. His hands slowly tightened into a fist, the tension in his knuckles saying everything his face held back. Grand Duke Sigmund's voice grew colder as he continued, making it clear that, this time, Lucian had finally gone beyond what he could tolerate. He accused Lucian of deliberately shutting himself away for more than a year, as if his isolation had been some kind of silent protest against the family. But Sigmund's anger truly boiled over when he said Lucian had treated his own life as though it meant nothing at all. Then came the heaviest accusation of all. Sigmund spoke of Lucian trying to harm himself, pointing directly to what seemed to have been a suicide attempt. Lucian froze in complete confusion because Jack had no memory whatsoever of what the previous owner of this body had done. Jack's thoughts spun in panic as he wondered what his father was even talking about. And then, without warning, a broken image flashed through his mind. It was not his own memory, but something left behind from that moment itself. In the vision, young Lucian was lying weakly in bed, while someone beside him trembled in sheer panic. The fragment sharpened just enough for Jack to see Hans, the servant, sobbing uncontrollably beside the bed. Only then did the reason for all that chaos begin to make sense. This was what had really happened back then, an incident Jack had never known anything about until now. Back in the present, Lucian quickly tried to steady the atmosphere before it shattered completely. He addressed his father and carefully suggested that there had to be some kind of misunderstanding. But before he could explain further, the Grand Duke cut him off without mercy. Sigmund's patience had already run dry, and the weight of his authority filled the room like a wall pressing down on everyone there. With an unyielding stare, Grand Duke Sigmund ordered Lucian to stop hiding and confess what he had truly intended all along. He kept pushing, his voice sharp and relentless, asking whether Lucian's true goal had been to use that frail body of his to stir up a scandal and throw the entire household into turmoil. Then the Duke finally revealed the accusation in full. Lucian had taken sleeping pills to cause an uproar. The words struck Jack like a blow, because he suddenly understood that the original Lucian had attempted a false suicide, all just to force people to notice him. In that instant, the truth crashed down on Jack all at once, leaving no room for denial. He finally remembered why the name Lucian had never stood out to him in his past life. The missing piece, the one detail that had always felt strangely absent, suddenly clicked into place. His mind slipped back 15 years into the past. Back then, Jack had been nothing more than a guard working at the Valdic estate. During those days, he had heard whispers about the family's third son, Lucian Valdic. Lucian Valdic. The memory that surfaced with that name was devastating. Jack now remembered the reason he had never known much about him. The original Lucian Valdic had died. He was supposed to have been dead, and with that realization, the man standing before him became tied directly to those old memories. The head of the Valdic family, the ruler of the household, was Grand Duke Sigmund Valdic. Jack then recalled how complicated the Valdic family had always been. The Grand Duke had 4 children, and each of them had been born from a different mother, creating a household where tension and rivalry could easily take root. During the 10 years he had spent serving as a guard, Jack had crossed paths with the other young lords and their mothers several times. Yet, Thinking back carefully, he realized he had never once met Lucian or Lucian's mother face to face. In his memories of the estate, the two of them had always been strangely absent, like shadows missing from a place where they should have been. Jack began piecing together the facts he had known back then. Lucian's mother had died from illness not long after Jack first began working at the estate. And then, shortly after her death, for reasons Jack had never understood at the time, another tragedy followed. The young Lucian had also died, as though he had simply followed his mother into the grave. Now, back in the present, Jack's thoughts raced violently. The story he had always accepted, that mother and son had simply passed away one after the other, was nothing more than a surface-level illusion. There had been something hidden behind those deaths. With the pieces finally coming together, Jack began to understand just how much pressure the original young Lucian must have been carrying alone. His mother's death, along with his unstable position inside a family filled with competing bloodlines, had become a crushing weight, far too heavy for a child his age to bear. And with that, the whole truth revealed itself, desperate for even the smallest bit of attention from his father. The fragile Lucian had swallowed a dose of sleeping pills that was nearly enough to kill him. It had not been a true attempt to throw his life away. It had been a cry for help, a desperate act from a lonely child. But that cry had ended in tragedy. As Jack followed the thought through, the grim reality became even clearer. After an entire year locked away in seclusion, the original Lucian's weakened body had no strength left to resist the drug he had taken, just to make his father look his way. The result was a fatal accident. Young Lucian had died there quietly, his desperate plea ending in a silence he had never intended. With this truth laid bare, Jack finally understood just how complicated the situation truly was. He realized that the Grand Duke's furious scolding, as harsh as it sounded toward a son he had not seen in a year, was not completely unreasonable anymore. From Sigmund's point of view, that rage made sense. His own son had played with his life, dragging his father to the very edge of fear and despair. Jack reasoned that no matter how high Sigmund's title was, before anything else, he was still a father whose child had nearly died. The anger buried inside him had to be enormous. Even so, Jack steeled himself with iron resolve. This was not the time to worry too much about anyone else's feelings. His own survival came first, and right now it felt as if he were standing at the edge of a cliff. He recalled the Duke's last words and immediately recognized them for what they were. A final ultimatum. One careless answer, one wrong step, and everything could collapse. The pressure bearing down on him was so intense that it felt as though the ground beneath his feet was beginning to split apart. His golden future, the precious second chance at life he had somehow been given, was dangling by a thread. The danger in front of him was far too great to ignore. If his answer failed to satisfy the Grand Duke, his fate could turn miserable in an instant. He could already picture the punishments waiting for him, like being sent away as a priest to some distant monastery. He might be forced to abandon the secular world forever, or worse, be dragged off to some brutal northern territory and thrown into a life filled with hardship. A future where he had to fight the freezing cold and savage beasts for the rest of his days was absolutely unacceptable. Jack rejected those possibilities with every fiber of his being. This new life had not come to him easily. Even after losing his head in his previous life, he had somehow been given another chance, and he refused to waste it. A defiant smile crept into his thoughts as he asked himself whether he would really let another family's tragedy, the pain of the original Lucian, destroy this precious future. Once his decision was made, Lucian faced his father directly. He began in a calm voice, saying that he would speak exactly as he had been ordered to. First, he apologized for staining the Valdic name with his foolishness and for causing his father such deep worry. Lowering his head, he placed a hand over his heart and offered a sincere-looking apology, presenting himself as a remorseful son, showing proper respect. Meanwhile, Edwin, the head butler, stood silently to the side. His eyes remained fixed on Lucian, unable to hide his surprise at the young master's sudden and dramatic change in behavior. Lucian continued, declaring that the fault belonged to him alone and that he had no excuses to offer. He said he would accept whatever punishment his father chose to give him. But right after that, his approach quietly shifted. He argued that speaking about blame at this point would change nothing anymore. Since what had happened could not be undone, this was the very moment they should look toward what came next. Then, with unexpected boldness, he asked his father whether it would not be right to rejoice with all his heart over the simple fact that the son he believed he had lost was still alive. Grand Duke Sigmund seemed caught off guard by the sudden turn, repeating Lucian's words in disbelief. What had happened had happened. It could not be reversed. Lucian stepped forward with growing confidence, saying that a life saved from the brink of death should not remain chained to the past forever. Instead, it should be allowed to move ahead. He brought his heels together, his posture now filled with fresh determination, as though he were preparing to make a vow. Then, in a clear and steady voice, he declared that he intended to live diligently for the future waiting before him. With a sly smile barely touching his lips, he made his daring request. He asked not as someone speaking to the Grand Duke, but as a son speaking to his father. Just one word of encouragement, he said, would be enough. Sigmund listened without softening, his expression still hard and unreadable. Lucian then pushed his final and most cunning argument forward. He claimed that when a child sincerely repented, it was a father's duty to embrace that child willingly, appealing not to rank or authority, but to the bond between parent and son. He finished by presenting his bold request, not as disrespect, but as a sacred obligation between father and son, something even the laws of heaven would recognize. Watching it all unfold, Edwin was left completely stunned. Incredible, Edwin thought, barely able to process what he was witnessing. He had already sensed that Lucian's presence had changed, but this went far beyond anything he had expected. In his memory, the young master had always been a timid child, constantly shrinking back in fear and anxiety. The man now standing in front of the Duke carries himself with such calm confidence that he almost feels like a completely different person. Edwin can only stare in disbelief, wondering if this really is the same young master Lucian he has known all this time. The change is so extreme that, for a moment, he even doubts what his own eyes are seeing. A heavy silence settles over the room, pressing down on everyone as the Grand Duke takes in every word his son has just spoken. The air grows so tense that even breathing feels difficult. Lucian stays still and waits, his heart pounding hard inside his chest, his eyes fixed on his father's face as he searches for even the smallest clue about what the Duke will do next. At last, the Grand Duke cuts through the silence, and a trace of anger sharpens his voice. "How dare you?" he begins, raising his tone as though he is about to scold Lucian for speaking so boldly about a father's duty. But in the very next moment, that harsh expression cracks. A faint smile tugs at the corner of his lips, breaking through his stern mask as the Duke leans back with a low chuckle, sounding more amused than offended. "I've lived long enough to think I had seen everything," he remarks, clearly entertained by his son's nerve instead of truly furious. Inside, Lucian finally releases the breath he has been holding, realizing his risky move has actually landed exactly where he wanted it to. The tension had been so intense that sweat slides down Lucian's forehead, but now that he senses his success, relief begins to spread through him in waves. Worked, he thinks, his heart still racing from the gamble. Looking back on his choice, he knows a weak, clumsy apology would never have moved a man like his father. Facing him head-on was the only path that had any chance of working. This was the Grand Duke Wall that Jack remembered from his previous life. A man who responded only to strength and spirit. He was the kind of man who respected a wild dog willing to bare its teeth far more than a trembling creature that only knew how to cower. A rat creeping carefully over eggshells would never earn his approval. Lucian's boldness had not been reckless at all. It was aimed directly at the part of his father that valued defiance over fear. The Grand Duke speaks again in a dry tone, saying it seems Lucian has learned to be shameless after returning from the dead. In that single remark, he acknowledges both his son's outrageous nerve and the gravity of the condition Lucian had only recently survived. "Very well," the Duke says at last, giving ground just enough to continue. "Since you were the one who brought up diligence, I will ask you first." Then he fixes his eyes on him and calls him by name, Lucian Valdic. "What exactly do you intend to do from now on?" After winning this first exchange, Lucian answers without wavering that the first thing he will do is repair his broken body, and in that instant, a memory from his past life flashes through him. He sees the image of who he once was, a powerful mercenary standing at the height of his strength, his presence completely different from the fragile body he has now. He remembers the weight of a sword in his hands, the blade shining with power as if it belonged there. That former version of himself is exactly the man he intends to become again. The vision of his old self appears like a battle-hardened warrior carved from countless fights, steady, dangerous, and overflowing with experience. That memory clashes sharply against the weakness of his current body, and the contrast only feeds the fire inside him. Returning to the present, Lucian makes his next goal clear. "I intend to properly learn the sword," he declares, and the words immediately catch the Duke off guard. "The sword?" the Duke repeats, his tone filled with doubt. Lucian confirms it directly, while also admitting that before anything else, he must solve the problem of his thin, paper doll-like body. Then, almost casually, Lucian adds that if he eats properly and sleeps diligently, his body should somehow improve. The Duke silently studies him for a moment, taking in the boldness of that answer, until a smile slowly spreads across his face. "You certainly have a way with words," he admits, giving Lucian this round without saying it outright. Now truly intrigued, the Grand Duke decides he needs to find out whether Lucian's confidence is just empty bravado or whether something real has awakened inside him. As the first sign of that decision, he turns his attention toward his butler. He gives Edwin a short order. "Butler, give him that again." Edwin lowers his gaze slightly, and inwardly, a small smile forms as he understands what his lord means. Compared to a handful of shallow words, this would be far more practical for the young master's current situation, and Edwin knows it will help him much more than any lecture could. Lucian, however, has no idea what they are talking about. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple as he stands there completely puzzled, wondering what that could possibly mean. Edwin bows politely and confirms the command at once. "Understood, my lord. I will arrange for it to be made available immediately." Later, back in his room, Lucian is still left in confusion. What exactly is that? He wonders, completely in the dark about what is coming for him. Before long, the answer arrives right at his door. Across the mansion grounds, several servants haul an enormous wooden chest forward, its heavy frame looking difficult to move with every step. The chest is so massive and heavy that the servants struggle just to bring it into Lucian's chamber. But once the lid is finally opened, what appears inside is enough to blind anyone with its shine. The inside is packed from edge to edge with gold coins, glittering jewels, and precious necklaces, all piled together like a small mountain of treasure. Lucian and his personal servant Hans both freeze in place, staring at the absurd amount of wealth before them. "Ah, this is ridiculous," Lucian blurts out, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of it. Standing by the window and looking out across the vast city, Lucian finally understands what this is. It is an outrageously huge monthly allowance, the kind of wealth only a high noble could casually possess, and he scoops a handful of gold coins into his palm as the realization sinks in. He can hardly believe that this entire fortune is meant for just 1 month. With money like this, countless possibilities open in front of him, and a mischievous smile slowly spreads across his face. With this much funding, his ambitious plan might actually be possible. It is more than enough to make the attempt worthwhile. At last, his real objective becomes clear. With this wealth, he can gather the ingredients needed to completely rebuild his weak body. Determination burns in his eyes as he thinks to himself that he can finally make that elixir, linking the knowledge he carried from his past life to the resources now placed in his hands. Using the experience of his former life and the wealth of this new one, Lucian can begin shaping a stronger future. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a magnificent greenhouse, glowing with warm light, where colorful flowers bloom in every direction. Inside that bright greenhouse, the Grand Duke, an imposing man with blonde hair and a matching beard, walks forward with his usual commanding presence. A few steps behind him follows Edwin, his loyal veteran butler. As they move through the flower-lined path, Edwin quietly remembers that this greenhouse was a place the late Grand Duchess had treasured deeply while she was still alive. He continues thinking that the Grand Duke has not stepped into this place for a long time, so for him to come here now must mean there is a special reason behind it. To Edwin, that reason is clearly the recent and remarkable change in young Master Lucian. Even though Lucian had briefly lost his father's favor, Edwin knows the Duke would never cast him aside so easily, especially when he is the son of the Grand Duchess whom the Duke loved so dearly. The Grand Duke keeps walking through the greenhouse corridor with firm, decisive steps, though his mind is far from gentle. He thinks back to Lucian's former behavior and judges it as truly pathetic. In his thoughts, the image of the old Lucian lingers clearly, refusing to disappear. He remembers a boy who was always glancing around nervously, as if frightened by everything around him, and who would whine like a wild dog the moment anyone raised their voice even slightly. Edwin then speaks to him respectfully, carefully breaking into his lord's thoughts. "My lord," Edwin says, even while the Duke's mind remains occupied with harsh memories, he reflects that Lucian's attitude had been nothing like his mother's, and that he resembled her only in appearance. Edwin's expression shifts with surprise as the Duke's thoughts begin moving in a different direction. For the first time that day, a faint smile appears on the Grand Duke's face as he admits inwardly that perhaps he had been wrong about his son all along. Then he says to Edwin, "You saw it too, didn't you? That child looked me directly in the eyes and stated his opinion." Edwin confirms it without hesitation. Yes, there was not even a trace of uncertainty. His posture and bearing were truly resolute and confident. Looking at Lucian more warmly, Edwin thinks the young master has always had a tender heart and deeper thoughts than people realized, only hesitating a little more than the other young masters. In the end, Edwin concludes, Lucian still carries his lord's blood. Even after hearing Edwin's words, the Grand Duke remains guarded and skeptical, answering only that it remains to be seen. He adds that the tasks awaiting that child from now on are not things that can be solved with a few clever words, making it clear he intends to test Lucian properly. But with a worried expression, Edwin interrupts his lord's thoughts. "My lord, however, there is a problem." The Duke's interest sharpens as he asks, "A problem?" Edwin explains that although young Master Lucian's support funds have been restored, it has now been confirmed that details about some of those circumstances have leaked outside. The truth then shifts into view. After an investigation, it appears the second young master, Geordie, is involved, and he burns a letter with a malicious smile on his face. Edwin reports that Geordie has already dismissed the head maid who had been looking after Lucian and replaced her with someone from his own inner circle. In other words, Geordie is clearly trying to keep Lucian under watch, and the Duke can only click his tongue, admitting that while Geordie has ability, his thinking is far too narrow. With a darker look settling over his face, the Duke thinks that he understands why Geordie carries such deep resentment toward Lucian, especially because of the complicated matters involving their maternal families. Even so, he did not expect Geordie to cling to that grudge with this much stubbornness. Edwin carefully asks whether they should prepare a separate response to handle the matter, but the Duke immediately stops him. "No, butler, do not interfere." Edwin's concern becomes clear as he questions whether that might be too harsh for someone who has only just begun taking his first real steps forward. The Duke turns his gaze toward the pond, treating Geordie's little scheme as nothing more than a petty trick to him. Even this is part of the price. Lucian must pay for failing to come to his senses over the past year. In the Duke's eyes, this situation is also the perfect way to measure Lucian's new resolve. With a sharp, calculating stare, he decides that this inconvenience may actually serve him well. Let us see how that child handles this, he thinks. If Lucian cannot overcome something this small, then there is no reason to expect anything from him, because real strength can only be shaped by one's own hands. The Duke's thoughts settle into the image of a majestic lion, the proud symbol of the Valdic family. Even if the blood of Valdic can become the key, the door ahead must still be opened by the person standing before it. The scene then moves forward, and a sign makes it clear that several days have quietly passed since that conversation. Beneath a bright blue sky, the grand and luxurious mansion of the Valdic family stands as imposing as ever. Inside its corridors, two maids whisper among themselves while watching Hans, Lucian's servant, standing guard in front of the room. "How many days has that guy been doing this?" one of them murmurs. They continue gossiping in low voices, saying the young master has locked himself away in his room again. But Hans does not move from his post, and in a close look at his face, his fury and determination are obvious, as if he is ready to block anyone who dares disturb his master. Hans's memories then rise to the surface, showing him in a moment of panic as he recalls how desperate he had been. It has already been 3 days since the support funds that had once been cut off finally arrived again. In that memory, Lucian had calmly assured Hans that the funds were restored because his talk with the Grand Duke had gone well. Beside the large chest, both Hans and Lucian looked visibly relieved, almost unable to hide their happiness at the sudden turn of events. A closer look inside the chest shows that it is not filled with gold coins alone, but also with expensive jewels and precious treasures worth an enormous fortune. Even then, Hans cannot look at Lucian without concern clouding his face. Hans knows better than anyone that with the strained relationship between father and son, speaking to the Grand Duke could not have been easy for his young master. At that moment, Hans understands that Lucian must have summoned a tremendous amount of courage just to face his father directly like that. His loyalty and deep affection for Lucian show clearly in the way his emotions spill over. Moved by the thought that his master has finally chosen to move forward, Hans wipes away his tears, as if letting go of the sorrow that had weighed on them until now. Meanwhile, Lucian simply holds the gold coins with an almost indifferent calm. Behind him, Hans is still visibly emotional over the change in his master, but Lucian's own gaze begins to sharpen, and a powerful intensity takes over his expression. His eyes glint with fierce determination, hiding a plan that only he understands. As his fingers tighten around the coins, a sly and confident smile slowly forms on Lucian's face. With this much money, he thinks, it is definitely worth trying. And with that, Lucian's true ambition comes into focus. He plans to completely rebuild this fragile, ruined body from the ground up. "I can make that elixir," he thinks with certainty. The idea takes shape through the image of a shining potion and a mysterious magical herb, both tied directly to the plan he has been holding in his mind. The scene shifts to Lucian's room, which no longer looks like a noble young master's chamber and now feels more like a small alchemy workshop. Sitting at his desk, Lucian works with relentless focus before pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow. His face is filled with pure concentration and effort, every movement showing how seriously he is taking this work. Even while pushing himself, his thoughts briefly turn toward his loyal servant outside. Hands must be burning with curiosity by now, Lucian thinks. But even so, the fact that he is still guarding the door exactly as ordered proves just how loyal that guy really is. Lucian's desk is covered with alchemy books, strange preparation tools and materials that the son of a Grand Duke would normally never bother touching in his entire life. Among all of them, one key ingredient draws the most attention. It is an extremely expensive herb, valuable because it only grows under moonlight and cannot be gathered under ordinary conditions. More details about the strange plant make its importance feel even clearer. Even its common use has not properly been established yet, which makes Lucian's choice to buy it an even bigger gamble. At last, the name of that mysterious plant is revealed: Moonlight Herb. Lucian remembers how he spent his entire allowance to purchase it, betting everything on knowledge from the future that no one else could possibly know. In a flashback, he is seen giving Hans one crucial order. "Hans, it is not too late. Buy all the Moonlight Herb." Lucian knows exactly how absurd this must look from the outside, and he is fully aware of how others would judge him right now. To anyone else, spending a fortune on sacks of an unknown herb would make him look completely insane. But Lucian's confidence is not based on luck or madness. It comes from the secret future knowledge only he possesses. His eyes shine with absolute certainty as he predicts that within just 1 year, the price of Moonlight Herb will rise 10 times over. No, not just 10 times, it will climb more than 20 times its current value. The thought of the massive profit waiting for him nearly overwhelms his senses. A feverish excitement takes hold, and his expression twists with a wild mixture of greed, anticipation, and almost manic delight. Lucian rejoices inwardly, convinced that the price will skyrocket without limit. Then he forces himself to calm down and thinks that, looking back on it now, he has to admit the Alchemist Guild was incredibly bold. He remembers that at the time, even the guild itself could not have been certain whether their research on Moonlight Herb would actually succeed. Despite that uncertainty, the Alchemist Guild gathered every Moonlight Herb they could find across the Empire and poured them all into their research, burning through the supply in one reckless gamble. It was nothing less than a once-in-a-lifetime wager, one that placed the future and fate of the entire guild on a single uncertain experiment. Lucian reaches his hand toward the potion he has made, knowing that because of that reckless courage in the past, they eventually succeeded in creating an unprecedented elixir that shook the Empire itself. The drink of the gods, nectar. He also remembers that because they arrogantly called a mere drug something divine, they nearly brought accusations of blasphemy down upon themselves. But once the world learned what nectar could actually do, everyone rushed to praise it as though those accusations had never existed in the first place. Lucian smiles with smug confidence, fully aware of the whole story and the power now within reach. Nectar had shattered one of the most basic truths of the world, a belief that had gone unchallenged for over 1,000 years. That belief said a martial artist's realm was decided at birth, and that this limit was an absolute law no one could defy. Innate nature was treated as destiny, and a person's constitution was believed to be something that could never change. It was a piece of common sense as solid as iron chains, and the thing that broke that supposedly unbreakable law was none other than nectar. By drinking nectar, a person could be transformed from the very foundation of their body, changing their essence in a way no ordinary medicine should have been able to achieve. Even someone born with no talent at all could be reshaped into a swordsman useful enough to stand on the battlefield. It was an unprecedented miracle, the kind of breakthrough that overturned what people had believed for generations. Lucian lowers his gaze and looks at the potion he has created with his own hands. The liquid before him is a bright red potion, but Lucian knows very well that what he made cannot compare to the original nectar's full effectiveness. At best, it is only a kind of mass-produced substitute, a weaker imitation of the legendary elixir that once shook the Empire. Even so, Lucian rolls up his sleeves with firm resolve, because for raising a body as broken as this one, there is nothing better available to him right now. With an ironic little smile, he speaks as if addressing the former owner of the body itself. Consider yourself lucky, noble young master. He then recalls how the story of nectar eventually ended. Later, when chaos spread across the Empire, the Alchemist Guild became the first target, because the recipe for nectar had shaken the balance of power so violently that simply possessing it became far too dangerous. Because of that, the recipe disappeared from the world. But Lucian's eyes gleam with the secret advantage only he holds, because he knows something others do not. He managed to gather scattered clues in his past life and somehow create something similar. He also remembers the painful experiments from that life, where most of the test subjects died because of the side effects. But he pushes that dark memory aside and cuts off his own thoughts. Anyway, enough talk. Without hesitating any longer, Lucian raises the elixir to his lips and drinks it down in one gulp. The instant the liquid enters his body, a surge of blue energy erupts inside him, spreading violently through him like a storm. The real important part begins from this moment onward. As the potion settles inside him, the power hidden within it finally starts to awaken and release itself through his body. Thin strands of energy begin twisting and coiling deep inside him, slowly spreading through his veins. This is the first step toward taking the raw power of nature and turning it into strength that belongs to him alone. The vital force now stirring awake inside Lucian's body has a name: mana. Its true value depends on how smoothly it circulates, flowing through the body, spreading into every corner, and then returning again. The quality and strength of the power a person can draw out can change completely depending on that process. Right now, Lucian has borrowed the force of nectar to widen the blocked pathways inside him by force, letting energy move through his astral form. But just as he prepares himself for the expected resistance, his eyes open in confusion. The pain and rejection that should come with accepting mana for the first time are nowhere to be found. Instead, the mana flows through him as naturally as breathing, spreading without the slightest obstruction, almost as if this body had been waiting for it all along. Bright currents of energy rush freely through him, strong and smooth, filling his body with a power that refuses to slow down. Lucian can only stare in shock at what is happening. His eye shifts as the realization strikes him, the look in it filled with pure astonishment that he can no longer hide. Normally, even the body of a newborn baby carries impurities that interfere with mana circulation. But as Lucian understands this impossible fact, an incredible truth begins forming in his mind. In a symbolic vision, he finds himself deep underwater, staring upward in stunned disbelief. Don't tell me this guy. The revelation crashes over him like a massive wave. Far above him, a colossal celestial whale glides through the water with majestic grace, embodying the overwhelming potential he has just discovered. This body is not ordinary at all. It belongs to the type people call a genius. Morning light spills across the city, bathing the streets and rooftops in a warm golden glow, as if announcing the start of a brand new day. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the mansion, a figure waits anxiously beside the window, unable to calm down no matter how much time passes. It is Hans. Lucian's personal servant, pacing back and forth with worry written all over his face. His thoughts are consumed by his master, and the sudden sound from the door makes him jolt in place. His heart jumps at once, caught between fear and desperate hope as he turns toward the door. The door finally opens and Lucian steps out with an unsettling calm, as though nothing unusual has happened at all. He looks at Hans and casually asks, "Nothing happened while you were waiting, right?" Hans is already on the verge of tears as he rushes toward him. "Young master!" he cries, his voice cracking. "Do you have any idea how long you were in there?" Relief, fear, and frustration all pour out of him at once. Through his sobs, Hans continues, saying Lucian never answered, no matter how many times he called. And because Lucian had strictly ordered him not to enter under any circumstances, Hans had been terrified that something terrible had happened inside. He wipes at his tears as he confesses everything, his face caught between anger, exhaustion, and the overwhelming relief of seeing his master alive. Lucian gently places a hand on his servant's shoulder, and that small gesture finally breaks Hans completely, making him admit just how worried he had been. But Lucian's face shows no guilt at all. Instead, a sly and calculating smile curves across his lips, and in a close look at his eye, the pupil appears sharp and feline. Something about the young master has undeniably changed, and the difference is impossible to ignore. Hans takes a step back, unsettled by the strange presence now surrounding his lord. "Young master?" he asks, hesitantly, watching Lucian closely while a troubling thought rises in his mind. It is definitely the young master, Hans thinks. And yet, why does it feel as if the person standing in front of him is not quite the same? Inside that body, the mercenary, now living as Lucian smiles quietly to himself. That reaction makes sense to him. After all, Hans had served Lucian more closely than anyone else, so it was only natural that he would notice even the smallest change. His instincts as a loyal servant have not failed him. Lucian places a hand over his chest, calmly examining the condition of this new body. The flesh itself will still need time, food, and proper recovery, so there are no dramatic changes on the outside just yet. What truly matters is happening within. Deep inside him, a mana heart glows with turquoise light, pulsing steadily with the power that has just awakened. A smug smile rises on Lucian's face as he senses how rapidly his inner foundation is changing. All of this is possible because of the original Lucian's innate constitution, a hidden potential the boy himself never even realized he possessed. "I'm sure of it," Lucian thinks, his certainty growing stronger with every pulse of mana inside him. Conviction burns in his golden eyes. This body's potential is on the same level as the legends who once changed the world, and before him he can almost see a gigantic chessboard spread out, with himself standing at the center of the game. If he plays his cards correctly, Lucian believes he could easily surpass the peak he reached as a mercenary within just 1 year. That thought draws a low, dangerous chuckle from him. With his path now taking shape in his mind, Lucian turns toward the confused servant and calls his name, Hans. "Now that I think about it, I owe this opportunity to you." Hans looks completely lost, unable to understand what his master means, but before he can even respond, Lucian grabs him firmly. "After all, rewards and punishments must be made clear," Lucian declares, his gaze intense and unwavering, as if he is about to hand down an order that will change Hans's entire future. "Listen carefully, Hans. I'm only going to say this once." Lucian's expression grows almost wild, his excitement and confidence pushing through every word. Then Lucian commands him to gather everything he owns. If necessary, he tells Hans to sell even his underwear, and bet it all on him, promising that if Hans follows him, he will guarantee him a smooth road straight to the top. He shouts it with wild laughter, overflowing with so much confidence that it feels less like a suggestion and more like a prophecy. Then, with a grand theatrical gesture, Lucian spreads his arms wide and cries out, "Let's go to the heavens together." Hans is left completely dumbfounded, while the mercenary inside Lucian revels in the moment. "Ah, I'm so jealous of you, Hans," he thinks. "Back in my time, we never had nobles like this to ride alongside." Hans, meanwhile, can only stare at him in total confusion, barely managing to say, "Young master," as he tries to process what just happened. 1 week later, the scene moves to a quiet, lush forest filled with greenery, sunlight, and the calm sounds of life all around them. Lucian and Hans walk along the forest path together. For the first time in a long while, Lucian looks genuinely relaxed, strolling with his hands behind his head and whistling lightly, while Hans follows behind him with a worried expression. "This is so refreshing," Lucian thinks with a satisfied smile. Living like this feels almost unfairly easy compared to everything he once knew. He thinks back on the previous week, remembering banquets brought out with perfect timing and an endless parade of delicious food placed before him every day. His room was cleaned without him needing to lift a single finger, with maids constantly attending to every little detail around him. They even prepared a soft, cozy bed for him, the kind of comfort he had never once enjoyed in his old life. The contrast is almost cruel when he remembers how hunger used to be a normal part of his daily routine. Thinking about it now, a bitter laugh slips out of him. Because of this comfortable life, not only was he able to concentrate fully on restoring his body, but he also found the chance to settle the one question that had been weighing on his mind. His expression turns serious as he prepares himself to face that lingering piece of his past. He thinks about Jack, the guard of the Valdic family. That was the identity from his previous life, a self that now feels strangely distant and blurred. And during the past week, he had taken the time to investigate whether that past still existed here. He confirmed it with the captain of the guards. No one matching Jack's description had ever applied for the position, and even the shift Jack once worked in his memories was now filled by a complete stranger. The past he remembered simply did not exist in this reality. Lucian clasps his hands together, quietly accepting that truth and the strange new world he now stands in. Honestly, this may be the better outcome. There is nothing useful to gain from finding that version of himself, and chasing after Jack would only pull Lucian's focus away from what he needs to do now. Besides, he has to admit that he does not have the confidence to face his past self anyway. A bead of sweat forms as he imagines it, and he is certain he would die from sheer embarrassment. Back in the present, Lucian suddenly comes to a stop. A cold, sharp wave of determination runs through his body, changing the air around him in an instant. Hans looks toward him, immediately sensing that his master's mood has shifted. Lucian turns around with a firm, unwavering gaze, and Hans stiffens the moment he sees it. "Young Master Lucian," he stammers, panic spreading clearly across his face. His voice trembles as he asks, are you really thinking of going in there?" Ahead of them, the brightly lit training grounds come into view, wide and intimidating beneath the sunlight. Hans's voice nearly turns into a plea as he reminds him. "You said you would never go anywhere near this place again because you hated it with your whole soul, Lucian." With an innocent look, Lucian tilts his head as if he has no memory of it. "I did?" he asks. Hans, completely exasperated, almost shouts back, "Yes, you did." Still trembling, Hans reminds him that ever since the second young master beat him during training, Lucian had sworn he would never return to this place again. Lucian silently takes in the information. Judging from Hans's reaction alone, Lucian can already piece together what must have happened here. Since swordsmanship is a required skill for every son of the Grand Duke, the training hall must have been the perfect excuse for the second young master to torment Lucian under the harmless name of practice. In a flashback, the younger Lucian lies injured on the ground, helpless after being beaten. Seeing that image, the current Lucian realizes that his brother had planted a deep fear of violence inside him. It was a cruel but effective plan, carried out perfectly to make sure Lucian would never dare step into the training hall again. Lucian looks back at his worried servant and gives him a calm smile. "I understand why you're acting like this, but you don't need to worry. All of that is already in the past." He says it with such casual indifference that Hans only grows more confused and afraid. Then Lucian's smile turns slightly dangerous as he walks forward. "You just need to trust me and follow my lead." And so, with Lucian moving ahead and Hans following anxiously behind him, the two of them finally step into the imposing training hall. Inside, a pair of guards are already whispering among themselves. One of them asks in disbelief, "Is that really true?" "Yes, I'm sure," the other guard confirms. The third young master is looking around the training hall with his personal servant. Nearby, Hendrik, a man with a sharply twisted mustache, overhears every word. He slowly strokes his mustache, his face twisting with disdain. What the hell is that brat thinking, walking into this place again? At first, Hendrik thinks there is no way Lucian could have forgotten what happened here. But then a cruel idea slips into his mind, and his expression changes. No, actually, this might work out even better. He immediately gives an order to one of his subordinates. "You go inform him right now." Then, with a sinister smile spreading across his face, Hendrik adds, "By the time he gets here, I'll make sure the boy is thoroughly cooked." His intention is obvious. He plans to make Lucian's time here as miserable as possible. Meanwhile, Lucian is completely absorbed in admiring the training hall, and even though he had expected something impressive, the place far exceeds anything he imagined. There is not only a generous supply of spare weapons that can be used without worrying about breaking them, but also a huge open space wide enough for even the most violent movements to unfold without restriction. For the mercenary now living inside Lucian's body, it feels almost unbelievable that a single household could own a facility like this, all for itself. A quiet, melancholy thought passes through him. If we had been able to train in a place like this back then, maybe more of my men would have survived. Footsteps approach from nearby, and Hendrik steps forward with a mocking smile already fixed on his face. Well, well, so I wasn't seeing things after all. To think it really is the third young master, this is such a surprise that, honestly, I could hardly believe my eyes. Hendrik continues, every word dripping with venom. "I still remember it vividly, you know. After your little lesson with Lord Geordie a year ago, you turned tail and ran without even looking back." Hans shudders at the cruel remark. With a nasty smile, Hendrik mocks how Lucian fled like a frightened lamb that day, and then his gaze shifts toward the servant trembling beside him. "Is that why you look so terrified of this place too?" Hendrik asks, his voice thick with ridicule. He keeps mocking them, criticizing Lucian for dragging a mere servant into the sacred hall of warriors. Embarrassed and tense, Hans lowers his head in a shallow bow. "It has been a long time. I'm Hendrik. I offer my humble greetings." Lucian simply stares at him without flinching, his gaze calm while something malicious glints deep in his eyes. "A year ago, I personally instructed you on your stance alongside the second young master. Surely you remember? Hendrik asks, savoring the memory like it is something sweet. Flashback shows the original Lucian trembling in fear, gripping a wooden sword in both hands, too terrified to properly defend himself. The trauma of that moment is obvious. Hendrik lifts a hand to his mouth, barely bothering to hide the cruel laugh threatening to escape. It was a truly pleasant moment, he says, taking open delight in someone else's suffering. But instead of showing the fear Hendrik expects, Lucian's face slowly brightens with a smile. It is a dark, hungry smile that promises trouble. Lucian's eyes gleam with a predatory light as he looks at the insolent little runt in front of him, and the mercenary inside him decides that this is going to be fun. A knight is supposed to represent honor and loyalty, standing as the living embodiment of discipline, duty, and service. Most knights are born from noble blood, and from a young age, they are expected to master both martial skill and proper etiquette. Only after earning merit on the battlefield or completing missions, and only after those achievements are properly recognized, can they finally receive the title of knight from their lord and fulfill the role they were raised for. But in Lucian's eyes, when everything is stripped down to the truth, they are not so different from house dogs wearing expensive collars. That is why they are expected to show courtesy to the lord who grants them wealth and honor, and to that lord's bloodline as well. Yet Sir Hendrik, with all his arrogance and rudeness, clearly seems to have forgotten that basic rule. Lucian guesses that Hendrik's insolence may partly come from the low standing of his own family, which makes him cling even harder to whatever authority he has. But the real problem is the backing behind him, the support that gives him the confidence to act this way. If Lucian had his own way, he would tie Hendrik to a target and throw knives at him until his rotten attitude was properly reforged through extreme training. He even imagines how the knight would tremble if an axe came flying straight toward his face. Lucian knows his father, the Grand Duke, would never simply stand aside if that happened. No matter how irritating Hendrik is, a knight remains a core military force and an important asset to the family. Punishing him without proper procedure would only create unnecessary conflict. Lucian clenches his fist, forcing down his impulse and deciding that now is not the right time. So instead, Lucian changes the direction of the conversation and addresses Sir Hendrik directly. It would be foolish to keep avoiding the training hall just because of something that happened in the past. From now on, I plan to come here often, even if it is only to learn the sword forms. Lucian continues calmly. As you said, sir, it has already been a year. That means I should not waste any more time falling behind. Sir Hendrik's face twists with disbelief at those words. Sword forms, you say? Third young master? Hendrik bursts into laughter. You really are good at joking. It is already far too late, and yet now you want to learn sword forms? Lucian asks calmly. Too late? Hendrik leans forward with a smug expression and explains. It seems you truly do not know, so allow me to inform you. Once a person passes the age of 15, they can consider it over. Sword forms are secret techniques and legacies created by our ancestors. Simply imitating their movements can grant enlightenment and evolve the physical body. They are the very essence of ancestral wisdom, but Hendrik is not finished yet. But that only applies when the path of mana is already open, Hendrik continues, speaking as if he is handing down an unquestionable truth. Since that path closes once a person turns 16. Learning sword forms now would be completely useless for someone like you. Sir Hendrik finishes with a smug air of superiority, letting the words hang in the training hall. Sword forms without enlightenment are nothing but an empty shell. At that point, they are no different from a dance. Then, wearing a mocking smile, he steps a little closer to Lucian and lowers his voice as if sharing some cruel joke. Now that I think about it, perhaps that would actually suit you, young master. Why not become the #1 dancer in the Empire? That way you can save yourself some time and discover your true talent, wouldn't you agree? And if that does not work, you could always spend your days gardening instead. After all, every person has a role that fits them best. Sir Hendrik looks down at him with a satisfied expression, fully convinced that he has already crushed Lucian with his words. Huh? Look at him. He is completely speechless and unable to say a single thing. Hendrik thinks smugly. But inside Lucian's mind, the situation is playing out very differently. First of all, the claim that the mana path closes at 16 is an outright lie. Lucian thinks, worse than that, it is a foolish lie that could be disproven with just a small amount of proper research. But that does not matter right now. He can always pretend ignorance later to smooth things over. More importantly, the objective has already been achieved. The goal is to make it look as though Lucian is nothing more than an ignorant fool, crushed by his own lack of knowledge, unable to offer even one proper rebuttal, a worm mocked by a servant and too frightened to move. In other words, he needs to show the same pathetic weakness everyone remembers from a year ago. So Lucian begins his act. Ah, Sir Hendrik, for some reason that sounds a little different from what I know. The moment Lucian calmly pushes back, both Hendrik and Hans are caught completely off guard. The mana path closes around the age of 25, not 16, so from what I understand there should be no problem learning even now. Am I wrong, Sir Hendrik? Hendrik stiffens in surprise and snaps. Huh? Are you certain of what you're saying right now? But Lucian presses on without hesitation. It seems you may be mistaken, sir. Does Brother Geordie share that same opinion as well? Now cornered, Sir Hendrik answers. Of course. It is obvious common sense. In his own mind, he still feels victorious, believing this will end everything. As he expected, Lucian cannot even properly refute him. Lucian suddenly lets his shoulders slump, pretending to be overwhelmed. Yes, that is right. Even my brother said the same thing. Then, without warning, he grabs Hans firmly by the shoulders and cries out, "Hans, it seems the Valdic family is doomed!" His sudden outburst makes his terrified servant freeze on the spot. You think so too, right? Of course you must. Hans, completely confused and frightened, can only scream inwardly. "Young master, why are you dragging me into this?" Lucian clutches his own head in exaggerated despair. To think he is confused about common sense that even a stray dog would know at his age. Does that make any sense at all? Lucian continues dramatically. How many talented people have lost their opportunities because someone spread such incorrect knowledge? Ah, tears are clouding my vision to think my own brother possessed such a hollow skull. Lucian shouts, and both Hans and Sir Hendrik flinch as his theatrical fury suddenly erupts. "Do not stop me," Lucian roars. "If what this knight says is true, then this is not a small matter at all. This is a disgrace to the family and a clear crisis, is it not?" Then, with a malicious smile that reveals the true sharpness behind his act, Lucian leans towards Sir Hendrik. "Surely you were not trying to deceive me, the son of your lord, were you?" In an instant, the entire atmosphere turns chaotic. Completely trapped by Lucian's words, Sir Hendrik begins to panic. Cold sweat pouring down his face as his smug confidence collapses. "What do you mean by that?" Hendrik blurts out. "Are you suggesting that I, a knight, tried to deceive you, young master?" But he quickly realizes that denial alone will not be enough, so he desperately tries to retreat. "Ah, please forget what I just said. I merely misspoke because I could not believe the situation." Lucian's smile twists even deeper. "Of course, a knight of the Valdic family would never do something so petty, right, Sir Hendrik?" Hendrik stands there sweating and stammering, unable to find a clean way out. At last, Hendrik can only nod. "Of course." Lucian answers in a calm voice. "Good, I knew it." Then he continues without giving him room to breathe. "In that case, this is a matter we cannot overlook lightly." Inside, Lucian's real intention becomes perfectly clear. "I will teach you exactly what happens when you move your tongue carelessly, Sir Hendrik." Still failing to grasp how serious the situation has become, Hendrik asks what Lucian means. Lucian explains that if Hendrik had only intended to humiliate him personally, he might have simply let it pass. Keeping up his act, Lucian adds that the reason Hendrik and everyone else look down on him is due to his own shortcomings. He had forgotten his duty and wasted his time in vain, and he speaks of it with almost false humility. "How could I possibly reprimand you for that?" Lucian declares, as if being perfectly reasonable. But in the very next breath, his tone shifts. "However, that is a separate matter. If you, a knight, and my brother, the pillar of the Grand Duchy, are obstructing the discovery and recruitment of talent by spreading incorrect knowledge, then that is something I cannot ignore." Lucian argues that such misinformation could create cracks in the military strength of the Valdic knights, and in the strictest sense, it might even become a serious danger to the safety of the people living in their territory. As someone who bears the Valdic name, it is only natural that I feel outraged. While continuing the performance on the outside, Lucian thinks to himself that he has finally reached the true heart of the matter. Then Lucian turns his gaze back towards Sir Hendrik, who now stands frozen in place, fear written plainly across his face. Sir Hendrik. By now, the knight clearly understands just how dangerous the situation has become. Lucian lightly pushes him in the chest and gives him a cold warning. "You had better prepare yourself." With a threatening gaze, Lucian lets the final blow fall. "I intend to report this to my father and request an internal investigation." The moment those words leave his mouth, panic seizes Sir Hendrik completely. Wait. Hendrik thinks frantically. This boy used to tremble just from hearing my name. Why is he turning this into such a huge matter? No, this brat was always supposed to be like that. He was fragile, timid, and frightened like a newborn lamb. The Lucian standing before him now no longer looks like a lamb at all. In Hendrik's eyes, he feels more like a massive, threatening wolf stepping out from the darkness of the forest. At that moment, a gloved hand comes into view, calmly adjusting a ring set with a deep red gemstone. Then a new voice cuts into the commotion. "What is going on here to cause such a disturbance?" Sir Hendrik looks up in shock, his expression twisted with both fear and sudden relief. Lord Geordie Lucian, however, only smiles inwardly. Right on time, he thinks. Geordie Valdic, the second son, approaches with a cold expression filled with disdain. "Is it you again, Lucian Valdic?" Sir Hendrik immediately rushes toward Geordie, desperate to explain himself. "Second, young master, I will explain." He stammers in a panic, but his fear keeps tangling his words before he can form a proper sentence. "It is the situation right now, it is." Before Hendrik can continue making excuses, Geordie cuts him off with a brusque wave of his hand and a single sharp word. "Stop!" Geordie cuts him off at once, the corner of his mouth lifting into a cold, condescending smile. He makes it clear with that single look that he has no interest in hearing excuses or explanations from him. Then Geordie takes a slow step forward, closing the distance until he is standing far too close to Sir Hendrik. His presence presses down on him, and with a sharp, unwavering stare, he lowers his voice into a chilling whisper. "'Cause I saw that disgraceful behavior with my own eyes." The words land heavily, and Sir Hendrik's face twists in fear and humiliation as Geordie's rebuke continues without the slightest mercy. To be swayed by a child who has not even lived half as long as you. Honestly, it is beyond disappointing. Geordie's tone remains calm, but every word carries the sting of contempt. He places a firm hand on Sir Hendrik's shoulder, his fingers tightening just enough to make the warning impossible to ignore. Then, in a voice colder than before, he tells him to control his expression. At last, Geordie lets go, but instead of simply stepping back, he pulls out a handkerchief and wipes his hand as if touching Hendrik has dirtied him. Unless, he adds icily, you intend to place me in an even more troublesome position. After crushing Sir Hendrik with those words, Geordie turns away and begins striding toward the two people who have been watching everything unfold, his younger brother Lucian, and Lucian's servant, Hans. Hans is already pale with terror, trembling as he hides behind Lucian's back. But Lord Lucian, I think he's extremely angry. Hans whispers nervously from behind him, his voice shaking. Lucian, however, is nothing like his frightened servant. He simply watches Geordie approach with a faint, amused smile on his face. To Lucian, his older brother's expression is almost entertaining. His eyes narrow slightly with interest, as if he is enjoying a rare performance. Indeed, he thinks, this is quite the spectacle. This is Geordie Valdick, the second son of the Valdick family. A man considered a worthy successor of a long-standing noble house. In the eyes of many, he is the very image of aristocratic pride, a true noble among nobles. There are already rumors spreading that Geordie has begun recruiting people from outside the family because his influence has been weakened by the first son's rise. And Geordie did not even bother hiding it. He personally announced that he had brought those people in, making his intention obvious. If these new recruits prove useful, he plans to use them as pieces to shift the balance in the family's internal power struggle. Lucian keeps up the perfect appearance of respect and obedience. With a bright, polished smile, he faces his older brother and offers a graceful greeting. Greetings to my elder brother, Geordie Valdick. Geordie's face immediately turns sour at that greeting. Lucian's words are polite on the surface, but there is a faint chill beneath them, sharp enough to make the atmosphere between the brothers grow colder. It has been a long time, second young master. Have you been well? Lucian asks with flawless courtesy. But Geordie has no patience for empty pleasantries and quickly calls Lucian foolish, acting as if his younger brother's innocence is nothing more than an insult. Lucian tilts his head and asks what Geordie means by saying that all of a sudden. Then, still smiling, he reveals his own hand. As for the words exchanged between Sir Hendrik and me, I was watching everything with a smile. Geordie immediately throws the accusation straight at his younger brother. Did you truly dare to do something that damages the dignity of this family? Geordie demands. Lucian widens his eyes in a deliberately exaggerated show of surprise, as if the accusation has completely caught him off guard. Damage the dignity? Lucian repeats, his expression still innocent and curious. Could you explain it in a way that I can understand more clearly? Geordie begins speaking down to him, his tone dripping with superiority. He says that because it has been so long since Sir Hendrik withdrew from the front lines, there must have been some kind of mistake in judgment. He then points out that Hendrik's true mistake was using Geordie's name and creating unnecessary disorder because of it. For that, Geordie says, the knight cannot simply avoid responsibility. However, Geordie suddenly adopts the posture of a generous noble. He declares that he has no intention of reprimanding Hendrik, claiming that he understands better than anyone how loyal the knight has been, and how much blood he has shed for the Valdick family. By acknowledging Hendrik's service, Geordie seems to be showing respect to a faithful servant, but that very praise turns into a weapon. He casts a contemptuous glance toward Lucian, letting the contrast cut deeper before delivering his next blow. Unlike you, Geordie says, driving the words directly at Lucian. His verbal attack continues, without hesitation, as he points out that Lucian was someone who could not even endure sword training and ran away from it. Do you really think someone like you has the right to look down on him from above? Geordie lectures him openly. Lucian Valdick, before anything else, you must learn to show proper respect to the knights. A proud, arrogant smile spreads across Geordie's face as he turns his gaze over the knights gathered nearby. He appears to savor every second of the moment, as if he has already seized the crowd's favor. Because it is thanks to them, Geordie continues, sweeping one hand broadly toward the knights, that the Valdick family is able to exist. With that gesture, he emphasizes that the family's strength rests on the loyalty and sacrifice of these men. One of the higher-ranking knights steps forward and lowers his head, taking it upon himself to smooth over the situation. Everyone, I apologize on his behalf for today's disturbance. This was the mistake of an immature child, so please show generosity. Geordie's smile twists with deep satisfaction. Inwardly, he is completely pleased with how the scene has unfolded, thinking that he will personally take special care of his foolish younger brother from now on. Lucian's expression tells a very different story. A sly smile slowly forms on his lips, and behind that innocent face, his sharp, mercenary mind is already breaking down the entire situation. So this is the game you want to play, Lucian thinks. He understands Geordie's strategy clearly now. Even though the earlier insults had been directed only at Sir Hendrik, his brother is twisting the scene to make it look as though Lucian insulted the knights as a whole. In Lucian's mind, the pieces continue falling into place. Jordy is trying to turn a private conflict into a public offense against all the knights standing in the training yard. Not only is Jordy subtly provoking Lucian into saying something that would anger them further, but he is also using the moment to protect his own pride and save face. A nearly invisible smile touches Lucian's mouth as he decides to go along with the performance. Fine, Lucian thinks. I'll gladly give you that much. Then he begins his act, looking up at Jordy with a face full of false admiration. As expected of my elder brother, Jordy is caught off guard by Lucian's sudden change in attitude. For a brief moment, he can only stand there silently, one hand placed over his chest, while Lucian pushes forward with an even more theatrical speech. Although there was a misunderstanding between Sir Hendrik and me, the proper thing would have been for you to scold me for daring to insult you, elder brother. Then Lucian clutches at his collar as though overcome with emotion, his voice rising with exaggerated passion. But instead of that, to think you would grant me such precious teachings. As Lucian continues confessing his supposed verbal sins with far too much drama, Hans nearly loses his mind beside him. The servant whispers in desperate panic, "Young master, please, close your mouth." But Lucian completely ignores him and carries on with his false apology. In any case, I am deeply ashamed of myself for speaking such disgraceful words. Jordy watches the entire performance with a bright, satisfied smile, fully convinced that he has pushed Lucian into admitting defeat. Then Lucian raises his fist as if announcing a grand realization to everyone present. Thanks to my elder brother's benevolence, this younger brother has learned yet another valuable lesson today. Lucian turns toward the knights and suddenly calls out to his servant, "Hans, I must record my elder brother's teachings as soon as possible. Ordinary paper will not be enough. We should preserve them on the finest silk." Yet behind those absurd words, Lucian's true goal begins to surface in his mind. By using this, Lucian thinks, I'll erase the weak image people have of me. While Jordy continues smiling smugly, Lucian's thoughts move to the second part of his plan. And at the same time, I'll carve a clear presence into everyone's minds. Lucian's face twists into an almost feverish, manic expression as his inner declaration reaches its peak. The third young master from the past, the timid Lucian everyone thought they knew, no longer exists. Once the act comes to an end, Lucian's mask drops away in an instant. The exaggerated emotion vanishes, replaced by a chilling calm, and he turns as if to leave while asking Jordy a question that leaves him stunned. Therefore, I intend to take my leave now. Will you permit it? Lucian asks smoothly. Then, as he starts to walk away, he adds one final provocation that makes the divide between the brothers unmistakable. After all, there is no benefit for either of us in remaining together any longer. Jordy's composure finally shatters. Unable to process Lucian's open challenge, his anger bursts out. Damn it, it seems you truly aren't afraid. Do you think you can simply walk away like nothing happened? A close view of Lucian's golden eye reveals just how calm he still is. Without even flinching, he answers in a steady voice, reminding his older brother of one critical fact. You have forgotten something. Lucian then lays out his checkmate with quiet precision, forcing Jordy to face the fragile balance of power between them. Father is watching me very closely right now, and as for me, I have nothing to lose. The warning is subtle, but its meaning is unmistakable. Any scandal that erupts here would damage Jordy far more than it would hurt Lucian. Seeing Jordy fall into stunned silence, Lucian immediately understands that the situation has turned in his favor. Lucian calmly turns his back and begins walking away. Then I will take that as your consent, he declares. With one final dramatic farewell, he drags the still-shocked Hans away from the tense scene. I will take my leave now, elder brother Jordy. Then the mood suddenly shifts into something almost comedic as Lucian hurriedly urges his servant to escape. Hans, still panicking, screams after him. Young master, you're back. Back in the training yard, the silence becomes suffocating. No one dares speak for a moment. Sir Hendrik slowly approaches the furious Jordy with extreme caution, watching every movement as if one wrong word could set him off. His back? Who has his back turned, Sir Jordy? Sir Hendrik asks in a shaking voice, carefully watching Jordy from behind. He seems terrified, yet he still cannot help wondering whether allowing Lucian to walk away so easily was truly the right choice. Jordy gives him no answer at all, but that silence is far more frightening than any furious shout could have been. In the close view of Jordy's face, the rage simmering beneath his expression becomes impossible to hide. His golden eyes burn with a dangerous light, and every line of his face promises that this humiliation will not be forgotten. The tension of the training yard fades behind them as the scene moves to a quiet path leading away from the mansion. With each step, Lucian and Hans put more distance between themselves and the conflict they have just escaped. As they continue down the path, Lucian keeps his calm posture, walking as if nothing serious has happened. Hans, on the other hand, is completely shaken, his shoulders hunched as he keeps glancing around, afraid that someone might come chasing after them. At last, Hans cannot hold himself together any longer. He suddenly stops, looks back over his shoulder and breaks into a nervous sweat, his face filled with dread, as if he is already imagining the consequences waiting for them. Finally, Hans turns toward his master, unable to hide the tremble in his voice. Young master, will everything really be all right? His anxious eyes search Lucian's face for even the smallest reassurance. Lucian stops and quietly listens as Hans continues, his fear spilling out more and more. Hans reminds him that no one should underestimate Jordy's ruthless personality, especially when Lucian knows better than anyone what his older brother is like. Hans's fear finally bursts out completely, turning into a desperate, tearful cry. In his panic, he almost shrinks into some tiny frightened animal in his own imagination, already picturing the worst possible ending for himself. I'll definitely be captured by that terrifying mustache knight, and no one will ever find out what happened to me. Hans cries, trembling from head to toe. Lucian, still perfectly composed, simply tells him to calm down and pull himself together. Lucian's expression slowly grows more serious. Hans's fear stirs up a memory from his own past life as a mercenary, and he silently understands it. Only someone who has suffered under that kind of vicious temperament would truly know how terrifying it can be. Grim memory rises in his mind, showing him trapped in a desperate situation, possibly even imprisoned. He remembers the suffocating frustration of dealing with an incompetent superior who made everything worse, only to pretend afterward that none of it had anything to do with him. A bitter half-smile touches Lucian's face as he recalls just how miserable that feeling had been. Then his thoughts return to the present, and he looks down at Hans with steady calm. That will not happen, so hurry and get up. Hans looks up at him with tears still clinging to his eyes, but Lucian's voice remains firm. He assures him that a mere knight would never dare go that far, and even if someone tried, Lucian would not allow it. Lucian bends down toward Hans, who is still kneeling there in fear. His voice softens with an empathy that feels different from before. You have suffered a great deal because of me all this time. Around Hans, the moment feels warm and gentle, almost bathed in quiet light. Lucian thinks back on the mistakes made by the old Lucian, the foolish behavior that had forced others to bear the consequences. When a master acts like an idiot, it is always the people serving under him who end up suffering the most. With a gentle motion, Lucian pats Hans on the head. Especially since you are my personal attendant, it must have been even harder for you. Deeply moved by those unexpected words, Hans can barely whisper, "Young master." And at that moment, Lucian's expression sharpens with firm resolve. His gaze grows intense and unwavering as he prepares to make a promise. Looking directly into the eyes of the loyal servant who has stayed beside him, Lucian begins his oath. I will promise you one thing. From now on, I will never again let my foolish actions cause the people under me to be looked down on, humiliated, or forced to tremble in fear. His voice is steady, carrying the weight of a decision he truly means. That vow lingers beneath the open sky, quiet but powerful. For Lucian and Hans, it feels like the first clear step into a new beginning, one where the old weak image of Lucian will finally be left behind. Lucian then firmly takes Hans's hand, helping him rise while sealing that promise between them. In that simple gesture, a new bond of trust and protection begins to form. On a bright sunlit day inside the palace, Lucian and Hans walk side by side through the long corridors. The light pours across the polished floor, but neither of them speaks as they move forward. Their footsteps echo faintly through the hallway, each step sounding heavier than the last. The silence around them only makes the serious expressions on their faces feel even more noticeable. Ever since the incident at the training yard, an uneasy feeling has settled deep in Lucian's chest. No matter how calm he appears on the outside, he cannot shake the sense that something is coming. The palace has become far too quiet. Not peaceful, not comfortable, but dangerously quiet, like the stillness right before someone makes their move. Lucian knows Jordy, the second young master, better than most people do. A man like him would never swallow humiliation and simply move on. He is the type who always finds a way to strike back, and as Lucian tightens his grip around a folded sheet of paper, his suspicions are finally confirmed. His eyes scan the document one more time, and disgust openly fills his face. So this is the trick you have been preparing all this time, he mutters coldly, the paper crinkling slightly in his hand. Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting for this? Beside him, even Hans, usually timid, quiet, and careful with his words, can no longer hold back his anger. His fists clench tightly at his sides and he raises his voice, insisting that this is something they absolutely cannot let slide. Lucian turns his calm gaze toward him and asks whether he is ready. Hans does not hesitate for even a second. With his anger still burning, he answers immediately that he is. How dare he, Lucian says, his voice turning sharp and icy. How dare he touch my allowance? Hans shouts right along with him, fully sharing his master's outrage. Then Hans adds, just as furious, that his own salary has been cut as well. That single detail makes the insult feel even more personal, and the anger between them rises even higher. Lucian explains that the whole problem began with the budget plan he received that very morning. At first, it had seemed like nothing more than ordinary paperwork. It was supposed to be a simple day. He had planned to replenish his funds, purchase more moonlight grass, and stock up on the supplies he needed without any unnecessary trouble. That was how things should have gone. But the instant Lucian opened the letter, his expression froze in place. The paper slipped from his fingers and fluttered down to the floor, and at the very top, the words budget summary were printed in clear, unmistakable letters. There, written plainly in the document, was the result. Lucian's allowance had been slashed by 75%, an outrageous cut meant to cripple him directly. And Hans's salary had also been reduced by 30%. The moment Lucian understood that, one cold thought rose in his mind. That bastard. Lucian says it quietly, but the anger beneath his voice is unmistakable. Geordie, the second young master, has dared to lay his hands on Lucian's allowance. He has used authority as bait, hidden a trap inside the paperwork, and turned the budget itself into a weapon. Even in noble society, embezzlement is not some minor offense that can be brushed aside. It is a serious crime, one severe enough to be punished by execution. Soon they arrive at a private room. Lucian opens the door and steps inside, his mind already settling into a cold, clear state. The only reason this ridiculous power play succeeded was because there had been a gap in his defenses. After his mother passed away, Lucian had entrusted the management of his budget to someone else. At the time, it had likely seemed natural, but now that weakness has come back to bite him. That responsibility had once belonged to Dana, the former headmaid who had served him loyally for many years and handled those matters with care. But now, the authority that should have remained in trustworthy hands has somehow ended up with an entirely different person. Someone Lucian never chose himself. A woman steps forward inside the room and offers a polite bow, her posture neat and controlled as she presents herself before Lucian. She introduces herself smoothly, saying that this is the first time she has had the chance to meet Lucian face to face. Her name is Jenny, the newly appointed headmaid who has been assigned to replace Dana and take over the duties that once belonged to her. Jenny adds that she had wanted to greet him much earlier. However, at the time, Lucian had shown no intention of leaving his room, and a faint mocking smile appears on her face as she says it. With that same subtle edge in her expression, she remarks that his long period of seclusion finally seems to have come to an end. Hans immediately bristles at her tone. His face tightens, and he steps forward as if he cannot stand hearing her speak to his master with such thinly veiled disrespect. But before Hans can go any further, Lucian quietly raises one hand. The simple gesture is enough to stop him, and Hans forces himself to hold back. Lucian remains calm as he looks at Jenny and tells her plainly that she is wrong. His voice is controlled, but the faint sharpness in it makes the air in the room tense. Then Lucian lets a small smile appear on his face and says they will keep this conversation brief. After all, there is a far more important matter that needs to be addressed first. Lucian tightened his fingers around the budget paper until the edges bent in his hand. Then he held the document out in front of Jenny and asked her directly whether she was the one who had drafted this plan. For a brief moment, Jenny looked genuinely startled, as if the question had caught her off guard. But that surprise quickly faded. A smile spread across her face, and a second later she actually let out a laugh. She said she could not understand why Lucian had gone out of his way to summon her over something as insignificant as a simple budget matter. To her, the issue clearly did not seem worth this much attention. Then, without showing the slightest hesitation, Jenny admitted it. Yes, she was the one who had written the budget plan. She calmly explained that since Lucian had once granted full authority to the former headmaid, that authority had naturally been passed down to her after the position changed hands. In her view, she had only carried out the responsibilities entrusted to the headmaid's role. With a composed smile still resting on her face, Jenny added that this was originally work Lucian should have been handling himself in the first place, as if she were politely reminding him of his own neglect. Lucian's expression hardened ever so slightly, but he did not look surprised. He had expected an answer like this, and unfortunately she was not entirely wrong. Part of this mess truly had begun with his own carelessness. After accepting that fact, Lucian gave a small nod and said he understood. But even if that much was true, there was still one part of the situation that did not add up at all. In a calm voice, Lucian pointed out that most of the funds allocated by his father had been meant to raise the servants' wages. The purpose was to compensate them for the neglect they had suffered in the past. As those words left Lucian's mouth, the maids standing nearby began to tremble. Their eyes darted nervously from Lucian to Jenny, as if they were afraid of what might be exposed next. Then Lucian asked a question that was simple, direct, and impossible to ignore. If that is the case, he said evenly, his gaze growing sharper, then why was Hans's salary cut instead of raised? His voice stayed calm, but the pressure behind it made the room tighten. Isn't that far too blatant? Lucian pressed. Jenny, however, only smiled again, as though even that accusation was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. She put on a look of innocent surprise and claimed there must have been some kind of mistake. After all, she said, managing an entire household came with countless duties, and it was only natural for small oversights to happen. Then Jenny turned slightly toward the other staff members, her smile still fixed in place, and asked them whether they could testify to just how overworked she had been. Almost immediately, the surrounding staff began nodding one after another. None of them spoke with confidence, but every one of them moved as if they knew exactly what answer was expected. They awkwardly voiced their support, shifting the blame away from Jenny and onto themselves. One after another, they insisted it must have been a simple oversight, while Lucian remained quiet and watched the whole performance unfold. Then Lucian finally spoke. Enough. His voice was not loud, but it carried so much authority that it cut through the room instantly. The room fell silent at once. Even the faint rustle of clothing seemed to disappear as everyone froze under Lucian's gaze. Lucian stepped forward and said that while the body might belong to one master, The hands and feet were clearly moving under someone else's command. The meaning behind his words was sharp enough for everyone to understand. He started walking toward the door as though the conversation was already over. But just before leaving, he stopped, turned back, and fixed his eyes directly on Jenny. "I will ask you one final question," Lucian said, his tone quiet but dangerous. "Answer carefully." His eyes narrowed, making it clear that this was her last chance to choose her words wisely. "Do you even know who the master you were truly supposed to serve is?" The moment the question landed, Jenny's smile finally faded from her face. Her reply came back sharp and cold. "If you want an answer," Jenny said, no longer bothering to hide the edge in her voice, "then you will have to ask Lord Geordie." The scene then shifted away from the room and into a dark alley. The path stretched forward, narrow, damp, and gloomy, with shadows pressing in from both sides. Lucian walked through that alley with steady steps, his thoughts calm on the surface but ruthless underneath. He had already decided what kind of response this situation required. Rotten flesh had to be cut away if the body was going to survive, even if the process was painful. With each step, Lucian's heartbeat grew faster, and at the corner ahead, a rowdy bar came into view. Loud voices spilled out from inside and flooded the street. Lucian and Hans entered together, both hidden beneath cloaks and disguises. Hans glanced around the noisy interior and frowned at the sight before him. "I thought you said you were going fishing to calm your mind," Hans muttered, clearly unimpressed. This place does not exactly match that image. Lucian did not bother answering him. His gaze had already locked onto the center of the bar, where fighters were brutally brawling while the crowd roared around them. Spectators shouted bets, screaming for blood, victory, and the next decisive blow. Hans looked at the chaos. Then a faint smile appeared on his face as he leaned a little closer. "Well, it does look like the perfect place to catch a big fish." The two of them made their way through the noise and headed straight for the counter. Behind the counter, the bartender wiped a glass while eyeing them suspiciously. His expression was guarded, and he warned them that this was not the kind of place where shady figures could just linger around. Lucian did not waste a single word. He simply placed a heavy sack onto the counter, and the moment it landed with a solid weight, the bartender froze. Then Lucian removed his disguise, revealing himself without any hurry. In a calm voice, he asked why a gambling bar was suddenly acting so picky about the customers it accepted. He questioned whether the man even wanted to make money. There were several reasons Lucian had chosen not to deal with Jenny, the head maid, in a rash or careless way. First, Jenny was not an ordinary maid who could be handled without consequence. She was the daughter of the nanny who had raised Geordie ever since he was an infant. If Lucian moved against her too carelessly, it would only make the situation worse. Instead of solving the problem, he would invite unnecessary backlash and give Geordie another opening. Second, and more importantly, this entire situation existed because of Lucian's own mistake from before he fully understood his position after taking over this body. He simply had not known how to handle matters like this. Without fully understanding the consequences, he had handed authority away and allowed someone else to control an important part of his household. He had assumed that such an unreasonable situation could never happen. But reality had already proven that assumption completely wrong. Lucian now realized that this problem could not be dealt with by ordinary common sense alone. It was tangled deeper than that, required a proper response. And this time, Lucian had no intention of being lenient. More importantly, there was no way the Archduke was unaware of what was happening behind the scenes. In other words, cleaning up this mess was not only necessary, it was also part of a test. And if that was the case, then Lucian would show the Archduke exactly how he handled it. While those thoughts passed through his mind, the same staff member from earlier guided him deeper through the bar again and seated him comfortably at a table. Cards were scattered across the tabletop, their worn edges and messy arrangement showing clear signs of countless games that had already been played there. Lucian calmly picked up a deck of cards, his expression unreadable as he weighed them lightly in his hand. Since he had already come this far, he figured he might as well make some money while he was here. Before long, the man sitting across from Lucian was visibly trembling. A large crowd had gathered around the table, watching in stunned disbelief as they wondered just how many rounds Lucian had won in a row. His opponent was supposed to be an experienced gambler, someone used to reading people and controlling the table, but now he looked completely crushed. At last, the shaking man forced the words out. "I quit." Lucian casually rolled a coin between his fingers, letting it flash in the light as the defeated man hurried to pull himself away from the table. "This is only the beginning," Lucian said with an easy smile, as if the entire game had barely warmed him up. "Things are finally starting to get interesting, so why not stay a little longer?" But the man's face went pale at once, and he refused without hesitation, saying it would be much better for him to leave now. Beside Lucian, Hans stood completely frozen, both hands clutching his head in disbelief. He could not understand when his young master had gained such a terrifying talent for gambling. Lucian, clearly bored by the lack of proper resistance, leaned back in his chair with a relaxed air and casually propped one leg onto the table. "Next round," he announced calmly, sweeping his gaze over the stunned crowd. Is there really no one else here willing to play? He had originally come to this place to spread rumors and stir the waters, but so far the whole thing felt far too underwhelming for his taste. Lowering his gaze, Lucian thought that after taking this much money from them, it was about time for the real target to finally appear, and almost as if responding to that thought, the door opened. Lucian glanced sideways, his eyes shifting toward the entrance, and saw a man walking in while calmly adjusting the buttons of his clothing. The man wore a courteous smile, polished and harmless on the surface, but the instant he stepped inside, the entire atmosphere in the bar seemed to change. "Well, well," the man said smoothly, his voice carrying easily through the room. "It seems I failed to recognize someone important. Please forgive my late greeting." He came to a stop directly in front of Lucian, and lowered himself with practiced respect before giving his name. "My name is Hugo," he said, his smile still perfectly controlled. "I am the manager of this establishment." With a simple snap of Hugo's fingers, a butler appeared almost instantly at his side, as if he had been waiting for that signal all along. The butler bowed deeply to the room and announced that, due to unavoidable circumstances, the bar would be closing for the rest of the day. Immediately, servants began moving through the crowded room, repeating the same message and guiding the customers toward the exit one group at a time. They did not simply throw the guests out either. Each person was promised generous compensation on their next visit, softening the sudden inconvenience with careful courtesy. Then Hugo turned back toward Lucian and spoke with respectful ease. "This may inconvenience our other customers," he said, "but if Lord Lucian can enjoy his time here in comfort, then that is a small price to pay." Lucian smiled faintly at him. "It has been a long time since I last went out," he said. "You have sharp eyes." Then, as if making a casual observation, he added that such intuition was necessary for anyone who wanted to survive in this line of work. Hugo bowed once more and apologized again for greeting him so late. Lucian simply waved it off, saying that he had only come here for a change of pace and had no need for excessive formality. Hugo's gaze drifted toward the table, where coins had been piled up in a towering stack. He admitted that it was truly astonishing, since it had been a long time since he had seen any guest build a pot like that. Then Hugo looked back at Lucian and spoke again, his tone still polite. "May I ask something? If you would allow it, I would like to be your opponent." Lucian met Hugo's gaze directly, while Hugo returned that look with a calm smile that revealed almost nothing. "I would not stand a chance against the young master," Hugo said modestly. "But as the manager of this place, I have picked up a few small tricks over the years. At the very least, it should help pass the time." At that moment, Hans stepped closer to Lucian and whispered in an urgent voice, "Master, we should go home. We have already won more than enough, and I have a very bad feeling about this man." Hans had seen plenty of frightening figures inside the palace, but Hugo's presence felt different from any of them. It was truly one of a kind, sharp and unsettling in a way Hans could not easily explain. Lucian gave the faintest nod, silently acknowledging that his attendant's instincts were not wrong. Hans had not become Lucian's personal attendant for nothing. And with just one glance at Hugo's hands, Lucian already understood exactly who this man was, the Black Shark. Hugo. Lucian remembered that name clearly from his previous life, though back then the man had been far rougher and much more dangerous. He was more ruthless, more brutal, and destined to become a name that would one day shake the entire underground world. Hugo's path had begun in the dark back alleys of the city, where survival itself depended on strength, nerve, and a willingness to get blood on one's hands. With nothing but brute force and cunning to rely on, he had crushed every obstacle that stood in his way and clawed his way upward. From there, Hugo expanded into gambling, smuggling, and even contract killings. Eventually, he became the king of the night, ruling 5 territories from the shadows. Later, when the empire fell into instability, he would exploit the chaos, declare himself a baron, and reappear on the surface as one of its warlords. But for now, Lucian noted, Hugo was still only a rookie. Even so, that did not make him harmless. If anything, it made him even more dangerous. Lucian's lips curved into a faint smile. Today, Lucian had come to this place for one reason, to catch that shark before it could grow any larger. As the cards were spread neatly across the table, Lucian suggested that they keep the game simple and easy to follow. Hugo agreed immediately, and then he removed any upper limit on the betting. "I cannot allow the young master to become bored after coming all this way," he said. He spoke with flawless politeness, and the moment Lucian heard it, his expression brightened with clear satisfaction. "Finally," Lucian said, looking genuinely pleased, "someone who understands me." Behind him, Hans only grew more anxious, his unease deepening by the second. Hugo maintained his courteous smile, but inwardly, he had already dismissed Lucian as nothing more than a spoiled noble brat, relying on the power of his family name. What Hugo did not realize was that the polite words they had just exchanged would soon become the very foundation of his own downfall. As the dealer prepared the cards, Hugo judged that the timing could not have been better. Even though his plan involving the gambler's losses had not gone exactly as expected, he still gave the table a subtle tap with his finger. Dealer noticed the signal immediately, catching Hugo's meaning without needing a single word. Hugo believed that someone like Lucian would only sink deeper the more he lost, chasing his pride and throwing in more money with every round. He intended to devour Lucian down to the bone across the table, however. Lucian simply beamed with cheerful innocence, as if he had not noticed anything strange at all. Hugo, growing slightly suspicious of that relaxed smile, asked whether something was wrong. Lucian answered casually that it was nothing, but before they began, he said there was one question he wanted to ask. Hugo assured him with a smooth smile that he would answer honestly. Lucian leaned back in his chair, a faint smile resting on his lips as he studied the man across from him. "Although this is the first time we have met," Lucian said, "I have to admit that I have already taken quite a liking to you. After all, a leader can be judged simply by looking at the people under him. To manage an operation of this size, even if it exists outside the law, is no simple achievement." Lucian's tone remained light, but the praise carried a sharp edge beneath it. "And if you had truly crossed the line beyond recovery," Lucian continued, his eyes steady on Hugo, "you would have been eliminated long ago." Hugo's smile stayed perfectly polite on the surface, but his shoulders stiffened for the smallest moment. "I understand my position," he said carefully, choosing each word with caution. "I always make sure not to offend those above me." Lucian let out a soft chuckle, as if Hugo's tension amused him. "There's no need to be so stiff. Even though I come from the Valdic family, we're not so rigid that we can't hold a normal conversation." He lowered his eyes to the cards in his hand for a brief moment, then asked in the same relaxed tone, "So, when are you planning to begin large-scale production?" The instant those words landed, Hugo froze. "What?" Hugo's expression tightened before he could fully hide it. "What are you talking about?" Lucian only smiled faintly and leaned back in his chair, as if he had already expected that response. "Don't pretend you don't know?" Lucian's gaze sharpened as he looked straight at Hugo. "I've already seen the signs." Then he spoke the word that made the entire room feel colder. "Illegal drugs." The moment Lucian said it, the air around the table grew heavy and suffocating, as if every sound in the room had been swallowed at once. Even the servants standing nearby began to sweat, their faces stiff with nervous tension, as they realized what Lucian had just brought into the open. Hans stiffened beside Lucian as well, his eyes widening in unease. He had expected danger, but not something this serious to be exposed so suddenly. Hugo sat frozen in place, his body going rigid as though an invisible blade had been pressed against his throat. Still trying to hold himself together, he forced a smile and cautiously asked what Lucian meant. He tried to act as though he had misunderstood, insisting with a careful voice that he had never heard of anything involving illegal drugs. Lucian did not answer right away. Instead, he calmly placed more coins onto the table, one deliberate movement after another, making the silence feel even more unsettling. "There is no need to keep pretending," Lucian said softly. "I heard you clearly. Asking again will not change anything." His tone was gentle, but it left no room for escape. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Lucian's lips, and in that moment, he quietly revealed the truth Hugo had been trying to bury. Hugo had been commissioned by the Marcus Logren family to spread illegal drugs through Valdic territory and destabilize it from within. The accusation hung over the table like a sharpened blade. Lucian's gaze turned cold as he waved one hand lazily, yet with absolute certainty. "For a Marcus family to give such cheap and reckless orders," he said, his voice cutting straight through the tension. "There is clearly no respect behind it. Some lines should never be crossed, and this one has already been stepped over." Lucian's eyes stayed fixed on Hugo. "Wouldn't you agree?" Hugo could not answer. Sweat slid down his face, and his breathing slowly grew uneven. Across from him, Lucian's calm eyes bore into him without wavering for even a second. "I will admit one thing," Lucian continued after a brief pause. "There is something almost impressive about your nerve. Smuggling illegal drugs into another city, especially into Valdic territory, takes a certain kind of audacity. But the praise was as sharp as a knife, because the moment anything goes wrong and you are caught, everyone connected to Valdic will tear you apart. No one will hesitate. Not a single person will show you mercy." The pressure in the room thickened until it felt hard to breathe, while Lucian silently watched the chaos building behind Hugo's eyes. For Hugo, failure at this point meant only one thing: death. His plan had been exposed before it could even begin, and the opponent sitting across from him was none other than the Valdic family, one of the most dangerous forces he could have provoked. Under normal circumstances, this operation should have stayed hidden for another 2 full years. By then, the reports about the drug distribution would finally have reached the Grand Duke, and Hugo would have already fled the city. But Lucian's knowledge from his previous life allowed him to spot the danger before it grew beyond control. At last, Hugo forced out a shaky response. His voice was strained as he claimed that all of this had to be a misunderstanding. Lucian's lips curled faintly. He repeated the words slowly, almost tasting them. "A misunderstanding? Then tell me, what exactly has been misunderstood?" Trembling under Lucian's stare, Hugo insisted that he was nothing more than a small-time shop owner barely scraping by. He swore that dealing drugs would make no sense for someone like him, and that someone jealous of his success must have spread a false rumor. He even claimed that if Lucian gave him the chance, he would personally find the source of the rumor. But Lucian cut him off with a cold smile. "A false rumor?" he repeated, sounding almost amused. "Just like the flour mill you run is supposedly an ordinary shop, and the underground passage beneath it is merely a secret escape route leading outside the castle. Lucian leaned back slightly, his eyes never leaving Hugo. This is the last question I will ask you. What stage are you at right now? Hugo was completely stunned. No words came out. Sweat poured down his face and his body trembled as the full weight of Lucian's knowledge crushed every excuse he had left. The silence stretched between them, thick with dread. Lucian's calm, unwavering gaze stayed locked on Hugo, leaving him no space to hide behind lies any longer. At last, Hugo collapsed back into his chair, his body shaking. For one fleeting moment, the panic in his mind cleared, and the truth became painfully obvious. Lucian knew everything. He knew about the fake shop, and he even knew about the secret passage beneath it. At this point, making excuses was completely meaningless. Then a dangerous thought flashed through Hugo's mind. Should he kill him? The servants around the room immediately sensed the shift in the air, and one by one, they began to move. Their hands edged toward their weapons. After all, a noble who arrived without guards could, in theory, be cut down in the middle of a conversation before help ever came. But before Hugo could act on that thought, Lucian's voice sliced through the tension, cold and sharp. Think carefully before you make a foolish move. The chip in this gamble is your own life. Behind Lucian, Hans trembled, fear written clearly across his face, as he realized how close the room had come to erupting. Hugo's clenched fist slowly loosened. Lucian's words forced him to remember how much effort, blood, and risk it had taken for him to climb to this position. What kind of idiotic thought was that? Hugo scolded himself inwardly. Attacking a successor of the Valdic family would be no different from begging for death with his own hands. His mind raced through the consequences if he were caught, and the more he imagined it, the clearer it became that the punishment waiting for him would be far worse than a quick death. Slowly, Hugo closed his eyes and released a long breath. In that moment, he chose survival over pride. Lowering his head, Hugo begged Lucian to spare him. There had to be a reason Lucian had come in person, instead of simply ordering his execution from the beginning. If Lucian had truly wanted him dead, Hugo's head would already be rolling across the floor. Realizing that, desperation completely overtook him. "If you tell me to be a dog," Hugo said, his voice trembling as he lowered himself even further, "then I will be a dog. If you order me to bark, I will bark without hesitation. If you order me to crawl, then I will crawl." The instant Hugo said those words, every servant in the room dropped to their knees as well, desperately pleading for mercy. Lucian remained silent for a single heartbeat, letting their fear settle over the room. Then he slowly rose from his seat. Keeping a dog like this around did not sound like a terrible idea. What Lucian needed now were hands and feet he could actually use and trust. Relief rushed through Hugo's body the moment he sensed that chance. Hugo thanked Lucian again and again, bowing his head repeatedly as he swore that he would obey any order without the slightest hesitation. Lucian stepped closer to him, his presence calm but heavy. Then just as suddenly he stopped in place. "Simply keeping you as a hunting dog sounds a little boring," Lucian said thoughtfully. After all, Hugo was not the kind of man who would remain satisfied with that role forever. He gently set one hand on Hugo's shoulder, making Hugo freeze for a second. Then in that quiet room, he asked a question no one there had expected to hear. "Do you want to try becoming a knight?" The instant those words reached him, Hugo's eyes opened wide in disbelief. For a brief moment, even the air in the room seemed to stop moving, and no one dared to speak. Every gaze in the room shifted toward Hugo at once, locking onto him. Because becoming a knight was not just some random idea to him, it had once been the dream he held tighter than anything. It was something he had chased with everything he had, almost desperately, as if his whole life depended on it. But over and over again, the cold weight of reality had crushed that dream beneath his feet. No matter how much effort he poured into training, and no matter how sharp his skills became, nothing ever seemed to truly change for him. In the end, he had always been forced to put his life on the line for someone standing above him, serving a master who could discard him at any moment. To the nobles, he was nothing more than a tool that could be used until it broke, then thrown away without a second thought. And his low birth had always stood before him like a wall that could never be climbed. So when that question echoed in his ears, Hugo could only repeat it inside his mind. Did he want to become a knight? Hugo lowered himself until his forehead pressed hard against the floor. Then, with a voice trembling from years of buried longing, he answered that if such a chance truly existed, he would even sell his soul for it. He begged Lucian to tell him that it was possible, and without even a moment of hesitation, Lucian gave him his answer, swearing it on the honor of the Waldig family. Lucian told him that as long as he held on to integrity and honor, and as long as he never brought shame upon himself in the future, the status of an emir would never be allowed to stand in his way. Then Lucian leaned in a little closer, his voice lowering until it sounded gentle, yet impossible to disobey. He had one final question for Hugo. Did he want to live as a human being, instead of being treated like a tool? At that moment, something Hugo had not felt in years slowly began to rise inside his chest. It was faint at first, almost unfamiliar, but there was no mistaking it. It was hope. A few days later, inside the palace, the servants were gathered together in one place, their faces tense and their eyes filled with curiosity about why they had been called. Before long, Lucian appeared at the front of the room, taking his place where everyone could clearly see him. He sat there with an almost lazy confidence, one leg casually resting on the table, while Hans and Hugo stood quietly behind him like two silent pillars. Lucian slowly turned his eyes toward Hugo, and in a calm but unmistakably commanding tone, he told him to introduce himself. Hugo's body tightened for a brief instant, but he quickly steadied himself, clasping both hands behind his back with disciplined control. Then he stepped forward and spoke in a composed, measured voice. "I am Hugo," he said, making his new position clear. "Starting today, I will be assisting the Lord." As he finished, a sharp but restrained smile touched his face, like a hunter silently studying every movement around him. "I look forward to working with everyone," Hugo added smoothly. Sometime later, still inside the palace, Lucian remained seated at the center of the room with a calm expression, as if everything was unfolding exactly as he expected. The servants stood around him in a wide semicircle, watching him carefully. And Lucian brought his hands together with a light clap that instantly drew their attention. "Now that the introductions are over," he said evenly, his voice neither loud nor hurried, "bring the headmaid in." One of the servants flinched slightly, hesitation spreading across his face as he failed to hide his unease. He could not stop himself from asking why the headmaid needed to be summoned so suddenly. Lucian simply raised a finger and swung it casually, as though the answer should have been obvious. "The headmaid needs to greet me," Lucian replied, his tone relaxed, but the meaning behind his words left no room for argument. For a brief second, his thoughts returned to the previous day, when the headmaid had scolded him openly without showing even the slightest restraint. That kind of behavior could not be allowed to happen again. No matter how busy she claimed to be, the servants needed to report properly first, and Lucian intended to make that rule clear. Lucian quietly watched the servants' faces, taking in every nervous glance and small shift in their posture with a calm, almost curious look. Just as he expected, the servants were clearly uneasy. The one who had questioned him glanced around nervously and muttered for everyone not to do anything reckless, while another quickly agreed, saying they could not afford to be dragged into trouble. At that moment, Lucian understood that their fear had already grown too deep. Simple words would never be enough to move people who were this frightened. In their eyes, he probably looked like a weak and disposable figure, like a rotten rope no one wanted to rely on. If that was truly how they saw him, then he would have to make them understand the truth in a way they could not ignore. Then one servant stepped out from the middle of the room, speaking with careful politeness. "Please, Lord Lucian, you have to consider our position. Lord J pays special attention to the headmaid." He continued, his voice carrying helplessness, asking what authority mere servants like them could possibly have in a matter like this. The moment he finished speaking, the others immediately began to join in. They nodded one after another, murmuring their agreement and begging Lucian to understand why they were afraid. Why would he deliberately fan the flames? It was what they kept asking, their voices overlapping as they said they only wanted to leave quietly, just like before. As the room grew noisier and more restless, Hans finally could not hold back his frustration any longer. He clenched his teeth hard, his anger pushing his voice higher as he shouted for them to get a grip. His eyes flashed with the fury he had been trying to suppress. Hans reminded them sharply that the true master of this palace was Lord Lucian, not the second master, and the man they were all cowering before was Lord Geordie. Hugo had been watching everything from the side in silence, a faint smile resting on his lips. Then he stepped forward with calm confidence and told Hans to leave this matter to him. After that, Hugo turned his eyes toward the servants and his voice became sharp, cold, and perfectly controlled. He told them that harsh words were wasted on people like them because they were not the kind who would listen just because someone spoke. Then Hugo turned back toward Lucian and said that he had already figured out what needed to be done. Lucian lifted an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of interest crossing his face as he asked if Hugo already had an idea. Hugo's expression chilled as he answered. Handling people who did not know their place was simple. Loyalty could be beaten into them, even if the method might be a little rough. He then asked for permission to proceed. The servants' faces lost their color as the meaning behind Hugo's words sank in, while Lucian listened in silence before letting a faint smile rise on his lips. Lucian thought to himself that Hugo truly was quick on his feet. That was exactly the quality that made him worth recruiting. And in a way, luck had been on their side, because Hugo had been caught early while the drug operation was still only in its 9th stage. If things had advanced any further, even Lucian might not have been able to step in and change the outcome. So he placed a hand on Hugo's shoulder and gave him permission, because this was precisely the result he had been hoping for. With a faint look of satisfaction, Lucian watched Hugo prepare to move. A dangerous, almost villainous smile curved across Lucian's lips as he spoke, telling Hugo not to worry. He told Hugo to give them a proper show. Hugo answered in a calm and steady voice that he would follow Lucian's command, and the moment the servants heard that, a cold shiver ran straight down their backs. They stood frozen in place, their eyes locked on Hugo as he began walking toward the servant who had stepped into the middle of the room. As Hugo came closer, the servant finally understood just how heavy his presence felt. Standing before Hugo was like being a tiny ant, staring up at a massive wall with no way around it. Even so, the servant forced himself to steady his breathing and calm his shaking nerves. After all, he told himself, Hugo was only an outsider, a newly recruited subordinate, so he clenched his teeth and tried to hold his ground. The servant finally forced himself to speak, his voice tight, as he warned Hugo not to take another step without understanding what kind of situation he was walking into. Then he added with a strained attempt at confidence that if Hugo truly wanted to survive, he should hurry up and choose the side with real power behind it. Hugo's icy gaze lowered onto him, sharp enough to make the servant's skin crawl. In a quiet voice, Hugo asked if he had any idea just how cruel the people protecting him truly were. But the servant only scoffed, desperately trying to hide the fear rising in his chest. The servant sneered back that surely Hugo was not foolish enough to throw away his life over a few coins, as if that alone should make him back down. Hugo's hand slowly tightened into a fist. He murmured that those were truly pitiful last words, and the servant frowned in confusion, barely managing to ask what he meant before Hugo moved. In the next instant, Hugo's punch drove forward with frightening speed and brutal precision, leaving no room for the servant to react. The servant's body was sent flying across the hall before crashing hard onto the floor with a sickening thud. His face swelled almost immediately, twisting out of shape as his consciousness slipped away like water draining through open fingers, and the entire hall dropped into stunned silence. Hans stood frozen where he was, the color slowly draining from his face as he stared at what had just happened. The other servants instinctively pulled back in fear, making space as Hugo calmly walked past the collapsed body, as if he had merely stepped over an obstacle. At last, one servant could no longer hold it in and shouted, though his voice shook with both terror and anger, saying that Hugo had gone too far, and that this kind of violence was completely unacceptable. He insisted that even if the young master had brought Hugo into the palace, Hugo had no right to behave like this. Hugo slowly turned toward him, his gaze heavy with irritation, and told him to listen carefully. In a low, dangerous voice, Hugo said he had more than enough authority to act, because his specialty was teaching insane fools who did not understand their place. The servants shrank back without thinking, their bodies reacting before their minds could catch up. Then, only moments later, the deep sound of heavy footsteps began echoing through the hall. Before anyone had time to react, the large doors at the far end of the room were suddenly thrown open with a force that made everyone turn. Two servants dragged someone inside between them, and it was none other than the headmaid. She fought against their grip with all her strength, shouting for them to let her go. She snapped at them furiously, demanding whether they really thought they could get away with treating her like this. One of the servants barked back for her to shut her mouth and follow quietly, saying that if she still could not understand the situation, then she truly was foolish. Rage flared in her eyes, and she whipped her head toward him, but the moment her gaze shifted fully into the hall, the words she was about to spit out suddenly died in her throat. On both sides of the room, servants were kneeling with bruised faces and trembling bodies, completely subdued. Near the window, Lucian stood with his back turned to everyone, calmly looking outside as though nothing unusual had happened at all. One servant hurried forward and reported that, just as instructed, they had brought the headmaid before him. Only then did Lucian slowly turn around, his expression perfectly composed, with a faint smile resting lightly on his lips. "So, she's finally here," he said, in an almost casual tone. He added that he had only asked the servants to bring her over, though it seemed they had become a little too enthusiastic along the way. The shock on the headmaid's face lasted only a moment before it twisted into blazing fury, her eyes burning as she stared at him. She demanded to know exactly what the meaning of all this was, her voice sharp enough to cut through the frozen hall. Then she asked if he truly believed he could get away with such behavior. She forcefully tore one arm free, raised it in threat, and warned that Lord Geordie would never allow this to stand. A cold command cut through the air, telling her to stand. The headmaid straightened her posture at once, forcing herself to look composed as she sharply said that if Lucian stopped now, he would make sure that everything that happened today ended right there. But Lucian only smiled, completely unbothered, and calmly asked who had ever said anything about ending this, before reaching toward the table and picking up a whip. He wrapped both hands around it firmly, and as he lifted it, the leather gave off a soft creak that made the tension in the room grow even heavier. Lucian looked at her evenly and said that this was only the beginning. The moment the headmaid saw the whip in his hands, the confidence she had been clinging to cracked apart. Blood drained from her face, her lips began to tremble, and she hurriedly stammered that he could say whatever he wanted. She quickly took back everything she had said earlier. But Lucian's smile disappeared, replaced by a cold, emotionless stare with no hesitation and no trace of mercy, as he quietly told her that today, she would die right here. In that instant, one word seemed to hang over the entire space like a blade: execution. And this was not a word Lucian used lightly. Execution had existed since ancient times as a deliberate form of punishment, carried out in front of others to make them understand the consequences with their own eyes. It was efficient, cruel, and impossible to forget, because an execution always came with a reason that everyone in the room could understand. It had a clear target, a clear purpose, and most importantly, it carved fear deep into the hearts of those watching. For Lucian, that alone was enough. At the same time, Lucian began walking straight toward Jenny, each step steady and unhurried. Instinctively, Jenny took a step back. The two of them locked eyes, standing face to face in a silence so complete it felt unnatural. A strange, airy calm settled between them, but it was heavy enough to make the room feel frozen, as if even breathing too loudly would shatter the moment. Even though Jenny tried to keep her face steady, the tension in her expression was impossible to hide. Her lips parted and she spoke again, forcing her voice to stay firm. "With this," she said, "I can inform the Grand Duke that the weak, worthless third prince no longer exists." Lucian gave her no answer. Instead, he simply lifted one hand and made a calm gesture. A servant immediately came to his side, and the meaning behind Lucian's order was clear to everyone present. He wanted Jenny to be taught properly and painfully how a servant was supposed to stand before her master. Without hesitation, the guards moved in, seized Jenny, and forced her down. Her knees struck the floor with a dull, heavy thud, and the pressure on her shoulders did not loosen as they held her firmly in place. Even then, Jenny still refused to panic, lifting her head just enough to speak again. "Young master," she said, her voice low and controlled, "you should think this through carefully. You said you would kill me, but if you so much as harm me, do you really believe Lord Geordie will stay quiet?" There was almost no fear in her tone, only a cold and strangely indifferent calm. Then she continued slowly, making every word deliberate, adding that her mother was Lord Geordie's wet nurse. And because she was that wet nurse's child, Jenny claimed that, technically speaking, she was like a sibling to him. The words hung heavily in the room, dangerous and bold. It was a single sentence meant to challenge everyone there and stop them from taking another step. After listening to her, Lucian finally responded, asking if that was all she had to say, and noting that even in her final moments, she was still repeating the same thing. As Lucian spoke, his voice grew colder by the second, the sharp chill in his tone unmistakable. He asked if bringing up her brother even while she was dying was not simply pathetic. Then he told her that if she had anything else left to say, she had better say it now. The moment Jenny heard that, her body froze, and the confidence on her face shattered in an instant. Her eyes widened as her entire expression changed. For the first time, real panic flashed clearly across Jenny's face, cutting through the arrogance she had been trying so hard to maintain. Jenny tried to speak again, desperately reaching for the same name as if it could still protect her. "Like I said, Lord Geordie," but before she could finish, Lucian stepped closer, closing the distance until the pressure of his presence alone felt suffocating. "Do you?" he asked quietly. "No." Lucian looked down at her without the slightest trace of sympathy, his voice steady and merciless as he continued. It seemed Jenny had seriously misunderstood the situation because he already had more than enough reasons to kill her. He listed her crimes one by one, insulting a noble, neglecting her duties, inciting others, embezzling funds, and more. His gaze sharpened like a blade as he reminded her that she had forgotten her place simply because she had grown up under the same wet nurse. Lucian leaned forward just slightly, enough to make the weight of his words press even harder on her. "Do you really believe that Geordie, the name you keep throwing around, can save you?" His tone sank colder as he said that. At most, Geordie would only be able to beat him a few times. Once that small outburst was over, the entire matter would end there without changing Jenny's fate in the slightest. Then, with a cruel calm that made the whole room feel colder, Lucian added that things could become even worse for her. He let the words stop there, allowing the silence to become more terrifying than any direct threat, before saying that if his father stepped in, Geordie would not even be able to do that much. Lucian paused for just a brief moment, then corrected himself with a colder edge in his voice. Rather, his father might even reward him, and as he spoke, the expression on his face slowly began to change. Whatever small trace of warmth had been left in his eyes disappeared completely, replaced by something colder and far more ruthless. Because in Lucian's eyes, he was not crossing a line, he was properly dealing with a troublesome person. His eyes locked firmly onto Jenny as he reminded her that Geordie was only one of the heirs, just like the person standing in front of her. Each word landed heavier than the last as he told her that he had already given her a chance, but Jenny was the one who had chosen this ending for herself, and by now her hands were trembling so badly she could no longer hide it. Fear surged up from deep inside her chest and swallowed all the arrogance she had been clinging to. Her breathing became uneven, panic finally breaking through as she cried out in desperation that she had been wrong, begging the young master to forgive her. Lucian gave her no answer. He did not hesitate, and he did not waver. His expression remained perfectly calm, and then, in the next instant, his energy erupted as he attacked, telling her to blame her own bad luck. The strike landed, and blood spilled across the floor in a horrifying splash, far more than anyone expected. As Jenny's body went limp, the silence that followed became absolute, and the scene shifted away from that blood-soaked room. Outside the residence, chaos broke out as Prince Geordie charged forward at full speed, racing toward Lucian's estate with his knights rushing closely behind him. His breathing came out ragged and uneven as he shouted that this could not be happening. His thoughts raced wildly, because only a few days earlier Lucian had been the one forced to back down. Lucian had been the one who endured humiliation at Jenny's hands, yet now that same man had suddenly gone mad, even declaring that he would kill her. Geordie clenched his teeth as dread twisted tighter around his heart. Something about Lucian had clearly changed, and a terrible feeling told him he might already be too late to stop it. As he kept running, Geordie's thoughts only grew darker. That was not the only strange part. To prepare for this kind of situation, he had already stationed servants at the separate estate where Lucian lived, and his breathing grew heavier with every step. Those servants should have stopped Lucian before things reached this point. But if the situation had already become this serious, then there was only one conclusion, and by now Geordie had already reached the door of the room. His body was exhausted, sweat running down his face as his legs trembled from the sprint. At the same time, the realization struck him like a blade. Lucian had taken control of the servants. Before Geordie could think any further, one of the knights stepped forward and tried to calm him, saying that the report had to be wrong, and that the young master should take a moment to settle himself. Another knight quickly agreed, insisting that someone like Lucian would never dare lay a hand on anyone. A third knight joined in as well, trying to reassure Geordie as they hurried along. Besides, they said, Lucian was afraid of Lord Geordie. Geordie exhaled sharply and told himself they were right, that the report had to be false. But even as he said it, anger churned violently inside him until a sharp, piercing scream suddenly tore through the air. The scream was filled with unmistakable agony, echoing clearly from inside the room. Geordie's expression froze on the spot, and in that instant he understood exactly what had happened to Jenny. Inside the room, blood dripped slowly onto the floor, one heavy drop after another. The whip in Lucian's hand was stained, making it clear who had delivered the punishment. Blood marked the scene around them, trailing down and pooling beneath Jenny as Hugo held her firmly in place with overwhelming strength. She struggled weakly against him, but her resistance was completely useless. Even after witnessing all of this, Lucian showed no reaction at all. His expression did not shift, and his breathing stayed calm and even. To him, the bloody scene in front of his eyes changed nothing. He stood there cold, still, and unmoving, like an executioner who had already handed down judgment. And in that moment, one thing became painfully clear. Whatever fear Lucian once carried was gone now, and in its place, only absolute control remained. Seeing everything unfold before his eyes, Geordie finally snapped. Rage exploded from him as he shouted, demanding to know what the hell Lucian was doing. Lucian only turned his head slightly, his face calm. He looked almost bored as he coolly asked what had brought his esteemed brother all the way here. Then Lucian added that he was sorry, but he was busy right now, so Geordie should come back later. His voice hardened almost immediately after that, declaring that today he would tear out the root of this rebellion. Without hesitation, he ordered Hugo to put Jenny back on her feet. Hugo answered instantly, calling him master, while Geordie whipped around toward his knights and shouted with fury for them to save Jenny at once. The two knights rushed forward immediately, charging straight toward Lucian to free her, but before they could take another step, Lucian spoke again in an icy, merciless voice. He warned them that if anyone came within 3 feet of him, Hugo was to slit Jenny's throat. Those words sliced through the room like a blade. Jenny froze completely, terror swallowing her whole as her body stiffened, and fear seemed to close around her throat. Lucian continued in the same calm, unwavering tone, saying he would take full responsibility. The moment those words left his mouth, both knights stopped dead in their tracks. They halted at almost the exact same spot, confusion twisting across their faces. They could not decide whether to move forward or stay still, because no matter how urgent the situation was, they could not ignore their master's command. From the other side, Hugo's low voice rolled through the room, dark and chilling enough to make everyone's skin tighten. He said there would be no chance for Jenny to survive if anyone tried anything. He told Lucian to leave it to him, and as he spoke, the knife was already pressed firmly against Jenny's throat. One wrong movement, one careless step, and everything would be over. Jenny, already battered and barely holding herself together, became even more terrified. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she turned her head just slightly, tears streaming down her face while she called out weakly and desperately for Lord Geordie. That sight only poured fuel onto Geordie's fury. His voice erupted through the room, filled with uncontrollable rage as he demanded how Hugo dared to do something like this. Geordie threatened that Hugo's head would not be the only one taken. His entire family would be executed and hung from the city walls. But Hugo did not flinch at all, answering calmly in a voice that remained steady and emotionless. He said that would never happen. The simple certainty in those words struck Geordie like a blow, making his eyes widen in disbelief, as he demanded to know what Hugo had just said. Hugo replied without the slightest hesitation that his master was Lord Lucian, and any order not given by his master meant nothing to him. His resolve did not shake as he continued. Whatever happened from that point onward, if it was his master's order, then carrying it out was Hugo's duty. As Hugo spoke, his expression stayed firm and unbending, like iron that could not be moved. Watching him, Geordie's hands began to tremble violently, rage flooding through him so intensely that it nearly stripped away his reason. Grinding his teeth, Geordie roared Lucian's name and demanded to know what Jenny had done to deserve being treated this way. Lucian answered coldly, still holding the whip in his hand, saying that she had insulted her superior, defied orders, and interfered with financial matters. He said he had simply given Jenny the punishment she deserved. Then Lucian glared at Geordie, fury burning in his eyes as he asked whether Geordie truly could not tell the difference between duty and personal emotion. Those words only made Geordie angrier, his chest heaving and his whole body shaking. But even then, he could do absolutely nothing. That helplessness burned more painfully than any wound. At that point, the situation inside House Waldig became clear. The current first in line for succession was the young master, Tristan Waldig, and between the two brothers beneath him, a fierce struggle for power had already begun to take shape. In other words, the rivalry between them was no longer a simple disagreement. It had grown into a deeply entrenched, two-sided conflict inside the family. Till the day Lucian made his decisive move, that fragile balance of power would remain unstable. For now, the most important task in front of him was obvious. He needed to strengthen his own faction and secure it firmly. But right now, his reputation had just suffered a devastating blow, and that damage would not be easy to ignore. Geordie had been humiliated in front of everyone by Lucian, the brother he once dismissed as someone who could never threaten him. And after losing his loyal knight, Sir Hunter Pacaria, Geordie could only clench his jaw as the pressure tightened around him. If he failed to protect Jenny now, someone who served him as closely as his own hands and feet, then his standing would be shaken at its very core. This single failure would inevitably become a turning point. From that moment on, distrust would begin spreading among the people who followed him. Geordie's fist tightened in frustration, because the truth was painfully clear. He was completely trapped, with no path left to escape. With no other choice remaining, Geordie was forced to yield. From where he stood, he finally surrendered and shouted that Lucian had won, ordering him to let Jenny go. The moment those words left Geordie's mouth, one of Lucian's men broke into a smug smile, while Geordie's own followers were left staring in stunned disbelief. The young servant standing beside Geordie could not hide the shock and despair on his face as he watched his master admit defeat, and the reason behind that surrender was Jenny, Geordie's loyal maid. Hugo, the man Lucian had brought in, was holding Jenny hostage with a dagger pressed tightly against her neck while she trembled and cried in terror. Lucian, the one who had arranged this entire humiliation, stepped away with an air of complete superiority. A malicious smile spread across his face as he mocked Geordie's surrender. He said it was not even funny, then asked if Geordie truly believed a single word of surrender would be enough to sweep everything under the rug. Lucian continued pressing the accusation, speaking as though Jenny's crime was already undeniable, claiming she had plundered another person's precious livelihood. His eyes gleamed with open contempt as he scoffed at his brother's attempt to settle the matter. Did Geordie think his tongue was coated in gold simply because he was a noble? Then Lucian turned toward Geordie with biting sarcasm, pretending not to understand. "What are you talking about, brother? Winning?" Geordie ground his teeth in fury as Lucian continued his little performance, calmly insisting that he had only fulfilled his duty as the third young master. Besides, Lucian added, embezzlement was a crime no one could escape from, no matter their status. He stomped his foot against the floor, making his authority ring through the hall. If they simply covered this up and moved on, what would everyone think? Lucian looked at his defeated brother and spoke with the false passion of someone pretending to uphold justice. Since his respected brother was begging so desperately, Lucian claimed he would love to end the matter there. But the sinister smile spreading across his face made his real intentions painfully obvious. With an expression full of fake regret, Lucian delivered the final blow, saying that unfortunately, he lacked the proper justification to let this matter go. Geordie clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his suppressed rage nearly bursting out of him. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, he finally demanded to know Lucian's price. He snapped at Lucian to stop beating around the bush and speak plainly, because he wanted to know exactly what Lucian was after. Before revealing his outrageous demand, Lucian first hinted at the punishment waiting for Jenny. He lifted the whip and coldly said that since ancient times, those who laid their hands on another person's property had often received punishments like this. Jenny trembled in terror, and when Lucian demanded that several times the supposedly stolen amount be returned as compensation, Geordie could only clench his teeth in powerless fury, completely humiliated. Lucian stood surrounded by the glitter of gold coins, smiling triumphantly as he mocked his brother. With that smug look still on his face, Lucian asked Geordie what kind of price he had expected to pay. The scene then shifted to the majestic palace of the Grand Duke, the true center of power within House Waldig. Inside a luxurious study, the man who ruled the family, Grand Duke Waldig, waited with a stern and calculating gaze. As the father of Lucian and Geordie, the Grand Duke watched everything unfolding within his domain, from the shadows of absolute authority. Later, Chief Butler Edwin appeared before the Grand Duke to deliver his report, explaining how the incident had ultimately been resolved. The Grand Duke looked over the written report with an expression that revealed nothing. Then he fixed his loyal servant with a piercing stare and asked whether the contents of the report were truly accurate. Chief Butler Edwin bowed respectfully and confirmed that he had personally verified everything. Then he began explaining the humiliating outcome for the second son, saying that Master Geordie had paid young Master Lucian. The compensation amounted to 10 times the original sum involved, and Edwin also added details about how quickly Lucian had acted afterward. He reported that young Master Lucian had recruited an outsider named Hugo, who swiftly eliminated the spies planted inside his annex. The Grand Duke listened in silence as the report neared its end. Because of Lucian's actions, his annex was now guarded more tightly than any other area. The Grand Duke turned his gaze toward the window, where Lucian's reflection seemed to overlap with his own. Quietly considered the bold moves his youngest son had made, his expression thoughtful as he evaluated the sudden shift in the family's internal balance of power. After hearing the full report, the Grand Duke reached a decision and gave the order to summon his son before him. He spoke in a low, firm voice, telling Edwin to bring Lucian in. The doors opened soon after, and Lucian stepped into the study like a man entering a lion's den, presenting himself before his father. The Grand Duke turned to face him, his expression carrying the weight of authority and sharp scrutiny. Lucian stood in the vast study while the tension between father and son thickened in the air. Almost immediately, he sensed that something between them had changed. He wondered silently what this feeling was, because his father's gaze felt completely different from the way it had before. For the first time, his father was truly looking at him as a player in the family's struggle. Then the Grand Duke spoke first, his voice carrying unmistakable authority. He said Lucian had caused quite a stir recently. Lucian, however, remained calm and replied that it was nothing extraordinary. He had merely disciplined servants who failed to recognize their own master. The Grand Duke placed one hand on his desk, his gaze growing harder as he pointed out that, as a result, Lucian had disgraced his brother. Then he challenged him directly. He warned Lucian that Geordie would not forget this humiliation for a long time, then asked whether Lucian was truly prepared to bear the consequences. From across the room, Lucian's answer came as cold and firm as steel. He said there was nothing for him to handle. With unwavering confidence, Lucian justified everything he had done as a simple matter of restoring the proper hierarchy. Standing straight, with a defiant smile, he framed his ambition as duty. He said that if he avoided such an obvious responsibility simply because he feared retaliation, then he would have no right to claim the name of Waldig. The Grand Duke listened silently to his son's bold declaration, as Lucian added that he had merely made a decision that would not bring shame upon their family name. A faint smile appeared on the Grand Duke's face, as if he were either impressed or amused by the audacity of his youngest son. Then the Grand Duke laid out the rules of the succession struggle, revealing the family crest as though he were opening the board for a much larger game. He told Lucian that if Geordie continued to provoke him, then Lucian was free to strike back. With those words, the Grand Duke officially gave Lucian permission to fight for his place. But that freedom came with a harsh condition, and Lucian listened carefully as his father continued. The Grand Duke warned him that if the conflict escalated too far and caused damage to the family, he would side with Geordie regardless of who was right or wrong. Lucian was visibly taken aback by such an unfair and biased condition. In disbelief, Lucian blurted out, extending a hand as he tried to question his father's logic. "Father, what the hell?" But the Grand Duke cut him off at once, his expression almost mocking. The Grand Duke looked at Lucian, as if his reaction itself was strange. "Why are you so surprised?" he asked, before laying out his reasoning with cold clarity. Geordie might have a reckless streak, but over the years he had still made real contributions to the family. Then he contrasted that directly with Lucian's own past, the image of his once weak and idle self hanging heavily between them. Unlike Geordie, Lucian had spent an entire year doing almost nothing, wasting time while others worked. As the head of the family, the Grand Duke said, choosing the son who had actually contributed was only natural. Lucian fell silent for a moment, quietly absorbing the weight of his father's ultimatum. But then, instead of shrinking back, a sly smile slowly began to form on Lucian's lips. He had caught the deeper meaning hidden underneath his father's words. To Lucian, that was not simply a restriction meant to hold him down. If he was reading it correctly, it sounded more like an order to crush his brother beneath him and rise higher. His father's next words only seemed to confirm that interpretation. He told Lucian to build his strength and become someone useful to the family. Once he reached that point, the answer to his question would reveal itself. The message behind it was unmistakable. Lucian had to prove his own worth. And with his sharp mind, Lucian quickly began piecing together the situation. He realized his father was deliberately increasing the pressure on him, using that sense of crisis to push him forward. And if the Grand Duke was speaking so firmly, then there had to be a deeper reason behind it. That could only mean the structure of the succession would be decided soon. As that conclusion settled in, a confident smile spread across Lucian's face. He understood the game his father was playing perfectly. And instead of fearing it, he found it almost amusing. His father wanted him to move quickly and seize the opportunity before it slipped out of reach. Lucian found himself wondering, with a faintly ironic smile, whether all fathers were this manipulative with their sons. Then he reached into his jacket and pulled out a document, thinking that if his father cared so deeply about him, he might as well live up to those expectations. Drawing the Grand Duke's attention again, Lucian called to him and boldly placed the document on the desk. "What if I've already prepared my move?" Then, with a triumphant smile tugging at his lips, Lucian added that it was not just any move, but a very big one. Without warning, Sigmund snatched the paper from his son's hand, his movement sharp enough to cut through the tension in the room. The instant his fingers closed around it, he crushed the document into a tight ball, then tore it apart without the slightest hesitation. The torn fragments scattered down to the floor like pale snow, but the atmosphere only grew heavier. An overwhelming authority radiated from Sigmund as he demanded to know whether the contents of that report were truly accurate. If this was nothing more than a foolish, overzealous attempt to pretend at public service, then Lucian needed to admit it immediately, before the matter went any further. Sigmund's voice remained calm, but every word carried the weight of a command that left no room for lies. Lucian did not flinch. He met his father's gaze directly and answered evenly that there was not a single falsehood in the report. Under Lauren's guidance, the investigation had already moved far beyond its earliest stage. Several insiders connected to the drug distribution had been secured, and the evidence they provided was strong enough to be verified right away. At that instant, a vast blue aura erupted from Sigmund's body, flooding the entire study with crushing pressure. Lucian's instincts reacted before his thoughts could even catch up. His body stiffened at once, every muscle tightening as if an invisible mountain had dropped onto his shoulders. Sigmund's expression darkened, and his eyes sharpened into something that felt almost like a death glare. The name Bernhard rose in Sigmund's mind. The shameless son of a marquis. Fury surged through him as he thought of the audacity it took to let such filth contaminate the lands of House Waldig. The pressure in the room only grew stronger. Sweat streamed down Lucian's face, and his breathing became strained under the unbearable weight pressing down on him. Every breath felt heavier than the last, but Lucian recognized the sensation almost immediately. This was not simply anger pouring out of his father. This was a test. It was the same invisible weight carried by those who protected the Empire, the force wielded by the sword of House Waldig, and the overwhelming presence of its master. Lucian knew that if this continued for much longer, his body might give out completely. Even so, he forced his racing heart to steady, and asked permission to make one final point. Sigmund paused, studied him in silence, then gave a short nod, allowing him to speak. Lucian explained that even if they reported the truth to His Majesty, Marcus Logren would simply cut off every loose end and escape responsibility. Every illegal act had been handled through the upper layers of the organization, which meant there was no direct evidence tying it back to Logren himself. And even if Imperial authority tried to dig deeper by force, the Emperor's concern over factional conflict would inevitably lead to arbitration instead of decisive punishment. In the end, the crimes committed against House Waldig would be reduced to nothing more than a financial loss. Lucian stated calmly that losing money alone was nowhere near enough. A crime of this scale demanded a much heavier price. Silence settled across the study. Sigmund observed his son closely, genuinely surprised by the sharpness of Lucian's insight. He wondered when this boy had learned to read the movement of power and consequence so clearly. After a brief pause, Sigmund asked Lucian to explain exactly what he had in mind. Lucian then revealed that he had already secured a way to keep the enemy from slipping away. Earlier, an insider had surrendered to him, and that man was not a simple underling. He possessed a noble title, was deeply trusted by Logren, and had risen to an executive position within their ranks. At that, Sigmund remembered the chief butler's earlier report about Lucian recruiting an outsider named Hugo, and understanding began to dawn on him. That meant Hugo had to be the insider Lucian was talking about. As the pieces fell into place, Sigmund realized the current situation matched the third scenario he had once considered. It was a path he had hoped would never need to be used, yet now it seemed impossible to avoid. Lucian's plan was exactly what Sigmund had anticipated. He intended to use the traitor as bait and turn the entire situation into a reverse trap. From Logren's point of view, it would be unthinkable that the very executive managing the drug operations would ever betray them. Lucian had carefully arranged every detail so the negotiation would appear to be moving smoothly, without even the faintest hint of danger hiding underneath. It meant it would only be a matter of time before Logren's core figures were forced to step into the open themselves. Sigmund admitted that this strategy could not be dismissed lightly, but he immediately pointed out its greatest flaw. The entire plan depended on one single variable: a man who had come from the back alleys. Sigmund said human nature could never be trusted completely. A person with that kind of background would always be unreliable, and walking even one step beside such a man was dangerous. Lucian fell silent for a moment, letting his father's warning hang in the air. He answered calmly that he was not placing his trust in the man himself. What he trusted was the man's desire, and that desire was a burning ambition. Hugo wanted to become a knight, to spread his name across the empire, and to carve proof of his existence into history. Sigmund was struck by how familiar those words sounded. They were old words, almost forgotten, tied to something Sigmund himself had once believed in. Lucian explained that a dream like that was powerful enough for any man to cling to with obsession. He had chosen to believe in that dream, just as he had done in his previous life. To Sigmund, the reasoning sounded sentimental, but there was a sincerity in it that could not be ignored. That sincerity explained why Lucian was willing to stake so much on this gamble. Sigmund then asked what Lucian would do if everything failed. Lucian answered without hesitation. He had no intention of running from responsibility. If there was a mistake, it would be his alone to bear, and he was prepared to pay the price himself, even if that meant putting his own title on the line. After hearing that, Sigmund finally gave his decision. Once Lucian's body had fully recovered, he was to report to the training ground. Lucian accepted the order immediately, without a single word of complaint. Then Sigmund revealed what would come after that. making it clear that Lucian's next trial would begin the moment he stepped onto that training ground. He would take Lucian under his own guidance and personally pass down the Lion's Heart sword to him. With that single decision, Lucian was no longer just the third son standing at the edge of the family. He had now been officially recognized as one of the candidates who could inherit the household. Night settled quietly over the estate, wrapping the grounds in a heavy, still silence. Inside his chamber, Sigmund stood alone by the window with a document in hand. Pale moonlight poured through the glass, stretching across the floor and softly lighting the shadowed corner of the room. The head butler stepped inside without making a sound, then lowered himself in a deep, ashamed bow. In a strained voice, he lamented that something so disgraceful had happened in Melheim, the very center of the Valdic family's power, right under their own watch. Sigmund stopped him before the apology could go any further and placed the responsibility on himself instead. He admitted that he was the one who had ordered the butler to devote all attention to the border situation, and because of that, the defenses inside their own house had grown weak. The fact that his third son had uncovered the truth before anyone else was not something they could call skillful management. In Sigmund's eyes, it had been nothing more than luck. Bernhard's plan had been built with extreme care, designed from the beginning to slip past ordinary detection. The head butler then added that Bernhard had never been chasing simple profit or more land. His real purpose had been far more poisonous. He wanted to drag his master's honor through the mud. Sigmund gave a quiet response, agreeing with that judgment. In his eyes, Bernhard had planned to keep this incident hidden until the right moment, then use the family's disgrace as a blade pointed directly at him. Sigmund believed Bernhard's final intention was to turn the incident into leverage when dealing with His Majesty. As he reflected on it, his expression darkened, realizing that the Marquis had become so blinded by fear for his own safety that he could no longer see the true state of the Empire. After a moment, Sigmund shifted the topic to Hugo, the man who was now standing at the side of his third son. The head butler explained that, on the surface, Hugo was known only as a gangster who controlled a gambling house, but the truth beneath that reputation was far more impressive. Hugo was actually the leader of a newly formed organization that had already sent waves through the underworld. He was not the kind of man who would casually bow his head and serve someone else. The head butler had even gone to meet Hugo himself in private, and Hugo had informally welcomed him as a subordinate. Remembering that, the butler could not hide his admiration as he praised how astonishingly much the young master had grown. Sigmund softly repeated the word growth, as though weighing its meaning in his mouth. His thoughts naturally turned to Hugo, a man who had survived in a world ruled by schemes, cruelty, and sharpened instincts. Someone like Hugo could never have lived this long by trusting empty promises in that harsh underworld. A man that sharp and ruthless would have been crushed long ago if he lacked the judgment to recognize what was truly valuable. And Hugo had seen something in Lucian. He had recognized Lucian's potential and found in him the image of a lord worth staking his life on. That one fact alone said more about Lucian's value than any ordinary praise could. Sigmund then told the head butler that although this was happening earlier than he had originally intended, he had decided to open the path for his third child. Lucian had already shown abilities that could no longer be brushed aside or ignored. The head butler immediately understood just how heavy those words were. This was not simple approval from a father. It was a declaration that could change the entire future of the household. Sigmund then added that, starting the very next day, he would begin passing down the family's visions to Lucian. The head butler's expression softened into a small, approving smile as he said it was a proper and decisive choice. Then, with a careful tone, he asked whether Sigmund had already selected a swordsman to instruct the young master. Sigmund answered without hesitation, saying that Lord Æson was to be summoned. The moment he heard that name, the head butler's body stiffened, and shock flashed across his face. Sigmund calmly remarked that it would be a shame to let such a fine horn break apart from old age. If anything, this opportunity would become a meaningful new chapter in Lord Æson's life as well. When Hans heard that Lucian had officially become a successor candidate, he completely lost control of himself. Laughter burst out of him uncontrollably, even as tears streamed down his face. Those two emotions tangled together so chaotically that it was as if his heart could not decide whether to celebrate or break down, overwhelmed by what he had just learned. He kept shaking his head and repeating over and over that this could not possibly be some kind of joke. Every time Hans opened his mouth, he repeated the same point, almost like he was trying harder to convince himself than anyone else. Lucian had truly become an official successor candidate. At last, the strength drained from his body, his hand slipped from his knees, and he collapsed onto the ground, sitting there in plain sight while crying without even trying to hide it. Lucian, clearly annoyed by the dramatic reaction, tried to shut it down with a firm voice. He reminded Hans that he had already confirmed the matter several times, then demanded to know how many more times he needed to say it before Hans would finally believe him. When it became clear that Hans was only spiraling further instead of calming down, Lucian turned his gaze toward Hugo and told him to deal with the kid. Hugo stepped forward at once, lifted Hans up as if it required no effort at all, and asked him to calm himself in a respectful but steady tone. Then he explained that considering the young master's abilities, this result was only natural. Looking toward the road, Lucian would walk from this point forward. Hugo added that it would not be proper for a senior who served as the young master's right-hand man to be shaken this badly by such news. Those words struck Hans like a sudden blow. Hans froze on the spot as the meaning of those words slowly sank in. He had just been acknowledged as the right-hand man. The shock lingered across his face for a moment before a clear smile began spreading over it. A wave of unmistakable pride rose inside him. Still, Hans tried to play it off, giving an exaggeratedly casual shrug as though the title were nothing worth making a fuss over. After a brief pause and a light gesture of his hand, he tried to downplay himself, saying that although he had served the young master longer than anyone else, he was still lacking in many ways. With someone as outstanding as Hugo standing beside them, Hans claimed there was no way he could boldly take that position for himself. Hearing that, Hugo smiled with calm composure and remarked that Hans was as humble as ever. He added that such modesty was exactly what one would expect from Senior Hans, and Hans smiled back at him. Then Hans teased Hugo in return, asking why he kept saying things like that, and mockingly calling him the left-hand man, Junior Hugo. Watching the two of them trade remarks so naturally, Lucian smiled quietly to himself. Experience really did make a difference. Their calm, their understanding, and the effortless balance between them were on a completely different level. After that brief thought, Lucian crossed his arms and spoke to Hans in a more serious tone. He said that what Hugo had mentioned earlier was not wrong. Before the matter was officially announced within the house, it only made sense to inform the two of them first, and the reasoning behind that decision was sound. As Lucian spoke, his eyes moved toward Hans, who still looked visibly thrilled and could barely keep his excitement under control. Observing that reaction closely, Lucian's thoughts began to grow more measured and analytical. Hans was timid by nature, and his physical frailty could easily become a weakness in the wrong situation. Even so, Lucian could clearly see that Hans genuinely cared about him. More importantly, Hans had the grit to stay firmly at his side, even when circumstances were harsh and completely unfavorable. That loyalty and endurance were qualities Lucian did not overlook. Lucian continued judging him in silence. If Hans gained more experience, matured further, and eventually became capable of handling the household's internal affairs, then one day he could become a rearguard more dependable than anyone else. And Lucian's gaze naturally shifted to Hugo, and there was no hesitation at all in his mind. Hugo's abilities were not something that needed to be questioned. The only thing left was to open the proper road for him and help him become a knight. Once that happened, Hugo's talents could be drawn out to their fullest, allowing him to stand beside Lucian in the future as a powerful sword that served him directly. With that thought settled, Lucian renewed his resolve. From this point onward, what mattered was not gathering more people, but choosing carefully and raising the right ones properly. One by one, he only needed to build them up the right way. As that decision became firm in his heart, the scene moved forward to the next morning within the peaceful castle. Warm sunlight spilled through the quiet halls, passing through the tall windows and stretching deep into the castle's interior. Lucian stood there alone with his eyes closed, his breathing even and calm, while his thoughts drifted far beyond the present moment. Before he even realized it, his mind had wandered back to the memories of his previous life. They were memories of the time when he had searched every corner of the continent, chasing after one single goal with relentless determination. What he had pursued back then was the true essence of the ancestors' martial arts, a power said to raise the very realm of swordsmanship itself. Those teachings were built around sword forms, structured paths of mastery that guided how a swordsman grew and advanced. Among all of those forms, there existed a higher realm that stood a full step above the rest. It was known as the advanced sword forms. But no matter how desperately he struggled, no matter how many hardships he endured, and no matter how deeply he lowered himself, even living like a dog just to survive, what he ultimately obtained was still far from the power he had been seeking. He had never obtained the advanced sword forms he had yearned for so desperately. In fact, he had not even managed to reach the intermediate sword forms that were usually reserved for knight captains. What he had barely managed to get his hands on instead was only a weakened, degraded version, the kind of form meant for apprentice knights who were still standing at the entrance of the path. And to be honest, for someone like him, a mere mercenary without noble blood, even being allowed to learn any kind of sword form at all had once been almost impossible. Just being granted the chance to touch a sword form should have been considered nothing short of a miracle. But even after receiving that miracle, the reality waiting for him had still been brutally unforgiving. People weaker than him continued to climb higher simply because they had status behind their names. They were allowed to learn higher-ranking sword forms, and one after another they passed him by. On the battlefield, they crushed him with techniques he could not imitate, could not understand, and could not properly defend against. Every time that gap kept him from protecting the members of his squad, the thirst inside him dug even deeper. His desire for sword forms never disappeared. Instead, it sharpened, twisted, and burned more painfully until it became a torment that followed him constantly. As those old memories rose back to the surface, Lucian clenched his fist without even noticing it. His knuckles tightened as if he were trying to grab hold of something that had always slipped just beyond his reach. But now, fate had placed a completely different opportunity into his hands. This time, someone like him had been given the chance to reach something far beyond what he once thought possible. It was something only a successor candidate of House Valdic and the closest aides around them could ever hope to touch. An ancient sword form, a true legacy, one that surpassed even the advanced sword forms he had once chased so desperately. The Lion's Heart Sword. Even the name alone carried a weight that pressed heavily on the heart. The sheer scale of that swordsmanship filled Lucian with awe, and before he knew it, a tight electric tension began building through his entire body. The training had not even started yet. The time scheduled for him to learn it was still a little ways off, but his excitement was already rising so strongly that he could barely contain it. Lucian let out a quiet, almost self-mocking smile when he realized that he had been pacing around since dawn without even noticing. He had been so restless from anticipation that his body simply refused to stay still. Admitting that to himself, he decided he needed to calm his mind before the lesson began. Slowly, he lowered himself to the ground, crossed his legs, and allowed a gentle smile to settle on his face. As he began circulating his energy, his thoughts naturally turned inward. In his previous life, he had learned swordsmanship without any proper order or system. There had been no teacher guiding him, no foundation laid out for him, and no clear path to follow. All he had possessed were stolen techniques, scattered fragments of knowledge gathered from wherever he could survive long enough to seize them. Because of that, he had never once had someone he could truly call his master. But that realization did not leave him bitter. Instead, his smile deepened just a little. To live a second life and receive such a chance was something truly extraordinary. Yet Lucian did not know that he was not alone. Some distance away, hidden quietly within the shadows, a figure was watching every movement he made with calm, unwavering focus. Time passed in silence before the watcher's identity finally became clear. It was Sir Eisen himself. A faint smile slowly appeared on Eisen's face. He watched the young master sitting there in composed silence, his gaze steady and thoughtful. In Eisen's eyes there was quiet approval, and within his mind one clear impression began to surface. A considerable amount of potential was already beginning to take shape. Some time had passed since Lucian sat down, and yet he had not wavered even once. His posture remained stable, his breathing stayed even, and there was not the slightest trace of hesitation or imbalance in him. As Sir Eisen continued observing, he started noticing certain details that stood out more and more. There were subtle qualities in Lucian's composure and control that could not simply be ignored. They were the kind of traits that deserved close attention. Eisen found himself thinking that guiding Lucian would not only be meaningful, but might also provide a brief bit of amusement for him as well. Back when Sigmund had listened to the request calmly, he had acknowledged that if the Duke himself had spoken so highly, then Lucian's talent could not possibly be ordinary. But Sigmund's thoughts had gone even further than that. To him, this was not a matter that could be explained by simple talent alone. What had truly surprised him was Lucian's mindset. It was something completely unexpected, something that could not be measured only through sword skill, noble blood, or natural ability. Sigmund believed that Eisen would understand the weight of those words the moment he saw Lucian with his own eyes. And now, time returned once again to the present. There stood the great sword saint, Eisen Breitner, watching Lucian with a sharp and steady gaze. From a distance, he continued observing without a word, his eyes never leaving the young man. Slowly, a proud smile began forming on his face. That expression showed that he had recognized more than just Lucian's talent. He had also seen Lucian's unwavering resolve and the extraordinary inner strength beneath his calm surface, qualities that could never be created through training alone. A sword saint was an existence born only when a person pushed their circulation to the absolute limit, refining both body and mana to the furthest possible edge. It was not merely a title people used out of respect. It was the summit reached only by those who had mastered every known sword form and carved their names at the very peak of the blade's path. Throughout the Empire's long, blood-stained history, figures like that had been spoken of with reverence, almost like gods walking among ordinary swordsmen. And now, that very kind of being stood in front of Lucian. For a brief moment, Lucian almost forgot how to breathe. He stayed rooted in place, his eyes widening and his lips parting slightly as that immense presence settled over him. The pressure was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. It was not violent or suffocating, not like the killing aura of a veteran who had crossed countless battlefields. Instead, it felt calm, vast, and endlessly deep, like standing beneath a boundless night sky. It was overwhelming, yet strangely tranquil. A living legend stood close enough to touch, and the man offered Lucian a gentle smile filled with quiet dignity. Then he placed one hand over his chest and bowed. He said that it had been some time since they last met, and that their previous meeting had been several years ago during his Grace's birthday celebration. From that day onward, he would be the one instructing Lucian. His name was Eisen Breitner. Lucian's expression tightened at once. So this was the man Hans had mentioned that morning. Hans had said his instructor would be a knight who had served the Valdic family since the previous generation, but he had left out the most important detail. This man was the sword saint. Lucian immediately mirrored the gesture, placing his own hand over his chest before bowing deeply. He said it was an honor to receive instruction from the sword saint, and that he looked forward to his guidance. Eisen lightly waved one hand, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He said that such a title was nothing more than an undeserved name placed on an old man. Besides, Lucian was now a successor candidate. He added that Lucian should not lower his head so easily. Lucian straightened at once, his posture composed and firm, and answered that he would not lower the dignity of his family. But that did not mean he should neglect proper respect. Setting aside status and position, Eisen was someone worthy of being treated with honor. For a heartbeat, Eisen simply studied him in silence. Then Eisen let out a soft laugh and told him that if he insisted, then he could do whatever felt comfortable to him, young master. Lucian inclined his head slightly and thanked him for understanding. The warmth in Eisen's expression slowly faded, replaced by a sharp, focused look. Eisen then said they should begin the training immediately, without wasting any time. Lucian stepped forward and replied that it sounded good. Eisen gestured toward the outdoor training grounds. Sunlight was spilling across the wide perimeter of the grounds when Eisen looked toward Lucian and asked whether the young master would like to run around the perimeter. The moment those words left Eisen's mouth, Lucian dropped straight into a runner's stance, his body lowering and coiling with readiness. He looked prepared to launch forward at any second and asked if he should start right away. Eisen blinked, visibly caught off guard by the immediate response. He quickly told the third young master to wait a moment. Lucian straightened again, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he asked if something was wrong. Eisen looked at him carefully and asked whether he had no questions at all about why he was being told to run or what purpose this exercise was supposed to serve. Lucian answered with a small, relaxed smile. Of course he was curious, but if Eisen had given the order, then it had to be necessary to Lucian. That simply meant there was a reason Eisen had chosen not to explain it yet. Lucian placed one hand firmly over his chest, and when he spoke, his voice carried a steady conviction that did not waver. A student receiving instructions simply had to follow. To him, the master's words were enough. That answer made Eisen's gaze sharpen slightly, because the clarity in Lucian's eyes was completely different from what he had seen in other young masters. There was no hesitation in him, no injured pride from being given such a simple command, and no childish demand for an explanation. What remained in his eyes was only a pure, straightforward longing for the sword itself. A faint smile slowly curved across Eisen's lips as he finally understood. So this was what the Duke had been talking about. With that realization settling in, he nodded and told the young master that they would begin. The instant Eisen finished speaking, Lucian shot forward like a streak of lightning across the training ground. Excitement surged through his entire body as he ran, the wind slicing past his ears while his feet carried him faster and faster. From above, Eisen watched him closely without missing a single movement. With both arms folded behind his back, Eisen continued observing in silence. Lucian's speed did not weaken at all. If anything, with every lap around the grounds, he only became faster. His strides grew lighter and smoother, each step flowing into the next with an almost effortless rhythm. It looked as if the ground itself were pushing him forward from beneath his feet. Even while running, Lucian's thoughts remained sharp, calm, and completely deliberate. There was another reason he had obeyed without asking questions. This run was not just ordinary training. It was an evaluation, a test meant to judge whether he had the qualifications to become a disciple. In his previous life as a mercenary captain, Lucian had used the same method before. Back then, he had often tested new recruits in exactly that way. He would give them a task that looked simple and almost meaningless, then watch how they reacted, how they thought, and whether their resolve could hold under pressure. Lucian had already shown his attitude through his answer. Now there was only one thing left for him to prove his tenacity. So he decided that he would keep running until his body finally collapsed. Just like that, an hour quietly passed. Lucian's brows drew together ever so slightly. Something felt strange. He had been running non-stop for all that time, and yet the fatigue he expected still had not come. Instead of exhaustion weighing him down, a strange lightness spread through his body. Every breath came easily, without strain, and every step felt almost weightless beneath him. His speed climbed even higher until faint afterimages began trailing behind his body like flickering shadows left in the air. None of it made sense. He had done nothing special to rebuild his body, aside from consuming mass-produced nectar. Recently, his only real activity had been light walks. By normal logic, he should have been drenched in sweat by now. From above, Eisen's expression gradually began to change. This run had only been meant to measure Lucian's general physical condition. Eisen had not expected much from him in terms of raw bodily ability, and yet there was not a single drop of sweat visible on Lucian's skin. His breathing remained steady and calm, as smooth as the surface of a still lake. Even a knight would struggle to maintain mana output at that intensity for so long. A flicker of concern passed through Eisen's eyes. Could it be? The moment that suspicion took shape, Eisen descended toward the training grounds without delay and ordered Lucian to stop, ending the run there. Lucian halted immediately and turned back with clear confusion on his face. A small sound of surprise slipped from him. He asked if something had happened. Eisen stared straight at him, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through the surface, then called him the third young master. Eisen told him there was one question he needed to ask. The method Lucian had used earlier that morning to calm his body and mind was not meditation, it was circulation. Lucian nodded without trying to hide it. If Eisen was talking about what he had done in the indoor training hall, then yes, it had been circulation. He added that there was nothing better for clearing one's thoughts. The moment Eisen heard that, he froze. A thin layer of sweat formed along Eisen's brow. His suspicion had been correct after all. He stepped closer to Lucian, his voice firm but carefully controlled. He apologized first, then said that he needed to examine Lucian's physical condition, and that even if something felt strange, Lucian must not move. Eisen placed one hand on Lucian's shoulder and carefully guided his mana into the young master's body. Slowly and with absolute care, he began tracing the internal flow inside Lucian. He followed the pathways of circulation with the precision of a master craftsman inspecting a priceless blade, checking every subtle movement and every hidden current. A tense silence passed. Then Eisen's eyes widened with disbelief, as if he almost feared what his own examination had just confirmed. Lucian had already reached the very end of circulation. It was the absolute limit that most martial artists spent their entire lives trying to reach, but even that was not the end of what shocked him. What lay within Lucian was not merely the perfected state Eisen himself had once attained. It went even beyond that. The sensation was so overwhelming that Eisen could hardly process it. It felt like standing before an endless ocean with no horizon in sight, or beneath a roaring waterfall powerful enough to swallow the world. The flow inside this child was not just complete, it was still expanding, pushing outward into a territory Eisen had never reached before. Lucian was not simply walking a known road. He was opening an entirely new path. Sir Eisen held the third young master's hands and examined them in silence, his fingers pressing lightly along the veins as he sensed the smooth, powerful flow moving beneath the skin. His sharp eyes narrowed as he tried to understand what he was feeling. Then, in a low voice, he asked Lucian when this had started. The sudden question caught Lucian completely off guard. He had expected training and instruction, not doubt-filled questions about his body. Before Lucian could answer, Eisen asked again, this time even more directly. He asked exactly when Lucian had reached the end of circulation. Lucian's expression went blank. The end of circulation. Lucian did not understand what Eisen meant by that, so he asked him to explain it more clearly. Eisen answered in a calm voice, explaining that he had just examined Lucian's body himself. The purity of Lucian's mana was like fresh snow spread across a winter field, untouched, clean and flawless. The internal structure of his body allowed mana to move with perfect efficiency, like a water wheel turning without the slightest resistance. This was not ordinary talent. It was a realm that only a small handful of martial artists could reach after devoting their entire lives to cultivation. Lucian kept his expression steady, but his thoughts began moving rapidly. From the beginning, he had always sensed that something about his circulation was unusual. It had felt far too smooth to be natural. Even so, hearing that truth confirmed directly by a sword saint made Lucian's heart tighten. His condition was far closer to perfection than he had ever imagined. If that was really the case, then there was no longer any point in hiding it. He had questions about his own condition as well. Unless someone stood at the level of a sword saint, no one would be able to properly explain what was happening inside him. So Lucian lowered his head slightly and answered honestly. He said it had been about a month since he first began circulation. From the very beginning, all of his mana paths had already been open. There had been no struggle, no resistance, and no barriers for him to break through. Everything had simply flowed freely. Eisen's eyes widened, and a clear flicker of shock passed across his face. Lucian continued calmly, saying that he had heard circulation was usually filled with pain and obstruction. Others spoke of veins that burned, channels that refused to open, and broken pathways that had to be forced through. But Lucian had experienced none of that. His mana had flowed smoothly from the very beginning, almost as if it were the most natural thing in the world, like his body had been waiting for that moment all along. Silence settled between them, and Eisen's thoughts began racing. Even he had needed decades of hardship, discipline, and relentless training to reach such a state. Yet this young man had reached it in only a single month. At that thought, Eisen felt something stir inside him. Perhaps the ancient swordsman said to split mountains and divide seas had not been mere fairy tales after all. Perhaps talent that overwhelming truly did exist in this world. After a brief moment of visible hesitation, Eisen finally opened his mouth again. His voice now carried a heavy seriousness, as though he fully understood the weight of the words he was about to say. He told Lucian that he wished to ask something, even if the question might sound disrespectful. Then Eisen asked him directly, would Lucian be willing to give up his position as a successor candidate of House Valdic? In that instant, the world seemed to stop. Lucian's eyes widened because he had never imagined Eisen would say something like that. Above them, the sky stretched out bright and clear, while a gentle wind swept through the courtyard and carried dry leaves across the stone floor. For a moment, everything around Lucian felt strangely far away and muted. Eisen's question kept echoing in his ears. Give up the successor position. His confusion quickly turned into unease, and that unease sharpened into fear. With his voice tightening, he demanded to know what Eisen meant. Eisen met Lucian's anxious gaze and immediately understood the storm rushing through the young man's mind. Was there something wrong with his body? Was he unable to learn proper sword forms? Would his mana one day turn against him? Lucian's thoughts spiraled from one terrifying possibility to the next. But Eisen answered with steady calm, saying it was exactly the opposite. Lucian froze. The opposite. Eisen looked straight at him with firm, unwavering eyes and spoke clearly. Lucian's body was an ideal vessel. He could not only draw out the full efficiency of both mana and flesh, but also possessed the potential to go beyond even that limit. If Lucian chose to devote himself completely to the sword, then becoming the next sword saint would not be a difficult dream for him to reach. Those words struck Lucian like a bolt of lightning. A sword saint. He slowly lowered his gaze to his own hands, flexing his fingers as if seeing them in a new light. Could he truly step into that realm? From the beginning, Lucian had known this body was extraordinary. He had felt its balance, its natural strength, and its flawless circulation. But even so, this was beyond anything he had expected. He had already considered himself unbelievably fortunate just to inherit something so precious. That treasure was the ancient sword form known as the Lion's Heart Sword. Through that sword form, Lucian believed he had finally gained a path toward the height he had longed for in his previous life. That alone had felt like a miracle. Yet now, Eisen was telling him he could reach something even greater, not merely mastery, but the very pinnacle of the sword itself. A path like that would demand everything from him. Talent alone would never be enough. It would require complete focus, a life without distractions, divided loyalties, or anything pulling him away from the blade. Lucian lifted his head and met the old swordsman's eyes. His voice was quiet but steady, as he asked whether that was the reason Eisen was asking him to choose. Was it because he could not walk both paths at once? The path of House Valdic's successor and the path of a sword saint? Eisen nodded without the slightest hesitation. That was correct. More precisely, it was because there was not enough time. Although circulation still allowed him to stand tall and move with strength even when he was nearing 100 years old. Eisen could not ignore the slow decay of his own body. His power remained sharp, but time was merciless. If he wanted to pass down everything he possessed while he was still alive, then the years left to him were already far too few. Even if the third son focused only on the sword and nothing else, the schedule would still be painfully tight. Lucian's eyes widened faintly. 8 years, if his memory served him correctly, that was how long the sword saint had left before death finally claimed him. The truth settled heavily in Lucian's chest. There truly was not much time. Ideally, Lucian should accept the offer and devote himself entirely to the blade. It was the very opportunity he had yearned for across 2 lifetimes. A chance to pursue the summit without restraint. To stand at the peak of swordsmanship and carve his name into history. But the future Lucian remembered was not shaped by strength alone. In the coming years, chaos would descend. Nations would clash, alliances would fracture, and power would shift like sand beneath a violent storm. Those who survived would not simply be the strongest warriors. They would be the ones with legitimacy, names that commanded loyalty, positions that could unite armies, and authority that others could gather behind. Martial might could win battles, but martial might alone could not control the storm. This was the moment Lucian had once dreamed of, a chance to chase the ultimate peak of the sword and live only for the blade. Yet dreams were not the only things that mattered. Lucian lowered his head respectfully and apologized to Eisen. He said he wished to remain a Valdic until the very end. The offer was far greater than his station deserved, and he was deeply grateful for it, but he could not accept. His voice stayed calm, even though something inside him tightened painfully as he spoke. Eisen studied him in silence for a long while. Then the old swordsman let out a soft sigh and said that he was the one who should feel ashamed. He murmured bitterly, wondering what he had done in his youth to become so greedy in old age. Through the third son, perhaps he had tried to leave something behind. A proof that his sword would not disappear with the passing of time. Perhaps he had wanted to see his legacy carried forward by hands worthy enough to hold it. Lucian did not answer right away. The weight of Eisen's quiet regret lingered between them like a silence neither of them could easily break. Then, after choosing his words carefully, Lucian asked a question. If by any chance there were another talented person besides him, what would Eisen do? Far from the quiet courtyard, the scene shifted beneath a blazing sun near a wide open field. A young noble was riding at full speed across the open land. His horse thundered forward, leaping cleanly over low wooden fences and weaving through scattered obstacles with practiced precision. Dust rose in swirling clouds behind them. The rider's posture was sharp and confident, and his control over the reins looked firm and well-trained. Behind him, a heavy-set butler was struggling desperately to keep up on foot. His face was flushed red as he shouted into the wind, breathlessly reporting that the news about the third son had been confirmed. The rider immediately pulled hard on the reins, bringing the horse to a sharp stop. He turned back with disbelief written clearly across his face. So those ridiculous rumors had actually been true. That fool had really been recognized as a new successor candidate. This young noble was Joshua Valdic, the fourth son of House Valdic. Joshua stepped down from his horse and wiped the sweat from his face with a towel. The butler, still trying to catch his breath, explained that everything was exactly as the rumors claimed. The Duke had officially included the third son in the line of succession. And that was not all. Lucian was now under the direct guidance of Aizen and had already begun formal swordsmanship training. Joshua's expression darkened from start to finish. Lucian had already been a stumbling block, and it was difficult enough for Joshua to build support as things stood. After all, while being overshadowed by his two older brothers, every ally had to be earned carefully, and every neutral faction had to be persuaded one by one. But now, those people had another option to consider. His anger flared at once. Unable to hold it in, Joshua threw the towel aside in frustration. Why couldn't Lucian have simply stayed hidden away in the corner of his room like before? Would it really have been so impossible for him to remain useless, silent, and out of everyone's way? The butler nervously urged Joshua to be careful with his words, but that warning only poured more fuel onto his anger. How was he supposed to stay calm? What if the fragile loyalty he had barely managed to gather started wavering because of Lucian? Political support was like glass. Once even a single crack appeared, it could never be restored perfectly to its original shape. And the very thought of calling Lucian his brother was enough to make Joshua's blood boil. They were only a few months apart in age, yet now that small and meaningless difference had suddenly gained political weight. Joshua forced himself to breathe, because rage alone would not solve anything. He lightly bit at his nail, his thoughts turning quickly. He could not simply sit still and watch this happen. There had to be a way to deal with it. Then, at last, an idea formed, and his eyes sharpened. Since Lucian had started learning the sword, he would eventually need someone to spar with. That was only natural for a young master undergoing formal training. Joshua turned toward the butler and ordered him to prepare 2 sharp swords. Not wooden practice blades, but real weapons, live steel meant for actual combat. The butler froze in shock, while Joshua's lips curved into a thin, controlled smile. He only needed to teach his dear brother one very simple lesson. Back with Lucian and the Sword Saint, Lucian looked at Aizen calmly and asked what he would do if someone with genuine talent appeared before him. Lucian made it clear that he meant someone besides himself. It might take some time to find that person, but he was certain the talent was enough to make up for the delay. A man gifted enough to leave a scar on the Sword Saint's legacy even 100 years from now. When Aizen heard those words, a faint smile quietly appeared on his face. Then he answered in a gentle tone that carried a trace of weariness. His heart felt heavy, he said, as if he were placing an unnecessary burden on the young master's shoulders. He was already more than happy just knowing that Lucian thought so fondly of an old man like him. So Aizen asked Lucian not to trouble himself with such matters any longer. Then, with quiet sincerity, he thanked the young master for his kind words. After hearing that, Lucian responded softly by calling him sir, but deep inside, his thoughts were moving in a different direction. Just as he had expected, Aizen must have thought the whole thing sounded like nonsense. Even a famous swordsman would not easily be enough to catch the Sword Saint's eye. So it was only natural that Aizen doubted him, especially when someone who had only just begun training was claiming he could present the Sword Saint with a true disciple. Even so, Lucian believed Aizen could look forward to it. If Lucian himself was a heaven-sent vessel acknowledged by the Sword Saint, then surely there had to be another person sent by the heavens as well. Someone blessed with a gift meant entirely for the sword. In fact, even though that person's body was frail and his swordsmanship was still inferior for now, talent alone would one day allow him to become the very embodiment of the blade. He would become a figure who swept across battlefields like a storm made of steel. Sword Demon Felix. One day he would become Lucian's most powerful follower, and also the disciple who would inherit everything Aizen passed down. After some time had passed, the scene shifted once again. Lucian and Aizen had arrived at the training grounds. The air around them was calm, but beneath that quiet atmosphere, a faint tension seemed to hang in place. Aizen began speaking in a steady, instructive voice. Before beginning the lesson on swordsmanship styles, Aizen said they would first check how much Lucian had improved. He directed the young master toward the wooden training dummy. He told Lucian to perform vertical, horizontal, and diagonal strikes. And since Lucian had truly practiced circulation, he should also be capable of manipulating mana. Aizen explained each point carefully, making sure Lucian understood exactly what he needed to demonstrate and leaving no important detail unsaid. Then, after a brief pause, he added one final requirement. He wanted Lucian to show him a strike infused with mana. Hearing that, Lucian turned his thoughts inward. This would be the first time he had ever held a sword using Lucian's body, so he needed to control his strength carefully. But Lucian had studied swordsmanship before, and with that thought steadying his mind, he prepared himself. His fingers tightened around the hilt, settling into a firm grip. His stance lowered and stabilized, and without hesitation, he brought the sword down in a clean vertical strike. The wooden dummy trembled lightly from the force. Right after that, he followed with a precise horizontal slash, and then a sharp diagonal cut, each movement flowing a little more naturally than the one before it. Finally, Lucian drew in a quiet breath and focused his mind, channeling mana into the blade. A powerful surge of energy began gathering around him, and it was not only the sword that reacted. An intense light seemed to flare within Lucian's eyes as well, as though the energy itself were burning behind his gaze. In the next instant, he stepped forward and unleashed the final attack. The mana-infused blade cut through the air with overwhelming force. The training statue in front of him could not withstand the impact. It shook violently, then collapsed down onto the ground. Struck down by the sheer power of that blow, the wooden dummy lay fallen before him. Lucian looked at it with a faint smile slowly spreading across his face. In that moment he felt as though he had performed remarkably well. After all, this was his first attempt using this body, and inwardly, he reflected on the result with quiet satisfaction. Since it was his first attempt in this body, his movements had still been a little lacking, but surely his form had been decent for a beginner. Then he wondered whether Sir Eisen had perhaps expected even more from him. A small flicker of doubt began creeping into Lucian's mind, although he still believed he had performed fairly well. Standing a short distance away, Eisen watched him closely, his gaze calm and unreadable, as if he were measuring something far deeper than simple technique. After a brief silence, Eisen finally spoke. He said that he had suspected Lucian possessed ability, but once again the young master had managed to surprise him. For one fleeting second, Lucian felt a spark of pride at those words, only for it to be crushed by Eisen's very next sentence. To put it simply, Eisen said, "It was pathetic." The blunt judgment struck harder than any blade. Lucian's eyes widened in complete shock, and his earlier confidence shattered in an instant. Unable to hide his disbelief, he asked Sir Eisen what he meant. Eisen met his gaze without hesitation, his expression unchanged, and told him that he had not misheard. The Sword Saint continued, his voice steady but mercilessly honest. He did not know the reason, but terrible habits were clouding every swing of Lucian's sword. By ignoring the fundamentals, Lucian wielded it like a mercenary fighting, desperately just to survive. He was focusing only on power and speed, with no true balance between his body and his mana. Because of that, even a sharp sword would become dull in his hands, and gaps would appear in every movement he made. Furthermore, Eisen asked how long Lucian thought it had taken him to coat the blade in mana for that final blow. Lucian listened carefully, feeling the weight of each word pressing down on him. After a short pause, Lucian answered honestly. Since he had been channeling mana into the sword, he said it seemed to have taken about 1 or 2 seconds. Hearing that, Eisen repeated those words in a low, pointed tone. When Eisen repeats those 1 or 2 seconds that Lucian had mentioned so casually, Lucian blinks in clear confusion. He cannot immediately understand why such a tiny gap in time would matter so much, or why Eisen's expression has turned so serious over something that sounded so small. Before Lucian can even finish sorting through that thought, Eisen suddenly lifts his wooden sword and aims it straight at him. The movement is sharp, clean, and deliberate, as if the blade itself is forcing Lucian to recognize just how dangerous those 1 or 2 careless seconds can truly become. Eisen keeps the wooden sword held perfectly steady, the tip fixed right at Lucian's throat without the slightest tremble. Then he finishes his warning in a low, controlled voice, making it clear that those few seconds are already more than enough for an enemy to take his life. His voice is not raised, and there is no anger in it at all. In fact, Eisen sounds almost completely calm, which only makes the lesson feel even heavier. This training, he makes clear, must begin with Lucian first understanding the weight of that danger. No real enemy would ever ignore an opening that obvious. As Lucian feels the cool tip of the wooden blade resting lightly against his neck, the reality finally settles into him. He never even sensed when Eisen moved, and that realization echoes coldly through his mind. Lucian's thoughts turn inward with a chill. He had not noticed a thing until the blade was already touching his neck, and he silently curses himself for being so careless. If that had been a real sword, his head could have fallen before he even understood what happened. And yet, strangely, he notices that his mind is still thinking with frightening calm. Fragments of the past begin to surface in his mind. Old battles, brushes with death, and moments where survival had balanced on an impossibly thin edge. Again and again, he remembers how the difference between living and losing everything can be nothing more than one heartbeat, one mistake, or one wasted second. Slowly, Lucian lowers his eyes as if accepting the lesson deep inside himself, then lifts his gaze again with a much sharper seriousness than before. He tells Eisen firmly that he will remember those words and that before anything else, he will correct both his habits and his mindset. Standing before him, Eisen remains silent, watching not only Lucian's skill, but the resolve beginning to harden behind his eyes. After hearing that answer, Eisen speaks again, his voice firm and unshaken. He tells the young master that a gifted body alone cannot accomplish everything, and that raw physical ability will never be enough to defeat an experienced mana user. He continues by explaining that if the body cannot properly support the mana flowing through it, then all that energy will only be wasted. Worse than that, the wasted power will create openings, and on a battlefield, those openings are no different from inviting death straight to your throat. Every word carries the weight of experience, as if Eisen is drawing the lesson from countless real battles. As he continues, mana begins to rise from his blade, not violently or wildly, but with a smooth, controlled flow like a quiet current, moving beneath still water. The air around him grows tight as that energy gathers with perfect precision, and he explains that internal strength and external strength may be different, but they must ultimately move as one connected flow. That, he says, is the rule. True greatness is born from that kind of harmony. The moment Aizen finishes speaking, he steps forward with calm certainty and releases a mana-charged strike toward the training dummy in front of him. At first glance, the attack looks almost ordinary. It is clean, simple, and stripped of every unnecessary movement, so for a brief instant it seems as though nothing special has happened at all. The dummy remains standing there, untouched and completely still. Then, without any warning, the entire dummy breaks apart into fine dust. Its shape vanishes in an instant, scattering through the air as if the solid target had never truly existed in the first place. Aizen calmly lowers his sword and turns his steady eyes back toward Lucian. He tells the young master that this is the path of the sword he must walk from now on. Then, a few days later, the scene moves forward. Inside the training hall, the swordsmen are completely locked into their practice, surrounded by the pressure of non-stop discipline and sharpened focus. The practice session is intense, and the entire hall feels heavy with tension. Again and again, the sharp ring of blades, striking blades, echoes through the space, filling the air with the sound of relentless training. At the center of the hall, Lucian is facing the Sword Saint in direct practice. The Sword Saint speaks with calm authority, his voice steady but impossible to ignore, as he instructs Lucian that the flow of mana must never be interrupted. He explains that just as training the body allows each movement to become precise and controlled, Lucian's mana control must also be refined until it can reach that same level of accuracy. The Sword Saint's words remain calm, but every sentence carries the pressure of deep experience. In front of him, Lucian is clearly struggling, forcing his body to keep moving while exchanging blows with a master far beyond him. Their swords crash together again, and Lucian launches another attack with all the focus he can gather. But the Sword Saint blocks it with effortless ease, and without losing even a single beat, Aizen continues his lesson. He tells Lucian that when he uses mana to reinforce his entire body, he must still leave enough power circulating freely. That remaining mana must be deployed separately, directed into the right place at exactly the right moment. As he speaks, Aizen's blade moves with flawless precision. Every motion is controlled, every strike carefully calculated. Lucian grits his teeth, draws up his strength, and then throws out an incredibly powerful attack, pouring tremendous force into the blow. The power behind Lucian's strike is overwhelming, but the Sword Saint receives it calmly, blocking the attack and redirecting its force back toward Lucian. In that single exchange, he shows complete dominance over both swordsmanship and mana control. As the force of the clash settles, Aizen speaks again with the same unwavering voice. He tells Lucian that only when all of these factors come together and form a true balance will he begin to understand the real power of the sword. Lucian is pushed back, but he manages to land skillfully a short distance away. Even under that immense pressure, Lucian forces himself to stay on his feet. Sweat runs down his face, his breathing is rough, and yet he still steadies his stance, preparing himself for the next exchange. Across from him, the Sword Saint stands with absolute calm, his presence alone making the space between them feel heavier. His blade begins to radiate a massive and terrifying energy, far stronger than anything he had shown before. The very air seems to tremble around him. With a sharp focus in his eyes, Aizen declares that Lucian should now apply what he has just learned and try to defend himself. But this time, Aizen adds that they will move into a slightly more advanced step. With those words, master and disciple face each other once again, and the tension between them rises as the next stage of training is about to begin. Immediately after that, the Sword Saint suddenly vanishes from his position with incredible speed. His movement is so fast that following him with the naked eye becomes almost impossible. In the blink of an eye, Aizen appears directly in front of Lucian. His voice remains firm and composed as he tells him to consider the enemy's speed and movement, then respond with the proper amount of force. At the same moment, a powerful and overwhelming aura begins pouring out from Aizen's body. The air around him grows heavy and sharp. He raises his sword in one smooth motion, and in the very next instant, he unleashes a terrifying attack packed with tremendous force. As Lucian sees that monstrous wave of energy rushing toward him, his thoughts begin racing. Even in that dangerous instant, he forces himself to remember the core of Sir Aizen's teaching. Lucian thinks back to the essence of Sir Aizen's lesson, the union of naturalness, moving like water without breaking the flow. But while that thought crosses his mind, the incoming attack is already closing in dangerously fast. Even so, Lucian's thoughts keep moving at high speed. Through that natural flow, he must overcome the gap between them, reduce the loss of power as much as possible, and draw out the greatest force he can release. He tells himself not to be swallowed by the pressure and to look straight at the attack. With that realization burning through him, Lucian gathers every bit of strength in his body. Mana bursts out from him, surging violently as he concentrates it into his blade. Lucian steps forward and sends his own attack straight ahead. Their swords collide with tremendous force, and at the very instant the blades meet, an explosive shockwave erupts from the impact. The collision releases a massive, destructive force that ripples through the entire training hall, shaking the space as if the walls themselves are about to give way. From the other side of the clash, the Sword Saint watches Lucian with perfect calm. Judging from his expression, it looks as though he has not used even the slightest bit of true effort in this exchange. Lucian, on the other hand, is visibly struggling. Just blocking the attack and enduring the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him is already taking everything he has. After holding the clash for a short moment, the Sword Saint finally draws his sword back and lowers it. His voice returns to its usual calm, composed tone. He says that they can end today's training here and tells Lucian to carve the sensation he felt during that exchange deep into his body. The Sword Saint looks at Lucian one final time and adds calmly that remembering that feeling alone will be enough to help him become a first-rate swordsman. When Lucian hears those words, he cannot stop a smile from appearing on his face. His body is completely exhausted. His breathing is heavy, and both of his arms are still trembling from the intensity of the clash. Even so, there is a clear satisfaction in his eyes. Though he is struggling just to steady himself, the lesson has settled into him, and he can feel that something important has changed. Lucian bows his head respectfully and thanks Aizen for the lesson, his voice carrying both fatigue and sincere gratitude. With that, the day's training finally comes to an end. The servants quickly move in to clean up the hall, which has been badly damaged by the violent shockwaves and powerful collisions. Broken tiles, cracked walls, and scattered debris lie everywhere across the training ground. One servant stares around the ruined hall in disbelief, unable to hide his shock, and mutters under his breath, wondering what kind of training the young master had possibly gone through. Another servant glances worriedly toward Lucian, lowering his voice as he softly asks whether the young master is really going to be all right after something that intense. The scene then shifts to Lucian himself, sitting alone off to the side of the hall as he quietly tries to recover from the brutal training session. Lucian's condition is obviously awful. His clothes are completely soaked with sweat. His muscles throb with pain, and even drawing a single breath feels heavy in his chest. But strangely enough, despite how battered his body looks, his face carries an unusual calm. He quietly thinks to himself that he has somehow managed to survive today's training as well. And as absurd as it feels to admit it, he understands that Aizen's harsh method is meant to carve away the bad habits left over from his past life. Still, Lucian cannot really complain. If this kind of brutal training is what it takes to correct those flaws, then there is no choice but to endure it and keep moving forward. He closes his eyes for a short moment, letting everything he just experienced sink in. Thanks to that painful lesson, he can already feel himself starting to grasp the method much faster than before. The more Lucian watches Aizen, the more genuinely amazed he becomes. Aizen keeps creating dangerous situations perfectly matched to Lucian's current level, then guides him with precise instructions until the right reaction is drawn out of him. That may sound simple, but Lucian knows it is far easier said than done. Such training would be impossible unless Aizen could see through every part of his body's condition with frightening accuracy. Lucian lightly clenches his fist, feeling the faint, lingering sensation of mana still moving through him. He is simply placing his body in Aizen's hands and following his teachings, yet the growth is so clear that he can feel it through his own skin. Until now, Lucian had believed that the secrets hidden within exceptional sword forms were the only real path to reaching a higher realm. But today's training has forced him to understand something much deeper. Real strength is not only about mastering impressive techniques, it also comes from refining the foundation, tearing down old flaws and rebuilding everything from the very core. Lucian lowers his gaze as a quiet thought echoes through his mind. He has never considered things like balance, reserve power, and flow this deeply before, not even in his previous life. What truly mattered had always been inside him from the start, and as that realization settles in, Lucian cannot help but wonder what might have happened if he had learned these teachings back in his past life. For a brief instant, faint visions from that previous life flash across his eyes, blurred battlefields, fierce clashes, and moments stained with the pressure of life and death. He remembers unfinished duels, chances that slipped through his fingers, and the heavy regret of never reaching the height he had once chased so desperately. Those memories feel distant, almost like fragments from another world, yet the pain inside them remains painfully vivid. Then, little by little, Lucian's mind returns to the present. Lucian lets out a slow breath and continues thinking to himself, if he had possessed this understanding back then, wouldn't he have at least been able to exchange a few proper blows? Ending things like this today feels a little shameful to him. As he sits there recovering, another thought rises in his mind, whether there might be a perfect opponent somewhere for him right now. Then his thoughts pause. Could that person be him? Before Lucian can settle on the answer, the sound of approaching footsteps begins echoing through the training hall. A voice announces that the fourth young master has arrived, immediately drawing attention toward the entrance of the hall. Joshua walks forward with confident steps, his posture relaxed and controlled, before giving a slight bow in front of Aizen. He greets Aizen, politely asking whether his master has been well, and introduces himself with respectful formality as his disciple Joshua. Aizen responds in his usual composed tone, calmly welcoming the fourth young master. But his eyes remain steady as he asks what has brought Joshua here so unexpectedly. Aizen then makes it clear that he is currently training the third young master. So if Joshua has something to say to this old man, he should come back another time. Joshua only gives a faint smile and gently shakes his head. Joshua says there is no need for that. Aizen's eyes narrow just slightly as he studies him, then asks if the reason Joshua came here is what he suspects. Joshua answers calmly that Aizen is correct. Since his brother has finally opened his closed doors and devoted himself to training, Joshua claims he could not simply ignore it. As the younger brother who learned first, Joshua says he wanted to help with Lucian's training. Then his gaze turns toward Lucian, and a subtle competitive spark glimmers in his eyes as he asks what brother Lucian thinks. To Lucian, it is almost amusing the perfect opponent has just walked right into the hall on his own. The atmosphere inside the training ground changes at once. What had been quiet exhaustion only moments ago now sharpens into tense silence. Lucian slowly raises his head while the knights, guards, and attendants around them freeze in place, their eyes fixed on the situation as they wait for Aizen's response. The mood is far too heavy for an ordinary sparring request. It feels as though something far more serious is about to unfold. Aizen slowly turns his attention toward the fourth young master, his expression tightening as he demands an explanation. There is clear confusion in his voice as he questions why the third young master has suddenly been dragged into this. Joshua lowers his gaze with perfect politeness, presenting himself as respectful and well-mannered. In a calm, composed tone, he explains that some training methods also require sparring in order to improve the practical use of mana. When Joshua lifts his head again, a bright and seemingly innocent smile spreads across his face. With that polished expression, he offers himself as Lucian's sparring opponent. Turning toward Lucian, Joshua speaks with carefully measured humility. He explains that recent circumstances have given him very few chances to interact with his brothers properly. He claims that moments like this are rare opportunities for them to grow closer, while also sharpening their skills. Then he places one hand over his chest, admits that his request may seem rude, and insists that it comes only from sincerity before respectfully asking for permission. Lucian remains completely silent while Joshua speaks. His head is tilted slightly downward, giving the impression that he is listening without much reaction. But deep inside, a faint smile quietly forms. Lucian, the children of this household, are truly impressive in their own way. They are remarkably talented at twisting pretty words until those words serve their own hidden purposes. On the surface, Joshua's explanation sounds noble and considerate, but the intention buried underneath is painfully obvious. Lucian's gaze drifts toward Joshua's side, where a real sword is carefully wrapped in cloth. Lucian's thoughts sharpen the moment he notices it. Bringing a real blade against someone who has barely trained for a week leaves almost no room for misunderstanding. Joshua's goal is clear. He wants to crush his supposedly weak older brother in front of everyone here, then use that victory to strengthen his own position inside the family. Lucian slowly raises his eyes and meets Joshua's smiling face. The challenge has been disguised as helpful concern, which makes refusing it difficult without creating consequences. So Lucian weighs the situation carefully. If Aizen officially acknowledges this spar, then the match will carry real significance. And if Lucian backs down now, Aizen, who has already been pressuring him to withdraw from the succession, will be placed in an awkward position. After a brief pause, Lucian steps forward. The simple movement is enough to draw every eye in the training hall toward him at once. With a calm voice and steady posture, Lucian asks Aizen to accept Joshua's proposal and allow the spar to take place. Aizen's eyes widen slightly in surprise. He clearly did not expect the third young master to accept the challenge so easily. Lucian makes a light gesture, then begins explaining his reason. He says that his younger brother's enthusiasm for training is certainly admirable. However, behavior this disrespectful cannot simply be overlooked. As he says this, his gaze shifts directly toward Joshua. Since that is the case, Lucian declares that he will personally teach his immature younger brother a proper lesson. The moment those calm words leave his mouth, Joshua's expression stiffens. Lucian's words strike directly at Joshua's pride. Anger immediately begins to rise inside him, but he forces it back down, struggling to keep his face under control. Lucian continues in a steady voice, telling Joshua that today will be the last time he tolerates this kind of childish behavior. Causing more trouble, he adds, will only put Aizen in a difficult position. As the exchange continues, Aizen watches both brothers carefully. He understands Joshua's intentions perfectly, and yet the third young master has still chosen to step directly into the trap. After thinking it over for a moment, Aizen grants permission, but only under strict conditions. The spar will happen just once, and if it becomes dangerous at any point, he will stop it immediately. Both brothers place their hands over their chests and agree to Aizen's conditions, their voices polite even as tension continues to press heavily between them. Lucian then turns toward Joshua with a calm smile and suggests that the two of them have a good sparring match. As Lucian finishes speaking, he casually pats Joshua on the shoulder as if they are simply friendly brothers. That small gesture irritates Joshua at once, and although he forces out a laugh in response, the annoyance on his face is impossible to fully hide. A little while later, Lucian, Joshua, and Aizen stand together at the center of the training ground. Aizen steps forward between the two brothers, his posture calm and dignified, and begins clearly laying out the rules for the spar. He makes it clear that this is not meant to be a fight where they injure each other. This is only a sparring match, a controlled exchange meant to test their progress and reveal what each of them still needs to improve. Then Aizen turns his attention toward Lucian and reminds him that this will be his very first proper spar. Instead of obsessing over victory, Lucian should treat the match as a chance to learn, observe, and sharpen himself through experience. After that, Aizen looks toward Joshua. Since Joshua is the more experienced swordsman, Aizen reminds him that he has a responsibility to conduct himself with dignity and restraint. Finally, Aizen addresses both brothers at once, his voice carrying through the training ground as he instructs them to protect the honor of their house while crossing blades. The signal will begin once both of them draw their swords. That moment finally arrives, and the sound of steel sliding from its sheath rings out as the two brothers raise their blades into position. The air turns tense in an instant. Joshua fixes his eyes on Lucian, and frustration begins boiling inside him. The name Lucian Veldic echoes through his mind, irritating him more with every passing second. He cannot understand when his older brother started behaving like a proper elder brother. Every calm word Lucian says seems to remind him that he is the younger one, and that constant reminder scratches painfully at his pride. In Joshua's eyes, the difference between them is only a matter of being born slightly earlier. Yet Lucian keeps acting as though that alone places him far above Joshua. Joshua tightens his grip around the sword handle until his knuckles start turning pale. Fine, he thinks, letting that anger harden inside him. If Lucian wants to act superior, then this spar will decide who truly has the right to stand above the other. By the time this is over, Joshua intends to tear away that confidence completely. His rage grows so intense that even his reflection in the blade seems twisted and distorted. To Joshua, today will prove once and for all who is truly superior. Across from him, Lucian calmly studies Joshua's expression, and even against real enemies, he rarely remembers seeing such raw, uncontrolled emotion. Lucian adjusts his grip around the sword, feeling the cold and familiar weight of the weapon settle into his hand. It has already been 2 months since he last held a sword properly, yet the sensation returns to him almost naturally. For a brief moment, memories from his previous life rise to the surface, memories of ruthless battles where winning mattered far more than honor or fairness. A faint smile touches his lips, but he knows that today is different. Today, he is not standing here as the man he used to be. He is standing here as the third young master of House Veldic. His gaze briefly shifts toward Aizen. If Lucian carelessly uses the techniques from his past life, the Sword Saint will certainly notice something strange. So he quietly reminds himself to be cautious. Joshua may be arrogant, but in the end, he is still a child, and now he is Lucian's younger brother. So Lucian decides to restrain himself within a reasonable limit. That decision breaks apart the moment Joshua suddenly lets out a mocking laugh. Joshua glances around with a sneer and taunts Lucian, asking where all that earlier confidence has gone now that they are holding real swords. He goes on to say that accidents can happen in a real spar, but only when both sides are evenly matched. Then, with an even more insulting tone, Joshua suggests that if Lucian is afraid, they can always switch to wooden swords instead. Lucian watches him in silence for a moment. Then, without saying a single word, he throws away the idea of going easy on this disobedient younger brother. At this point, a proper beating may be the only kind of lesson Joshua will actually understand. Joshua's irritation grows even worse as Lucian's calm tone makes him feel like the younger one all over again. His eyes widen with anger, and without waiting any longer, he steps forward and lowers himself into a combat stance. In the very next instant, Joshua bursts forward, charging straight at Lucian with fury burning in his eyes. Lucian calmly raises his sword into a defensive cross, the blade coming up in front of him as he prepares to receive the attack. Even as Joshua rushes in, Lucian's mind stays perfectly calm, quickly reading the situation in front of him and measuring his opponent's level. Joshua has clearly received proper training. His fundamentals are solid, his movements are stable, and Lucian knows he cannot afford to underestimate him. At the same time, Lucian understands his own condition very well. Most of his mana has already been drained during the brutal training session from earlier. However, Joshua's lack of real battle experience is painfully obvious. The fact that he fell for such a simple provocation already proves how easily his emotions can control him. Lucian adjusts his stance, sliding his rear leg back into position. Mana gathers quietly around that leg as he applies Aizen's teachings, focusing power with careful control, while Joshua continues charging toward him. Then, in a single instant, blue mana erupts from Lucian's back leg. Lucian's body launches forward like a released arrow. He disappears from where he was standing, leaving streaks of blue light behind as he closes the distance in the blink of an eye. That sudden burst of speed shocks everyone watching, making the entire training ground seem to freeze for a heartbeat. Aizen's eyes widen slightly, and even the guards standing nearby are left frozen in disbelief by what they have just seen. Joshua barely has enough time to react before Lucian appears directly in front of him, already inside his guard. Lucian lifts his sword high above his head. In that brief moment, he decides to seize complete control of the match, and his blade comes crashing down in a powerful vertical strike. Joshua instinctively looks up, barely managing to move as the attack descends toward him. Lucian's voice cuts through the air, cold and steady, warning Joshua to grit his teeth and block properly unless he wants his jaw shattered by the impact. The next instant, steel crashes against steel with a deafening force. The training ground erupts with the thunderous sound of their first collision. Before long, news of the duel spreads through the family estate like wildfire, slipping through corridors, echoing across marble halls, and finding its way into every whispered conversation. Inside the mansion, a small group of servants gathers in a quiet corner, speaking in hushed but excited voices. One of them leans in and asks if the others have heard what happened. Another servant blinks in confusion and asks what he means. The first servant quickly glances around, then reveals the rumor that young Master Lucian completely overwhelmed young Master Joshua, and the words immediately hang heavily in the air. Not far away, several maids continue with their chores, but their attention is clearly nowhere near their work. They whisper among themselves, barely holding back their laughter, while one maid covers her mouth and giggles softly. She says that the fourth young master had entered the duel full of confidence, only to leave looking completely miserable. Another maid adds that when she first heard the story, she nearly cried from laughing so hard. With every retelling, the story grows more dramatic. Each person adds a little more flavor, making the rumor louder, sharper, and more exaggerated as it travels from one mouth to another. And at the center of all that spreading excitement is Yuko, moving through the estate with perfect timing. Everywhere he goes, he shares the story with enthusiasm, giving every detail just enough life to make people lean in closer. At one point, Angus approaches him and remarks that the timing could not have been better. He has already heard whispers that even the Sword Saint acknowledged Lucian's talent. Yuko then leans in closer, lowering his voice as if he is about to reveal a forbidden secret. Since the story has already spread this far, he says, he might as well tell them what really happened, but he warns them that it is strictly confidential, which of course only makes the rumor spread even faster. Soon enough, Angus is retelling the story with even greater excitement, describing how Lucian utterly crushed Joshua and casually took his sword as if it were nothing, leaving everyone who witnessed it completely stunned. Meanwhile, far away from all the noise, gossip, and excited chatter, Lucian stands quietly beside the window in his room. A faint hum slips from his lips as he looks outside, his expression calm and almost indifferent. He knows very well that rumors are swirling through the mansion, and because of that, a subtle smile slowly forms on his face. For rumors like these to spread, today is truly the perfect day. As Lucian stands by the window, his thoughts slowly drift back to the duel. Lucian could still picture Joshua from that moment, looking up at him from below with fear carved all over his face. Only after being cornered did Joshua finally call out to him as his brother, his voice trembling as if that word could save him. Back then, Lucian had lifted his sword high above him, his expression cold, firm, and completely unyielding as he stared down at Joshua. So now Lucian had said sharply, with no warmth in his voice at all, he was finally being treated as Joshua's brother. Only after being driven into a corner did Joshua remember that relationship. And the very next moment, Lucian's blade came crashing down in a powerful vertical strike. Joshua panicked at once, shouting apologies in desperation, and repeatedly calling him Brother Lucian. But by then, Lucian's sword was already falling, and it was far too late to stop it. The strike landed cleanly, cutting straight through Joshua's weapon with overwhelming force. Joshua's blade split apart and shattered into two broken pieces. Lucian slowly lowered his own sword afterward, looking down at Joshua with quiet authority as he warned him never to try something like that again. Next time, Lucian told him the result would be far uglier. Those words alone were enough to break Joshua's remaining courage, and his legs gave out beneath him as he collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Lucian looked down at him with a faint, grim smile and told him to learn his place. If Joshua understood, he should nod. And Joshua immediately nodded without the slightest hesitation. He nodded again and again, completely swallowed by fear, as if even a moment of delay might bring Lucian's blade down on him once more. Back in the present, Lucian's gaze slowly moved away from the window and settled on the document resting on the table. He figured that should be enough to keep those troublesome young masters quiet for at least a little while. With the internal tension temporarily handled, Lucian turned his attention toward a far more urgent matter. This time, his focus was on the issue surrounding Marcus Rogrand's house. Not long after, that very document was placed beneath the Duke's hand, while the two of them sat across from each other in the garden. The Duke studied the paper in silence for a moment, his eyes moving across the contents before he finally raised his gaze toward Lucian. He asked if this was the letter Lucian had received from Yuko, his tone calm but carrying the weight of careful attention. Lucian nodded and calmly explained that within a week, Yuko was expected to meet someone from the Logran faction in Vestra territory. At the mention of Vestra, the Duke's brow tightened slightly as he repeated the name with a faint frown. The Duke lightly tapped his finger against the table while thinking it over. Vestra had lost much of its importance over time, but it was still dangerously close to Kalovitz. After a moment, he muttered that the choice of location was absurd. Lucian agreed, explaining that the place had most likely been chosen for that exact reason. Because it had become less important, it could slip past the Duke's attention more easily, making it a perfect blind spot. The Duke fell silent for a short while, then looked straight at Lucian. He asked him to speak honestly and tell him the real reason he had brought this matter forward, reminding Lucian that he had already entrusted the entire affair to him. Lucian answered without hesitation. He needed power. The Duke's eyebrow lifted slightly at that, and he repeated the word back to him. The Duke then asked what kind of power Lucian was talking about. Lucian met his father's gaze directly, his expression steady and unreadable. Lucian explained that catching a beast in a trap did not automatically mean he had the proper tools to finish it off. The meaning behind his words was clear without needing to say much more. The Duke leaned back slightly, understanding Lucian's intent at once. so Lucian had come to the one person who possessed those tools. He studied Lucian carefully before adding that the decision was rational. However, for someone who claimed he wanted to prove himself, it sounded dangerously close to leaning on the Duke's authority instead. Duke then asked whether people would truly view the result as Lucian's achievement if he relied on someone else's power. Lucian remained silent, and the Duke continued speaking in a firm voice. A man earns his reputation by bringing down his prey with his own strength. If he cannot do that, then no matter how successful the result appears, it is still nothing more than a half-finished accomplishment. The Duke reminded Lucian that he had already given him both the authority and the opportunity to resolve this matter on his own. And yet Lucian had chosen the safer path. Suddenly, the Duke's hand struck the table with a sharp sound. He demanded to know if this was truly the best Lucian could do. Lucian lowered his gaze for a brief moment, carefully weighing his answer. Then Lucian lifted his head again, calm and unwavering. If that path guaranteed success, he said, then he would take it without hesitation. His voice did not shake in the slightest. He continued by saying that the royal road the Duke spoke of was only open to those who possessed overwhelming power. Everyone else had no choice but to move through the shadows beneath it. Lucian said that calling reckless bravery courage was nothing more than arrogance. Even if such recklessness succeeded, it would still remain reckless, and if it failed, everything would be lost. He paused for a moment, then added in a thoughtful voice that, to him, the true essence of a hunt was not the kill itself. What mattered most was what the hunter was trying to protect, and what he was reaching out to secure beyond the prey. Lucian gently plucked a nearby flower and held it between his fingers. If he could eliminate the threat completely, he asked, then why should it matter if others dismissed the method as half-baked? That being said, Lucian made it clear that he had no intention of pretending to be some noble saint either. If the person who claimed the credit one day could no longer even draw his bow, then the one destined to inherit that position would already be decided. The Duke listened without interrupting. Then, after a quiet pause, he let out a low chuckle and turned his attention back toward his cup, saying that Lucian's answer was sufficient. He admitted that he could not remember the last time someone had spoken to him like that, and he certainly had not expected such an answer to come from Lucian. A faint smile touched the Duke's lips. The Duke said that it was a good answer. A small sense of relief settled inside Lucian, but before he could relax fully, the Duke continued. A man, the Duke said, must carry conviction in the path he chooses. If he falters just because of a single word, then he will never achieve anything meaningful. Lucian asked if this had been a test, and the Duke confirmed it without hesitation. He had wanted to see whether Lucian would waver when pressured by authority. It was understandable to hesitate when one did not know the answer, he said. But no one would ever follow a person who could not protect his own convictions when it truly mattered. Someone like that was unfit to lead and unworthy of being called a man. Lucian reflected quietly, realizing that he had suspected something like this from the beginning. There were no easy shortcuts when dealing with his father. Even so, Lucian knew this conversation had gone in a favorable direction. When Lucian moved to ask about support for the operation, the Duke cut him off before he could properly continue. The Duke calmly corrected him, telling him to call him father. Then he continued, saying that he would give Lucian the tools he needed. However, sending a large force would draw too much attention, and the Rogrand faction would also be moving. That meant Lucian would have to move with a small elite group, just as the other side would. Lucian nodded in agreement, and requested a few skilled knights from within the family. The Duke looked at him for a moment, then gave his answer. He would lend Lucian the Black Lions. The Duke leaned forward slightly, his voice growing heavier. If Lucian wanted to understand the true burden carried by the one who sat in that seat, then he should go out and experience it for himself. 1 week later, Vestra stood as a hollow remnant of what it had once been. The city had long since lost its purpose, its empty streets buried beneath a heavy silence, while neglected buildings slowly crumbled with time, even though the territory sat dangerously close to Kalavitz. Vestra no longer had any real value left to its name. There were no resources worth protecting, no thriving people, and no reason for anyone to defend its existence. It had once been prepared as a reserve city, but time had swallowed that purpose, leaving it abandoned except for the occasional vanguard passing through. Now the place felt less like a city and more like a graveyard wearing the shape of one. The silence hanging over it was too deep, too unnatural, and that unsettling stillness made it the perfect stage for schemes that needed to stay hidden. As Lucian and Yuko walked through the deserted streets, their footsteps echoed faintly against the cracked stone beneath them. Lucian's eyes moved calmly across the ruined surroundings, and he quickly noticed that there was not a single person in sight. Something about the emptiness felt wrong. It was too quiet, even for a forgotten place like Vestra. Sensing the unease in Lucian's gaze, Yuko explained, without waiting to be asked, that Vestra had lost its strategic importance long ago, and that was precisely why this location had been chosen. No attention, no interference, and no one passing through at the wrong moment. In other words, it was the ideal place to set a trap. As they kept moving forward through the lifeless streets, Yuko finally could not hold back the question that had been weighing on him. He turned his eyes toward Lucian, his voice edged with sharp curiosity, and asked how Lucian had managed to uncover the plan with such terrifying accuracy. Lucian paused for a brief moment, then let out a small, amused laugh. He casually pointed out that even Hans had known nothing about it, which meant all of Yuko's careful secrecy had been meaningless in front of him. But Lucian did not continue with a proper explanation. Instead, he brushed the question aside as if the details were not important right now. He said he would reveal the answer later. For the moment, there were far more important things to concentrate on, and before anything else, they needed to focus on the prey walking into their trap. Lucian's gaze shifted forward, calm but razor-sharp, as he asked whether the preparations had been completed properly. Yuko answered without hesitation, saying that everything inside the planned location had been arranged exactly as instructed. The layout, the goods, and every small detail mentioned in the false reports had all been perfectly replicated. From the outside, nothing would look suspicious, and there would be no reason for the target to hesitate. The enemy would walk in confidently, believing everything was exactly as expected. All the preparations were finished, and only one thing was left to confirm the reinforcements. Then Lucian's next question came in an unexpected direction. He asked whether relying on his father's support bothered Yuko. For a brief moment, the question caught Yuko off guard, but he quickly shook his head and denied it, because he understood perfectly well what was at stake. This mission could not be allowed to fail, and yet as his gaze dropped toward his own hand, a faint flash of frustration still surfaced. Quietly, he admitted the truth to himself. He simply was not strong enough, if only he had been stronger. Then this entire achievement could have belonged solely to Lucian without needing to borrow anyone else's help. Lucian listened to that unspoken frustration without interrupting, then casually placed a hand on Yuko's shoulder as if it were nothing dramatic. Lucian acknowledged that feeling but warned him not to let impatience cloud his judgment. They had only just begun, and losing direction this early would only slow them down. Growth did not happen overnight, and Yuko still had a long road ahead of him. Then, in the most casual tone possible, Lucian added that he had assumed Yuko was already around 30. The air instantly froze. Yuko's expression barely changed, but the atmosphere around him shifted sharply as he flatly corrected him. He was 23. A short, awkward silence followed. Lucian stood there visibly embarrassed, while Yuko stared straight ahead with a blank face and pointed out that 30 was still far away. Their age difference, he added, was not even that significant. Lucian awkwardly tried to smooth over his words, but Yuko immediately cut him off, making it clear that any further explanation would only make the situation worse. The strange tension lingered for a moment before Lucian quietly let the subject go, turning his attention back to their surroundings as his senses sharpened. The appointed meeting time was drawing closer, but there was still no sign of the reinforcements. Then, without warning, a voice sliced through the silence and called out to the third young master. Lucian and Yuko reacted instantly, their bodies turning toward the sound at almost the same time. Yuko drew his sword in one smooth, practiced motion, pivoting toward the voice with full intent to strike. But before he could actually launch the attack, the situation had already changed. A man appeared within reach before Yuko could move any farther, and with nothing but his bare hand, he caught the blade. The motion was flawless, almost unreal, and the pressure radiating from him was overwhelming. In a cold, detached voice, the man remarked that Yuko was far too slow. Yuko froze in shock the moment he heard it. He tried to pull his sword back, but the blade would not move at all. The grip holding it was absolute and unshakable, and for the first time, Yuko clearly felt what complete suppression truly meant. No matter how much strength he put into his arms, he could not make the sword budge even slightly. The realization struck him hard. He was being overpowered with terrifying ease. Before the tension could rise any further, Lucian calmly stepped in. His voice remained steady as he assured Yuko that the man standing before them was not an enemy. Yuko hesitated for a moment, then slowly lowered his guard. Confusion still lingered in his eyes, but Lucian had already stepped forward. Lucian's gaze was sharp and unyielding as he questioned the man's intention. The killing aura surrounding him was impossible to ignore, and an approach like that demanded a proper explanation. Then, almost casually, Lucian identified him with a single phrase. He was one of the Black Lions. The moment those words left Lucian's mouth, the atmosphere changed completely. Yuko took a step back as understanding finally dawned on him. These were the reinforcements Lucian had mentioned, the Black Lions, the hidden force of the Veldic family. They were warriors who operated from the shadows, mobilized only under direct authority, as if they existed to answer a silent command from the family's true power. One after another, more figures emerged from the surroundings, appearing without a sound as if they had been part of the ruins all along. Within seconds, they had formed a complete perimeter around Lucian and Yuko. Every one of them carried a presence that was perfectly controlled, yet terrifying enough to make the air feel heavier. An older man stepped forward from among them, his posture composed and his bearing clearly marking him as their captain. Placing one hand over his chest, he greeted Lucian respectfully as the third young master. He explained that the brief clash from earlier had only been a test, meant to evaluate their reactions and readiness. There had never been any true hostility behind the move, only a cold and efficient way to measure them. Lucian observed the Black Lions carefully, his mind remaining sharp. Even in his previous life, their existence had always been uncertain, spoken of only in whispers like ghost stories. But now that they stood right in front of him, There was no room left for doubt. He had not sensed them at all before they chose to reveal themselves, and even now, while they were standing nearby, their presence remained almost perfectly concealed. Their auras were completely suppressed, impossible to read from any angle. Each one of them was a monster hidden beneath absolute control. Lucian quietly acknowledged just how overwhelming this level of support truly was. His father had not merely sent ordinary reinforcements. It sent something far more dangerous. Something that could change the entire weight of the operation. Some time passed, and they gathered inside a ruined house that had been repurposed as their temporary base. Lucian sat calmly while the Black Lions stood around him. Every one of them focused on his words. Yuko remained nearby as well, still processing the overwhelming scene he had just witnessed. Lucian began explaining the mission with quiet clarity. House Logren had already taken the bait and was on its way, which meant the trap had worked exactly as planned. From this point on, the objective was simple. Capture the leader alive, and eliminate everyone else if necessary. Lucian's tone stayed calm, but the meaning behind his words was absolute, leaving no room for mercy. The enemy had crossed the line first, so whatever happened next would be nothing more than the consequence of their own actions. After laying out the plan, Lucian entrusted the rest of the operation to the captain and gave him full authority to act as needed. The captain watched Lucian closely as he listened. At first, he had assumed this mission was merely an easy achievement being handed to the young master. But now he understood that assumption had been wrong. Lucian was not depending on luck or hiding behind protection. He was calculating every step, observing the strength of the people around him, and preparing for every possible outcome before the enemy even appeared. There wasn't a trace of hesitation in him, not even the smallest flicker of doubt. This wasn't the clumsy reaction of someone acting on impulse. Every movement, every choice, carried the calm precision of someone who had everything under control. A thin smile slowly appeared on the captain's face as he understood exactly what he was seeing. This was not just a simple order being carried out. Something new was beginning to move in the shadows, and a fresh power was quietly taking form. Without wasting even a breath, he accepted the command. And as the sun slowly sank beyond the horizon, staining the edges of the sky with the last light of day, the final phase finally began. A carriage crept into the dead city of Vestra at a slow, heavy pace, its wheels grinding against the abandoned streets and disturbing the silence that had swallowed the place for far too long. The carriage door opened, and a young noble stepped down from inside. The moment his shoes touched the ground, he raised a hand to his face, covering his nose with obvious disgust. Even the air around him seemed to offend him. His brows tightened, his lips curled, and his entire expression twisted as if simply breathing in this place was an insult. A maid hurried forward at once, moving with practiced speed, as she presented him with a handkerchief. He snatched it up and pressed it firmly over his nose and mouth. The trip here had clearly already put him in a foul mood, and the sight of the city only made his irritation worse. In his eyes, Vestra was nothing more than a rotten, forgotten wasteland, a place so lowly it barely deserved even a glance from him. Had it not been for his father's direct orders, he would never have lowered himself by stepping into a place like this. Even so, his goal was simple. He planned to finish the matter quickly, turn around, and leave as soon as possible. But he had no idea what was already waiting for him. From deep within the shadows, unseen eyes had long since fixed on his every move. Not a single gesture escaped their notice. Every step he took was measured. Every movement silently followed. The trap had been prepared long before his carriage ever arrived, and now he had walked right into the center of it. The fourth son of House Logren, Philip Logren, had finally arrived, and with that, the hunt had truly begun. Lucian moved forward with quick but carefully controlled steps, then bent his posture into a deep, respectful bow as he spoke with almost exaggerated humility. "Oh, my lord, please forgive me. I have committed a terrible discourtesy by failing to recognize such a noble presence the moment you arrived." His voice carried the perfect blend of panic, urgency, and fear, all shaped to match the harmless image he wanted them to see. But before he could draw any closer, one of the knights reacted sharply. The man raised his sword in a single cold motion, aiming the blade directly at Lucian's chest. His voice came out flat and merciless. "Take one more step and I'll cut you down. State your identity now." Lucian instantly recoiled, his shoulders shrinking as though the threat alone had crushed him. His face tightened with fear, and his voice began to shake as the words spilled out in a clumsy rush. "Please forgive me, Sir Knight. I was only sent here on Boss Hugo's orders. I am nothing more than a guide, just a miserable, low-born wretch. I would never dare cause trouble for my lord." A heavy pause followed, hanging in the air for a moment before the young master finally spoke. Philip Logren's voice was filled with open contempt. "Put your sword away. It's beneath you to even waste words on something like this." The knight paused for only a brief second before lowering his weapon and obeying. Lucian immediately dipped his head even deeper, as if he had just been spared by overwhelming mercy. "Thank you for your mercy, my lord," Lucian said in a soft, trembling voice. Then, without losing another moment, he turned and began guiding the group forward, exactly along the route he had prepared from the very beginning. Yet behind that frightened, submissive appearance, his mind remained sharp, cold, and completely different from the act he was putting on. So this was an even bigger catch than expected. That arrogant way of speaking, and that complete lack of caution, even after stepping into hostile ground, made it obvious. There was no doubt about it. This spoiled young man had to be one of the Marquess's own sons. Someone raised that high would never even imagine that danger could be waiting for him in a place like this. As Lucian continued walking ahead of them, he quietly took in everything around him. There were fewer guards than he had expected, roughly a dozen in total, and they were not ordinary soldiers either. At the very least, they had the training of apprentice knights. They were disciplined, but if the situation unfolded the right way, they still would not be enough to pose a serious threat. Lucian's eyes shifted ever so slightly. He absorbed each detail without turning his head too much or giving away what he was doing. That man, standing beside the brat, was different among all of them. He was the only one Lucian needed to be careful of. His presence carried a weight the others did not have. And then there were the maids. He had actually brought maids into a place like this? Lucian almost found it absurd. Just how careless could this noble brat possibly be? Why have you stopped? Philip's irritated voice suddenly cut through Lucian's thoughts like a blade. Lucian immediately started walking again, lowering his head slightly as he answered in a nervous, apologetic tone. Forgive me, my lord. It is my first time standing so close to someone of your noble stature. I must have become nervous without even realizing it. Philip clicked his tongue, his annoyance plain on his face. Pathetic. Lucian kept his head lowered, never breaking the timid image he had created. But for one brief moment, his gaze slipped backward. His eyes landed on one of the maids, and something about her face made his thoughts hesitate. That face. Why did it feel so familiar? For a moment, the thought lingered in his mind. But then he rejected it just as quickly. No, that could not be it. It was only a resemblance. Nothing more than that. Lucian pushed the thought away before it could distract him any further and continued forward, forcing those unnecessary doubts to the side. Before long, they finally arrived at the main location, the place where everything had been prepared. The moment they stepped inside, Philip's expression crumpled with even stronger disgust. This place is even worse on the inside. The smell alone is unbearable. That commoner, Hugo, did he misuse the funds from my house? Was the outside only made to look acceptable? A calm voice answered without the slightest hesitation. What truly matters is what lies inside, wouldn't you agree? Philip's gaze snapped sharply toward the one who had spoken. And you are? The man stepped forward by a small measure, then offered a polite bow with steady composure. Hugo, the one in charge of this place. I greet you, my lord. The item required especially careful handling, so our preparations took slightly longer than expected. Philip narrowed his eyes and studied Hugo closely, suspicion clearly visible in his stare. Since you have shown yourself, I assume you have not done anything foolish. Hugo gave a quiet chuckle, completely unshaken by the accusation. Would I really throw away the Logren family's leash over something as small as profit? After all the reports I sent, the fact that you came all the way here personally proves just how curious you were. As Hugo spoke, the curve of his smile grew a little deeper. There was a faint sharpness beneath his polite tone, something that did not fully match the words coming out of his mouth. Curious about the item capable of rotting Rockelheim from its very core. For a short moment, silence settled over the room. The air turned heavy, tight, and uncomfortable before Hugo finally lifted a hand and gestured forward. Please, allow me to show it to you. From the side, Lucian watched the exchange carefully, and a faint sense of approval moved through his thoughts. Hugo had been the right person to trust with this role. The way he lied so naturally, without the smallest crack in his expression or the slightest hesitation in his voice, was genuinely impressive. Meanwhile, Philip's already thin patience began to wear away completely. His face hardened, and the disgust in his eyes slowly shifted into anger. What an insolent dog. If this turns out to be a disappointment, you will regret making me come here. Then he turned his head sharply, his cold gaze landing directly on Lucian. You, go and bring it. Lucian bowed at once, keeping his voice obedient. Yes, my lord. Without the slightest delay, Lucian stepped toward Hugo and spoke as if he were merely carrying out an order. Boss, please bring out the item we prepared. Hugo handed the object over without saying a single word. For one brief second, their eyes met. No words passed between them, but the meaning was clear. Everything was moving exactly according to plan. Lucian turned back toward Philip's group, holding the object firmly with both hands. His posture stayed low and humble, his expression perfectly obedient. I have it right here. And then, with one smooth and precise motion, everything was set into motion. Lucian's words had barely finished settling in the room when something about him suddenly changed. It was subtle, so faint that it was almost impossible to point out, yet everyone could feel it. His posture remained humble, and his voice still carried that same submissive tone, but underneath it all, something else had surfaced. There was arrogance there now, a calm confidence that did not belong to a frightened guide. That small shift was enough to unsettle everyone present. The knights stiffened by instinct. their fingers tightening around their weapons, while even Philip felt a strange, creeping dread coil deep inside his chest. And before anyone in the room could fully understand what was happening, Lucian moved. "I'll make sure it's delivered." In the very next instant, he hurled the object straight toward them, and the entire situation exploded at once. "You bastard! What do you think you're doing?" Philip's voice broke into a furious shout, but panic was already tangled inside his anger. "Have you lost your mind? Do you even know what that thing is?" But the moment had already passed beyond anyone's control. As the object cut through the air, something struck it mid-flight with flawless timing. The hit was so fast, so clean, and so precise that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. The item shattered instantly. From within, an overwhelming burst of light detonated outward, flooding the entire space in one violent surge and swallowing everything within reach. The guards reacted purely on instinct, throwing themselves in front of Philip and forming a protective wall around him. "Young master, stay behind us!" The light doesn't fade. Instead, it grows even stronger, swelling brighter and brighter until the glare becomes almost impossible to endure. It burns straight through closed eyelids, swallowing every shape, every shadow, and every sense of direction at once. In only a few seconds, sight becomes completely useless, as if the entire world has been erased by white fire. "Can't see. What's happening?" Panicked voices rise from every direction, crashing over one another as confusion spreads through the room. But no one can understand what is unfolding around them, because the chaos has already swallowed every trace of order. In the middle of that blinding confusion, Philip drops his body lower, desperately trying to steady himself and figure out where he is. His voice shakes with fury, but beneath that rage is unmistakable fear. "You useless fools! I'll have every last one of you punished when we return." Why is no one answering me? But no reply comes back to him. There is only that suffocating brilliance pressing in from every side, and with it, the slow, horrifying realization that something has gone terribly wrong. Then, cutting through the chaos, a voice suddenly calls out. "Young master!" Philip reacts instantly, shouting back with desperation already taking over. "Yes, I'm here! Hurry up and protect me!" His voice cracks as he demands help, clinging to the protection he had always taken for granted. He forces his eyes open even though the pain is sharp enough to make him flinch. The glare still overwhelms his vision, but little by little, faint shapes begin to appear, blurry and twisted like shadows trying to crawl back into form. Right in front of him, he can barely make out a figure standing there, indistinct and almost ghost-like in the fading light. The face is impossible to see clearly, but the voice is much sharper, urgent, and strained as it shouts something toward him. That voice is telling him to run, telling him to get away while he still can. At the same time, another voice tears through the room, filled with shock and furious disbelief. "He betrayed us." Before Philip can even understand what those words mean, a man collapses right in front of him. The heavy thud of the body hitting the floor sends a cold jolt of terror straight through him. His breath catches in his throat, and his thoughts begin spiraling wildly, but he has no time to gather himself or react. All around him, one guard after another begins to fall. In the blinding aftermath of the light, movement is impossible to follow, but death is clearly moving through the chaos with frightening speed and absolute certainty. The members of the Black Lion group strike with brutal precision, cutting down the disoriented knights before they can recover their sight or raise their blades properly. Philip's mind races, and broken pieces of understanding begin forcing their way through his panic. A flash magic stone, tool that releases blinding light the instant it takes an impact. It is rare, costly, and difficult to handle, but for stealing someone's sight in a single moment, there is almost nothing more perfect. Even so, to wipe out all of the Marquess's guards within that tiny opening should have been impossible. But before Philip can finish that thought, it is violently cut short. A man steps forward out of the chaos, his presence calm and completely controlled, untouched by the fear spreading around him. His voice remains steady, carrying a quiet authority. "All threats have been neutralized. I will escort the women and the one in charge to Kelheim." Not far away, Lucian stands silently, his expression unreadable and his gaze distant. In that stillness, his thoughts turn inward, and his father's words echo through his mind with a heavy clarity. "The weight of the seat you occupy. Bear it yourself." Lucian exhales slowly, as if releasing something he had carried inside for a long time. "I think I finally understand." On the other side, Philip has lost the last scraps of composure he had left. He staggers backward, his legs giving out beneath him until he collapses onto his knees, his voice shaking uncontrollably as fear swallows his pride. Don't come any closer. I said stay back." Even now, he desperately clings to the authority of his name. "Do you even know who I am? I am the fourth son of Logren, a noble." A knight steps forward, his expression cold and completely unmoved. "Your fate will be decided by His Highness, Grand Duke Valdic. Submit quietly." Philip freezes in place, and the name strikes him like a physical blow. "What?" His voice crumbles as the realization begins to sink in. "House Valdic?" His eyes dart wildly around the room before finally locking onto Lucian. His voice drops into a trembling whisper, every word dragged out by disbelief. "Then don't tell me. The one disguised as a commoner is a son of House Valdic? Panic surges through him all at once. If that is true, then allowing himself to be captured is no longer an option. He whips around desperately and screams at the top of his lungs. "What are you all doing? Guards outside! Get in here and protect me! Are they all dead too?" Lucian steps forward with complete calm, his voice steady and almost indifferent. It's over. There are no more threats. But then he suddenly stops. In the middle of speaking, his eyes widen, and his gaze snaps sharply toward one of the maids. At that exact moment, Philip, still clinging to the last pieces of control he has left, shouts in desperation, "I grant you permission to take up the sword. You should be able to handle this." And then the maid moves. At first, it looks like nothing more than a single step, but there is something wrong with it. Something far too composed, far too deliberate for an ordinary servant. Lucian watches her without blinking as she walks toward the fallen weapon. His thoughts begin to spiral, and the realization crashes into him all at once. That face, that resemblance he noticed earlier, that faint sense of familiarity he had tried so hard to dismiss. And now, even the atmosphere around her changes the very moment her hand reaches the blade. Lucian's voice sinks into a whisper. It is barely audible, yet filled with disbelief. This can't be. His eyes remain fixed on her as the truth settles over him, undeniable and overwhelming. Sword Demon. Felix. Is it really you? Then Philip Logren suddenly breaks away from the Black Lion group and rushes straight toward Felix, stumbling in his panic as he tries to reach him. The moment he gets close, he begins pleading desperately. "Get me out of here. If you do, I'll do whatever you want. I'll make sure you're no longer insulted for the lowly blood of your mother," as Philip says it. His voice is frantic, spilling out promises without dignity or restraint, practically collapses in front of Felix, trembling as he begs for his life. Then he continues in a panicked voice, "Say something. Isn't protecting me the whole reason you exist?" Felix, the sword demon, answers him coldly. "Shut your mouth if you want to live." His body steadies as he prepares himself for battle, his attention already shifting toward the enemy ahead. Then, with unmistakable irritation in his voice, Felix adds one more cutting sentence. "I'm sick and tired of your stupidity, young master." The words land coldly, without even the slightest attempt to soften them. Watching this unfold, the white-haired knight speaks with a strange mixture of disdain and respect. Unbelievable. To think you would hide behind a woman without even a shred of dignity. Still, I commend your will to fight. His eyes remain fixed ahead, but his voice carries a warning edge. However, do not throw your life away. Do not mistake foolish bravado for courage. This is a mercy I offer to a child and a woman. Then the white-haired knight turns his gaze forward, focusing entirely on Felix as the air between them grows heavy. At that moment, an overwhelming and terrifying energy begins surging from Felix's body, pressing into the room like a storm about to break. Sensing that power, the knight mutters quietly, "So, that is your choice. Very well." In the next instant, the white-haired knight launches forward with incredible speed, closing the distance between them almost before anyone can react. Their swords collide in a sharp, ringing clash, the impact cutting through the room like metal striking lightning. The knight's blade flashes dangerously close to Felix's eyes, stopping just short as the deadly exchange begins. Yet even with the knight's blade flashing so close, Felix does not show the slightest trace of fear. His eyes remain steady, and his body refuses to shrink back. With clean, precise footwork and control so perfect, it almost looks effortless. Felix shifts his stance at the exact right moment. He catches the attack and deflects it smoothly, guiding the force away from his body instead of trying to take it head-on. A faint smile begins to form on Felix's face as he pushes the white-haired knight's strike off its path. He turns the blade aside with complete composure, as though he had already seen the attack coming from the start. And in that very instant, Felix launches a sudden counterattack straight toward the white-haired knight, catching him off guard. For the first time, even the knight's expression shifts with visible surprise, and before that surprise can fully settle, the next exchange begins. A thin spray of blood flickers through the air as their clash grows even fiercer, the battle sharpening with every movement. Then the sword demon drops from above with a powerful descending strike, cutting down with terrifying force, yet somehow still emerging from the exchange completely unharmed. Watching everything unfold, Lucian is left stunned. His thoughts race as he follows each movement, realizing that Felix's reactions are so fast, they almost border on foresight, and his movements are strange, free, and completely unbound by ordinary swordsmanship. There is no mistaking it. As Lucian continues to watch, his gaze falls on Felix's stance, and in that instant, something buried deep in his memory suddenly stirs. Fragments of the past rise back to the surface, and realization slowly dawns on him. This is the sword demon, Felix. Even back then, Lucian remembers clearly, Felix carried a kind of grace and presence that never truly fit the rough, bloody world of mercenaries. Brief flashes from those old days passed through Lucian's mind one after another, each one confirming the same thought. Felix had always been different from everyone around him. That slender frame, those delicate features, and that sharp, unforgettable presence had always made Felix impossible to overlook. Then the moment snaps back to the present. The panicked young master pushes forward again, desperately trying to hide behind Felix and use him as a shield. At the same time, Lucian finally puts every piece together in his mind. Now he understands. The illegitimate child, Felicia, left her family behind and lived in disguise as a man named Felix. The focus returns to the white-haired knight, who steadies himself after the exchange and looks at Felix with a much more serious expression. If my defense had been even a moment slower, my head would already be rolling on the ground. I still have a long way to go. I underestimated her without even noticing the hidden fangs beneath the surface. His tone changes as he speaks, his pride giving way to a colder, sharper resolve. Then he declares with rising intensity, "I will swallow my pride and treat you as a true enemy." In that moment, a terrifying surge of energy begins pouring from the white-haired knight, and his presence grows heavier with every passing second. Across from him, Felix continues facing the knight head-on. But even he cannot hide the trembling in his body under that crushing pressure. Deep down, Felix accepts the harsh truth in front of him. This opponent is a master several levels above him, someone he cannot defeat with his current strength. He can no longer rely on a lucky opening or a sudden surprise. And worse than that, there is another swordsman of the same caliber waiting upstairs. His gaze instinctively shifts upward toward the leader above, and the weight of the situation becomes even clearer. Beyond those two, there is still someone who surpasses them entirely. There is no realistic chance of surviving this. For one brief moment, the outcome feels absolute and inescapable. And yet, instead of falling into fear, a calm resolve settles inside Felix. If this is the final strike he is allowed to make, then he will put everything into it and leave behind no regrets. That thought fixed in his heart, Felix steadies his breathing, tightens his grip on the sword, and prepares himself for what may be his final attack. From above, the leader watches with sharp interest, and his voice cuts through the tension with clear admiration. Amazing. She still isn't wavering even in this situation. The man beside him agrees without hesitation, adding that she is taking Nixon's killing intent head-on. Even they begin preparing themselves, fully aware that the next exchange could decide everything in a single instant. Below them, both fighters move at blinding speed, charging straight toward each other with unstoppable force. Their movements become so fast that the eye can barely follow them, leaving only flashes of motion and the sharp pressure of their killing intent. In the next instant, their swords collide, and a violent surge of energy bursts outward, rippling through the area around them. Every eye nearby locks onto the two of them, unable to look away as the clash becomes more intense by the second. When their blades meet fully, the sheer force of the impact causes the surrounding energy to spike even higher, shaking the very air around them. And just as the battle reaches its most dangerous point, Lucian suddenly shouts with everything he has, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "Stop! Both of you, stop!" The moment Lucian's voice rings out, both Felix and the white-haired knight freeze for a brief instant. The pressure of their clash fades as they instinctively pull back from one another, creating distance between their blades. Lucian steps forward and finally reveals himself clearly as the young master in command. Both fighters withdraw slightly, acknowledging his presence, while his expression remains firm and filled with authority. With restrained anger tightening his voice, Lucian declares, "That's enough. I will not tolerate any more bloodshed." But the white-haired knight is still burning with frustration. He immediately protests, his voice sharp as he addresses Lucian. "Third young master, you gave us full discretion. If she is left alive, she will grow into a major threat to Valdek." His concern is obvious, but so is his unwillingness to accept the sudden order to stop. Lucian's gaze hardens, and he answers without hesitation, his tone carrying command. "Black Lion, have you forgotten who gave you that authority?" His words carry a weight that leaves no room for argument. "I fully understand your concerns. However, if this continues, someone will certainly die." Lucian steps forward and formally declares his identity, his presence taking control of the entire scene. "I am the third young master of House Valdek, Lucian Valdek. As the one in charge of this mission, I have a proposal for you, Felicia." His eyes settle directly on Felix, now fully acknowledging her true identity. "Let us settle this matter with a duel between the two of us. If I lose, I will allow you to leave this place safely. However, if you are the one who loses, you will lay down your sword and surrender peacefully." Lucian stands perfectly still after making the offer, his presence calm and unwavering, as if the suffocating tension pressing down on the room has no power over him at all. Across from him, Felicia hesitates, clearly caught off guard by his sudden declaration. Her brows draw together and confusion flickers in her eyes as she tries to understand what he is truly aiming for. "A duel with you, young master? What exactly are you saying?" she asks carefully, her voice cautious but steady as she searches for the meaning behind his words. But before Lucian can answer, a harsh voice lashes through the moment like a whip. From behind them, Philip shouts with open irritation, his arrogance spilling out through every word. He barks at Felicia to stop hesitating and accept the duel immediately, insisting that her only purpose is to protect him. He mocks the guards who failed him, calling them useless, and then pushes even further, ordering her to prove that she is different, that she is better than the rest, and even better than her own mother. The instant those words leave his mouth, the atmosphere changes sharply. The quiet tension in the room snaps like a stretched cord. Lucian's calm expression disappears in an instant, replaced by something far colder, sharper, and much more dangerous. His eyes darken as he turns slightly toward Philip, and when he speaks, his voice is low, but it carries a terrifying weight. "Shut your mouth." The words land like a blade. He does not raise his voice, yet the fury beneath it is unmistakable as he warns Philip not to speak so lightly of those who died protecting him, and never to insult Felicia any further. Then, with a cold finality that made the entire room go still, Lucian added that if one more word came out of Philip's mouth, he would personally cut out his tongue. As he spoke, a crushing wave of killing intent poured from him, unseen by the eye, but impossible for anyone there to ignore. That pressure fell over everyone present like a heavy weight. The air turned thick and suffocating, as if even taking a breath had suddenly become difficult. This was no longer just anger. It was an absolute warning, clear enough that no one dared treat it lightly. Then, as if cutting through that deadly silence himself, Lucian stepped forward and raised his voice. It was not a shout of rage, but a declaration filled with firm resolve, meant for every person there to hear. He made it clear that whatever consequences came from this decision would belong to him alone, even if he lost, and that his promise was not something anyone should take lightly. His words echoed through the quiet, reaching the knight captains and Hugo, who now watched him with sharpened attention. With quiet pride and unwavering composure, he introduced himself in full as Lucian Valdic, the third son of House Valdic, and formally challenged Felicia to a duel. After that, Lucian took another step forward, his gaze steady as it settled directly on her. His voice softened just slightly, but the authority behind it did not weaken. He told her to draw her sword, not for anyone else's sake, but for herself. The weight of those words spread across the battlefield, and a deep silence followed. No one spoke, and no one moved, as if the entire world had paused to wait for Felicia's answer. In the middle of that stillness, a white-haired man moved closer to his master. His expression was tense with concern, and when he lowered his voice, there was clear unease in every word. He questioned Raymond, asking whether they truly intended to stand back and simply watch this unfold. He admitted that when he had crossed swords with Felicia earlier, he had not been fighting with full intent to kill. His goal had only been to subdue her, but even under those conditions, she had not merely blocked his strike. She had managed to wound him, he continued, explaining that while her swordsmanship clearly lacked the polish of formal training, that weakness did not make her harmless. Her raw talent, sharp instincts, and frightening perception more than made up for what she lacked in discipline. In his eyes, that natural ability made her shortcomings almost meaningless. He paused and looked between Lucian and Felicia, his concern growing even deeper. Judging by the third young master's current level, he believed there was no realistic path to victory. Lucian's courage was admirable, and his decisiveness deserved respect. But courage alone did not decide a sword fight. This was combat, and something needed to be done before the situation went too far. Raymond remained silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the scene in front of him. When he finally answered, his voice was calm, composed, and unexpectedly firm. He did not deny the white-haired man's judgment, but he still chose to watch. "Just this once," Raymond said quietly, making his decision clear. They would observe how this duel unfolded. White-haired man frowned, unable to hide his confusion. What was that supposed to mean? Raymond's gaze shifted slightly, thoughtful but certain, as if he had already seen something the others had missed. He explained that when Lucian borrowed his sword earlier, Lucian had already spoken about the exact same things the white-haired man had only just realized. During that brief clash with Felicia, Lucian had already recognized her extraordinary talent and her sharp instincts. That meant he was not stepping forward blindly. He understood exactly what kind of opponent stood before him, and so Raymond reached his conclusion. For now, they would wait. They would watch without interfering. They would see what kind of outcome the third young master was trying to create, and what role Felicia would have in that outcome. As Raymond's words lingered in the air, Felicia quietly repeated the name in her mind, Lucian Valdic. To her, this young noble felt completely different from every other noble she had ever encountered. He had hidden his identity and disguised himself as a mere servant just to observe Logren's forces from the inside, and now he was stepping forward to fight a duel that, by ordinary logic, seemed completely unnecessary. Nothing about him made sense to her. The more she tried to read his intentions, the harder they became to grasp, slipping further away like smoke. Still, no matter how strange Lucian was, one conclusion remained firm in Felicia's mind. He was not someone capable of defeating her. Even so, she straightened her posture and spoke with quiet respect. She thanked him for granting someone like her this opportunity, and promised that if she managed to subdue him, she would accept the shame placed upon her and leave without a trace. She would disappear as though she had never existed at all. But Lucian did not hesitate for even a moment. His reply came instantly, cold but steady. If he was the one who subdued her instead, then she would come with him to Helheim. His eyes stayed locked on her as he spoke. He said it as if the matter had already been decided. Then he added that it seemed she had already made up her mind as well. With that, the silence around them deepened once more. This time the quiet carried the unmistakable weight of an approaching clash. The air between them turned sharp as Lucian and Felicia stood face to face. their gazes locked without wavering. Both of their bodies remained perfectly still, yet every part of them seemed ready to explode into motion at any second. This was no longer just an exchange of words. It was a battle waiting to erupt. Inside her mind, Felicia made her final decision. She did not want to leave any unnecessary wounds on him. She would neutralize him in a single strike. Her eyes sharpened and a cold glint flashed through them as her focus reached its peak. In the very next instant, Felicia moved. Her figure blurred forward with incredible speed, crossing the distance between them in the space of a heartbeat. Her blade sliced through the air in a clean, decisive arc as she launched a precise attack straight toward Lucian. But Lucian reacted just as quickly. With perfect timing, he raised his sword and met her strike head-on, stopping the attack before it could reach him. A flicker of surprise flashed through Felicia's eyes. He blocked her attack. The thought echoed sharply in her mind, but she did not allow herself to freeze. The moment Lucian tried to launch a counterattack, Felicia immediately sprang backward, creating distance between them with one smooth, fluid motion. Her landing was light and controlled, her stance already prepared for the next exchange, and her eyes never left Lucian for even a second. The duel had only just begun, yet the intensity between them had already climbed to a level where neither side could afford to underestimate the other. As the clash continued, a sharp and unsettling thought echoed through Felicia's mind. His breathing and reaction speed should not have been able to keep up with her movements at all, so how had he managed to block her sword? The question stayed with her, refusing to disappear, and doubt slowly began to creep in. But before she could reach an answer, her eyes widened slightly. In the next moment, Lucian was already right in front of her, closing the distance with terrifying precision. His sword came down without hesitation. Caught off guard, Felicia barely managed to lift her blade in time, struggling to block the strike. The impact sent a sharp jolt through both of her arms, forcing her to tighten her grip and steady herself. From that point on, the duel began escalating at a frightening pace. Their swords collided again and again in a relentless exchange, each impact ringing sharply through the air. Every clash seemed ready to scatter sparks, and despite Felicia's skill, she found herself being driven backward step by step. Every movement of Lucian's blade carried pressure, forcing her into a defensive position she had never expected to take against him. Amid the storm of clashing steel, Lucian's calm voice cut through with chilling clarity. He told her that the reason she was being pushed back was because she was exhausted after overusing her mana during the clash with the Black Lions. And even if she was conserving some strength just in case, the difference between them right now was still painfully clear. Before she could fully process what he had said, Lucian launched a powerful and lethal strike. The force behind the blow was overwhelming, far beyond what Felicia had expected from him. She gritted her teeth and fought to hold her ground, her body straining under the pressure as she blocked the attack. Then Lucian spoke again, his tone steady and almost chilling in its certainty. He told her that he knew her better than she knew herself. Her habits, her weaknesses, and even the flow of her sword's path were all clear to him. His words carried a weight that went far beyond simple confidence. It felt as though he was not merely fighting her, but reading her, predicting her, and taking control of the rhythm of the battle itself. In the past, even though his encounter with her had been brief, as those words echoed between them, the present seemed to overlap with fragments from long ago. Back then, just like now, the two of them had faced each other with blades drawn, meeting each strike without hesitation. They had crossed swords fiercely, taking what the other possessed and making it their own. It had not been only a fight. It had been a silent exchange of skill. Instinct, movement, and understanding had all passed between them in that fleeting clash. In those brief moments, they had learned from one another, absorbing each other's motions, reading each other's intent, and sharpening themselves through the collision of steel. "Felicia," Lucian said, his gaze fixed on her with unwavering certainty. "My body remembers you, and you alone." The memory faded away, and reality rushed back in all at once. In the present, the result had already been decided. Felicia's sword was broken, its shattered blade leaving no room for denial. The fragments of the blade caught the light, reflecting the stunned faces of everyone watching. A heavy, absolute silence spread across the battlefield, pressing down on them like a weight. The knight captains, Hugo, and even Philip stood frozen in place, their eyes wide as they struggled to accept what had just happened before them. Lucian stood firmly in front of Felicia, his feet planted and his posture steady, as he pointed the tip of his sword directly toward her. As that image settled into place, fragments from the past surfaced again. Back then, Felicia had looked at him with quiet sincerity and said that, of course, the time she spent with him could only be called a fleeting moment of sparring. Even so, he had generously taught her the way of the sword, despite knowing that one day, the two of them might stand on opposite sides as enemies. And because of what he had given her back then, she had been able to survive. Those words echoed inside her mind now, colliding painfully with the reality standing right before her. Felicia remained completely stunned, unable to move or speak. She had never once imagined that she would lose like this. And more than that, she had never imagined she would lose to him. The very person she had once crossed swords with, the one she had learned from, had now surpassed her in a way she could not understand. Meanwhile, inside Lucian's mind, a calm and resolute thought quietly surfaced. With this, he would repay at least a small part of the debt he owed her from back then. There was no arrogance on his face and no mockery in his eyes, only a quiet sense of closure, as if this duel had been waiting to happen for a very long time. After that, night settled over the Duke's castle. The air inside its walls was calm, but there was a heaviness beneath that calm, as though an important decision was being made in silence. In a grand chamber, the Duke stood alone with his back straight and his gaze distant, as if his thoughts were fixed far beyond the room in front of him. After a short stretch of silence, he finally spoke. His voice was measured, steady, and filled with authority. So, how was it? That boy, Lucian. Does he have what it takes to uphold House Valdic in the distant future? At that moment, a man stepped forward from the shadows. It was none other than the captain of the Black Lion, offering proper respect as he appeared. The captain lowered his head slightly before answering in a calm but firm voice. He possessed an unwavering core. Hearing that, the Duke turned his gaze toward him, and a faint trace of surprise crossed his otherwise composed expression. I thought it would already be a relief if he simply avoided being swept along by your pace. But to think I would hear such an unexpected answer from you. The Black Lion captain hesitated for only a brief moment before speaking again. Your Highness, could my assumption be correct? In response, the Duke slowly stepped forward, and with each step, his presence seemed to grow heavier. The reason I deployed all of you for this mission was because the matter was that serious. It is still too early to make judgments regarding the succession. Realizing he had gone too far, the captain immediately bowed his head even deeper. I misspoke. The Duke dismissed the apology with a calm expression. It is fine. Assuming there was no exaggeration in your report, it must have been quite an impressive sight. As the conversation drew to a close, the Duke remained where he was, now holding a sheet of paper in his hand. His eyes moved carefully across its contents, but his expression stayed unreadable, as if the future itself had been pressed into those written words. After that, the Duke walked straight up to the Black Lion captain and placed a firm, almost familiar hand on his shoulder. His voice lowered slightly as he said, "If only for your sake." Hearing that, the captain let out a faint breath before replying. I suppose I can humor the boy for a while. The Duke's expression softened just a little, as another thought crossed his mind. Come to think of it, it has been quite some time since you and I last shared a drink. I recently acquired some fine liquor. Would you care to join me? It is the vintage you always enjoyed, so I imagine it should suit your taste. At those words, the Black Lion captain gave a small, knowing smile and answered, Your Highness, you may soon regret saying that. One night will not be nearly enough to hear the full story of this mission. Then the scene shifts to the following morning, when the darkness has lifted and the journey begins again. Lucian's entire team has already set out, leaving the area behind as they begin their return after successfully completing the mission. The atmosphere becomes more reflective as the events of the previous night settle into place. Right after her bout with Lucian came to an end, Felicia collapsed from exhaustion, the aftermath of pushing her mana circulation too far, finally catching up with her. To help her recover, Lucian sent Felicia and her maids ahead to a nearby city. Meanwhile, in another part of the group, Philip Logren was trapped inside his own thoughts. Dread filled Philip's mind as he imagined what waited for him. No, he was definitely going to be kicked out of the family. That fear gnawed at him, heavy and unavoidable. As for that man, the one who displayed the deep-rooted arrogance of a noble until the very end, Lucian forced him to dig his vassals' graves with his own 2 hands. What followed was a grim sight. Rows of graves stretched across the land, each one marking a soldier or knight who had lost his life that night. The air around the graves was silent and heavy, filled with the weight of death and loss. Lucian had done it all with one purpose in mind, hoping Philip would finally understand what it truly meant for a life to be extinguished. Lucian rode forward calmly on his horse, leading the group as they continued along the road. The morning air was quiet around them, but that fragile silence did not last for long. Suddenly, a loud, furious voice erupted from behind and shattered the calm. It was Philip Logren, shouting at the top of his lungs with unrestrained anger. Hugo, you bastard! I will never let you get away with this. Did you really think you could betray us and survive? Young Master Lucian, I demand to be treated as a formal prisoner of war. How dare you treat a son of House Logren with such disrespect? His voice was sharp, grating, and packed with arrogance, irritating nearly everyone forced to listen. Yet even then, Philip refused to stop. Are you truly intent on making an enemy out of us? Hearing all of this, Lucian slowly turned his head back, his expression calm but cold. Inside Lucian's mind, a single thought passed through with perfect clarity. Philip still had not understood the weight of what happened last night at all. After a brief pause, Lucian finally spoke. His voice was low, but the warning inside it was unmistakable. I will give you one piece of advice. If you want to keep breathing even a second longer, then you would be wise to watch what comes out of your mouth. There was no open anger in his tone, only quiet authority and a dangerous calm. Then, with unwavering composure, Lucian continued and made the situation painfully clear. This is a place where even your high and mighty father would not dare set foot. This is Kelheim, the heart of House Valdic. After that, the scene shifts forward, and what appears before them is nothing short of breathtaking. Ahead lies a vast and magnificent city, filled with life, scale, and grandeur. Rows of elegant buildings stretch into the distance, wide streets open beneath the morning light, and the lively atmosphere reflects the strength and pride of House Valdic. At the entrance stands a massive gate, towering over everyone beneath it, and with a deep, echoing sound, it slowly begins to open. Lucian is the first to move forward, riding his horse with calm confidence as he passes through the great gates. Behind him, Hugo and the knights follow in formation, escorting the captured prisoners along with them. The moment they enter the city, the silence breaks apart beneath the loud cheers of the people. Crowds gather on both sides of the road, their voices rising with excitement and admiration. It's Lord Lucian. The third young master has returned. He had crushed the wicked crimes committed by House Logren from the roots, and even dragged the one behind it all back alive as proof of their guilt. The moment he appeared, the crowd's excitement exploded. People surged toward the street, pressing shoulder to shoulder just to see him with their own eyes. Lord Lucian, please look this way. Their voices rang out one after another, eager and breathless. Some shouted even louder than the rest, their faces bright with pride, as if Lucian's victory belonged to the whole territory. And among the cheers, one name carried like thunder through the street. The lion had returned, the lion of House Valdic, Hugo. Hugo, seeing the crowd welcome them with such overwhelming passion, could only stare around in disbelief. His eyes moved from one cheering face to the next before he finally turned to Lucian, unable to hide his confusion. Young master, what exactly is happening here? Even while the cheers rolled over them like a storm, Lucian stayed calm, his expression barely wavering. In a low, composed voice, he answered, I did send a letter asking for a chance to reveal House Logren's atrocities, but it seems Father chose to support us far more openly than I expected. Then Lucian looked toward Hugo and spoke with quiet certainty. Stand tall and accept this welcome. This is the first great achievement you have earned. Those words struck Hugo deeper than any cheer from the crowd. A warm rush of joy rose inside him, and his chest slowly swelled with pride as he finally allowed himself to take in the weight of that moment. As the grand procession continued moving through the city streets, the celebration carried on around them, and the view slowly shifted away from the cheering crowd. Far above the city, from the highest point of a tower, the Duke stood watching everything unfold below. Beside him stood his butler, silent and attentive, while the Duke gazed down at the parade with a faintly thoughtful look. Perhaps I really am getting old, he murmured. To think I would arrange a victory procession simply because my son asked for one. The butler remained respectfully at his side, but his answer came without the slightest hesitation. Did young Master Lucian not accomplish something grand enough to deserve it? In my opinion, this procession is entirely justified. Then, with the same calm and steady manner, the butler continued. And beyond that, young Master Lucian's letter was not written merely to strengthen his own standing. It was also a calculated move to show the people of our territory House Valdic's firm resolve, while sending a clear warning to both the imperial family and House Logren. And your highness recognized that as well? That is why you allowed this procession to happen? As those words settled in the air, the Duke kept his eyes fixed on the city below, his expression gradually turning heavier. The movements aimed at shaking the empire were becoming far too troubling to ignore. Even the sun that had once seemed eternal, and even the lion's claws that had once looked impossible to break were now beginning to reveal unavoidable cracks. If I do not want to be swallowed by that current, the Duke thought aloud, his voice low, then I must sharpen my own blade even more than before. He spoke while staring far into the distance, as though his eyes were trying to pierce through the present and reach the uncertain future waiting beyond it. With that quiet heaviness lingering in the air, the moment slowly faded. The view then moved away from the tower and shifted to Lucian's room. The instant Lucian returned, he dropped straight onto his bed without even trying to sit properly. His body sank into the mattress, finally loosening after everything he had been through, and a tired breath slipped from his lips. Now I finally feel alive again. I never thought I'd miss this so much just because I got used to living like a noble. Still lying there, Lucian let his eyes close for a brief moment as his thoughts slowed down. Since the Grand Duke made time for a separate report this evening, I should have a little room to breathe until then. But what mattered even more was that this mission had brought in far greater results than he had originally expected. As he lay there, Lucian began sorting through everything in his mind, starting with the fact that he had secured Felicia much faster than planned. On top of that, the victory parade had wiped away the negative impressions surrounding him in one sweeping moment. It had also given Hugo a powerful reason to keep moving forward. And beyond all of that, Lucian had even managed to build a connection with the Black Lions. All of those separate gains, which had seemed scattered at first, were now beginning to line up one by one. Together, they formed a single stepping stone beneath his feet, just enough to bring him one careful step closer to the seat of power that had once felt impossibly far away. As that thought passed through his mind, Lucian suddenly remembered his former life, when he had lived as a mercenary instead of a noble son. A faint, almost amused smile tugged at his face as he imagined the old days. If those guys could see me now, he muttered under his breath, they'd probably be horrified. After resting there for another moment, Lucian suddenly pushed himself up from the bed. The softness in his eyes disappeared, replaced once again by a sharp, focused gleam. That's enough thinking things over. Now then, should I start preparing my next move? His mind began turning again, immediately. already reaching past the present and calculating what had to come next. With a slight edge of calculation in his voice, Lucian murmured to himself, "First, I need to figure out exactly what I'm going to squeeze out of the Grand Duke. That comes first." After that, the scene shifted again, this time to an elegant dining room where the Grand Duke and Lucian sat down for dinner across from one another. The room was calm and refined, with a quiet dignity hanging over the table. Yet beneath that polished atmosphere, there was a clear sense that this was not an ordinary meal. As they faced each other, the Grand Duke spoke in a composed, authoritative voice and praised Lucian for the mission he had completed. He told Lucian that he had been blessed with remarkable luck on his very first assignment. After carefully comparing and verifying the information, they had confirmed that the child Lucian captured alive truly was the offspring of the Marquis family. According to the Grand Duke, there could be no stronger evidence than that. Recognizing the success, the Grand Duke gave a simple but weighty commendation. "Good work, Lucian." Lucian lowered himself with humility and replied that his father was giving him too much honor, because this outcome had only been possible thanks to the Grand Duke lending him the sharp blade known as the Black Lion's. But the conversation soon moved to a more troubling matter, and Lucian's expression turned more serious as he asked what would happen to Philip Logren. He pointed out that after seeing his own child die in such a manner, it was hard to believe the Marquis would simply sit quietly and do nothing. The Grand Duke, however, did not appear shaken in the slightest. He simply remained calm and answered that they would have to wait and see. To him, Bernhard Logren was the kind of man who resembled a snake, cold, calculating, and perfectly capable of weighing even his own child against the benefit of his family. In the Grand Duke's eyes, as long as there was still one child left to continue the family line, the Marquis would not be foolish enough to move recklessly. Then he quietly dismissed Lucian's concern, telling him there was no need to burden himself with what came after this. Lucian had already done far more than enough for his part. With that matter set aside, the Grand Duke changed the subject and asked Lucian what he wanted as a reward for completing the mission so successfully. He noted that Lucian had gone out of his way to send a letter, which meant he must have wanted something more specific than a simple celebratory procession. Hearing this, Lucian gave a small, somewhat awkward smile and admitted that being asked so directly made him feel a little uncomfortable. Still, since the subject had already been brought up, he decided to make his request as humbly as he could. Before speaking, though, he paused for a moment in his own thoughts, wondering if he should truly say it out loud. Then, gathering his resolve, he began. For Hugo, who made a great contribution this time. But before he could finish, the Grand Duke cut him off with a single sharp word. "Impossible." The interruption came so suddenly that Lucian froze, completely caught off guard. Lucian looked at his father in confusion, visibly shaken by how quickly he had been stopped. "Father, I haven't even finished speaking yet." But the Grand Duke had already seen straight through him, and without hesitation, he said Lucian had been about to ask for Hugo to receive a knighthood. Was he wrong? The Grand Duke's expression did not change at all as he gave his answer in a firm, immovable tone. He acknowledged that Hugo had contributed this time, but made it clear that this single achievement could not erase everything else. Hugo's previous connection to the Marquis family was not something they could simply overlook. If Lucian had not stepped in and captured him, the Grand Duke said, Hugo would have continued down that path with them without hesitation. Lucian immediately pushed back, keeping his voice controlled even as urgency entered his words. He argued that this was only a hypothetical judgment, and what mattered now was the reality in front of them. Hugo had chosen to cooperate, and he had played a major role in making the mission succeed. But before Lucian could press the point any further, the Grand Duke cut him off again. Calling his name in a sharp tone, he told him that was enough. There was no room for argument in the Grand Duke's voice as he explained that a knight must forge his own honor and pile up merits so undeniable that no one could question them. Then, fixing his gaze directly on Lucian, he asked whether Lucian truly believed Hugo already possessed those qualifications. At that question, Lucian fell silent. A faint trace of disappointment passed over his face, though he managed to keep his composure. Deep down, he had expected this answer from the beginning, but hearing the rejection spoken so bluntly still left a sting in his chest. Inwardly, he admitted that the answer really was no. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke continued in the same measured, practical tone and offered other possibilities. If Hugo wanted wealth, he could be rewarded with chests filled with gold coins. If needed, the Grand Duke could even prepare an entirely new identity for him. But making Hugo a knight was impossible, at least for the time being. The Grand Duke made it clear that the timing simply was not right. Lucian, realizing there was no room to push any further, quietly lowered his expectations and swallowed his disappointment. In his heart, he apologized to Hugo, thinking they would have no choice but to wait for another chance later. On the outside, Lucian gave a calm nod and accepted his father's judgment. He admitted that the Grand Duke was right, and that perhaps he had been too impatient in making such a request. Seeing that Lucian had backed down, the Grand Duke told him to ask for something else instead, something more reasonable this time. Lucian stayed silent for a short moment, as if carefully choosing his next words. Then he lifted his gaze again and said that, in that case, he had one very small request to make. Then, with a smile that looked just a little too bold to be called innocent, Lucian made his request. Please allow Felicia to meet the Sword Saint. The instant those words left Lucian's mouth, even the Grand Duke was caught completely off guard. For the first time during their conversation, his steady composure visibly cracked, and he stared back in genuine surprise, as if asking Lucian to repeat what he had just said. Before the heavy silence in the dining room could settle completely, the view suddenly shifted away from them. The next place was entirely different, a guarded prisoner camp where the air felt colder and much more tense. Outside, 2 guards stood watch near the entrance, while inside the room, Felicia sat quietly by herself. Felicia slowly looked around the space, taking in every detail with cautious eyes. The more she observed it, the more certain she became that this was not an ordinary prison. If anything, the place seemed more like a special holding facility prepared for nobles. And what confused her even more than the room itself was the way she had been treated since arriving there. She was supposed to be nothing more than a maid, yet she had been placed in a facility like this. Not only that, she had been given proper meals and even medical care for her condition. No matter how much she thought about it, Felicia could not understand their real purpose. Why would they go this far for someone like her? But after thinking for a while, the tension in her face softened just a little. Perhaps, she told herself, this might actually be better than the fate she had expected. As she sat there in the quiet room, her eyelids slowly lowered and her expression became calmer as her thoughts drifted inward. In that stillness, memories of her past rose up one by one. With a feeling that was both exhausted and strangely relieved, Felicia admitted to herself that at the very least, she had finally escaped from that hellish place in the end. She remained seated in silence, her hands resting quietly as her thoughts continued to flow, almost like she was whispering one last wish only to herself. She thought that before she died, it would be nice if she could hold a sword one final time. And if she allowed herself to be just a little greedier, even for a single moment, then there was something more she wanted. As that desire formed in her heart, the quiet room seemed to give way to a vivid memory, the intense sparring match she had once shared with Lucian. The sharp clash of their blades, the fast footwork, the pressure in the air, and the tension of each exchange all returned to her mind as clearly as if she were standing there again. Seeing that moment replay inside her memories, Felicia quietly admitted what she truly wanted. She wanted another chance to cross swords with him, just one more time. But almost as soon as that thought appeared, she rejected it herself. She called it absurd, as if such a wish could never possibly come true. Then, right at that moment, a voice suddenly broke through the silence from outside. According to the physician, the voice said, her mana control was still unstable. The voice continued, and by then it was clearly Lucian speaking. In the same calm tone, he added that she was also suffering from severe malnutrition and fatigue. His voice stayed measured, but his words went straight to the point as he asked whether her body felt any better now, and whether she was well enough to hold a sword again. The question struck Felicia so suddenly that her eyes widened in surprise. Completely caught off guard, Felicia stared at him in confusion. Before anything else, she asked what he even meant by saying she could hold a sword again. Lucian looked at her with his usual composed expression and answered with a question of his own. Did she truly intend to stay in this place forever? Then, with a faint trace of dry irony, he added that, surprisingly enough, prison life seemed to suit her rather well. After that, Lucian stepped closer and gestured toward the bed nearby, making it clear that he had not gone through all that trouble just to leave her here like this. Dropping any roundabout wording, he spoke to her directly and asked if she really did not want to let her talent with the sword bloom in this place. Lucian stated firmly that he had no intention of letting her remain as some ordinary sword fighter. Then, without softening the weight of his words, he revealed what he had planned for her. He intended to recommend Felicia as a disciple of the Sword Saint. The moment those words reached her ears, Felicia froze in place, utterly stunned. Her disbelief showed immediately on her face. She looked at Lucian sharply and asked if he was making fun of her. To Felicia, the very idea sounded ridiculous. So ridiculous that it felt almost cruel to even say out loud. She pointed out that even becoming a sword fighter was already an unbelievable thing for someone like her, a mere maid and a woman, but becoming the disciple of the Sword Saint was far beyond that. In her eyes, it was a dream so unreasonable that it barely made sense. Frustration finally spilled out, and her voice grew firm, almost trembling from the emotions she had been holding back. She declared that her status might be low, but she was not such a fool that she failed to understand her own place. Seeing her react so strongly, Lucian quietly realized that he may have rushed things too much. Inwardly, he admitted that he had been a little too hasty, and that Felicia's response was only natural. After all, even though she carried the blood of the Marquis, she had been born an illegitimate child, and a woman on top of that. Because of that, she had never even been allowed to hold a sword, much less receive proper training in how to wield one. Instead of being given a chance, she had been surrounded by envy, jealousy, and constant persecution from her own siblings. Those circumstances eventually gave birth to the person later known as the Sword Demon, Felix, the one who abandoned House Logren. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Lucian faced Felicia again and spoke in a calmer voice. He told her that he understood why she could not trust him and that she did not have to give him an answer right away. She could take as much time as she needed to think it through. Felicia looked at him with clear confusion in her eyes and asked what exactly he meant by that. Lucian answered without hesitation, explaining that he was leaving the choice entirely in her hands. He even told her that if she wished, she could leave as soon as today. But before ending the conversation, Lucian left her with one final thought. She should never give up on the sword. He told her that the moment she held a sword in her hand was when she became her truest self. Those words remained in the air long after he spoke them. Felicia, shaken by what she had just heard, repeated those words softly to herself. Was she truly her real self when she held a sword, even though her own blood relatives had been the ones to take that right away from her? Then, raising her voice just a little, Felicia turned back to Lucian and asked something far more personal. Did she really have the right to do that? Was it truly okay for her to live only for the sword, without being tied down by anything else? Lucian met her question head-on, and there was not even the slightest hesitation in his eyes. He told her that if this was what her own will desired, then he swore it would become reality, staking that promise on the name of Lucian Valdic. That moment the view briefly slipped into the past. Lucian was speaking casually with Felix, asking what kind of dream he had. While other people might talk about living comfortably or proudly showing off their success, Lucian did not think Felix wanted anything like that. Lucian even offered a few possibilities, asking if Felix wanted to become a knight captain someday, or perhaps earn a noble title for himself. Felix's answer was different. He admitted that he had never thought about it too deeply before, yet if there was one thing he truly wanted, it was simple: to devote himself completely to the sword without being bound by anything. For him, that alone would be enough. After that memory faded, the view shifted to the training grounds, where Lucian walked forward with Felicia and Hugo at his side. As they continued ahead, Lucian noticed the Grand Duke standing in front of them with his butler beside him, almost as if they had been waiting there from the start. Slightly surprised by the sight, Lucian spoke first and asked what had brought him there. The Grand Duke answered calmly, saying that he had come to see the preparations involving the Sword Saint. Then he added, as if the answer should have been obvious, "Did you really think I would miss such an important event?" His presence alone made the atmosphere feel heavier. When his gaze shifted toward Hugo and Felicia, both of them immediately lowered their heads and bowed respectfully. With their posture straight and their voices careful, Hugo and Felicia greeted him together. "Greetings to His Excellency, the Archduke." The Grand Duke's eyes rested on Hugo for a moment, studying him in silence before he spoke again. His voice was calm, but there was no softness in it. "So you are Hugo. I heard you performed quite well during the recent incident. However, the merit you earned is still buried beneath the weight of the mistakes you made in the past." Hugo accepted those words without even trying to defend himself. He lowered his head even deeper and answered with complete respect. "That is undeniable, Your Excellency. It was my mistake." The Grand Duke continued, his gaze unwavering. "And yet, even knowing that, your master still insisted that you be made a knight." At that moment, Lucian tried to step in, as if he wanted to stop the conversation before it went any further. But the Grand Duke did not give him the chance, and his words continued without pause. He even went as far as giving up his own reward to make it happen. The moment Hugo heard that, his eyes widened slightly. Deep inside, emotions stirred violently as he realized the young master had done all that for him. Lucian truly intended to keep the promise he had made. Even so, Hugo forced himself to remain steady on the outside. And the Grand Duke delivered his decision in a clear, decisive voice. "Hugo, this may disappoint you, but I rejected that request. The reason is simple. I do not believe you are ready yet to carry such a burden." His words were not spoken with cruelty. They were simply absolute. "So from now on, focus on building more achievements until the day comes when I can personally guarantee your honor." The training ground fell into a heavy silence, the weight of his judgment pressing down on everyone present. "I will be waiting for that day." The instant those words ended, Hugo raised his head and declared in a loud, determined voice, "I will definitely meet your expectations." His voice rang across the training ground, filled with resolve. Only then did the Grand Duke turn his attention toward Felicia. "Felicia," he called. She was still bowing respectfully in front of him, her back stiff and her entire posture tense with nerves. Startled by his voice, she answered carefully, Yes, Your Excellency." The Grand Duke did not soften his gaze as he continued, his tone sharp and probing. "Since you were born and raised in that place, you should understand better than anyone what Lucian is putting at risk for your sake. The struggle for succession has not ended yet. If you fail to prove your value, the world will call Lucian a pathetic man who was blinded by lust." His words cut straight into the heart of the matter, and then he pressed her even harder. "Answer me. Do you truly believe you are worth that much?" Felicia's lips parted as she tried to gather enough courage to answer. Her body remained tense, and she looked as though she was just about to force the words out. But before she could say anything, Lucian stepped forward and cut in. "I will answer in their place." "Of course, father. Is that all?" His voice was firm, steady, and filled with absolute conviction. He did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. "Her worth is more than enough. Everyone may doubt my choice and call me a fool. Even Felicia herself may still be uncertain. But all of that ends today." Lucian kept his gaze fixed forward, his expression unwavering as he continued, "Because today everyone will finally see it. They will see that she is a diamond in the rough, held back only by her status and her gender." Then Lucian turned slightly toward Felicia, and his voice became more direct, almost urging her forward. "What are you doing, Felicia? Hurry up and say that you're sure." And in that moment, Lucian finally understood. This was no mere coincidence. The Archduke had truly been waiting here for them, watching everything unfold from the beginning. Grand Duke remained silent for a while, his expression giving away almost nothing while his thoughts ran far deeper beneath the surface. He had come to see with his own eyes the vassal his son had chosen, hoping to give Lucian's first attempt at taking flight just a little more wind beneath his wings. That was the true reason he had appeared here. Then the Grand Duke broke the silence and spoke firmly to Lucian. "If you are that certain, then we shall see the answer with our own eyes. Prepare her to face the Sword Saint." Lucian's eyes sharpened the instant he heard those words. Without the slightest hesitation, he answered, "Thank you for your permission." In that moment, the determination in his expression was impossible to miss. His posture, his gaze, and even the air around him all seemed to carry the same unspoken feeling. "Thank you very much, Father." Then the view shifted again. Standing at the center of the training ground was the Sword Saint. He stepped forward with a calm presence that still felt overwhelming, and a faint laugh slipped from him. "Ha! Not only is the third young master here, but even the Duke himself." His words trailed off slightly as the Grand Duke approached him. The Grand Duke stepped forward and greeted him with a firm handshake. "In any case, this is an important event for our family. As a gentleman, I simply could not suppress my curiosity. My lord, please do not concern yourself with my son's reputation. Evaluate her as strictly as you see fit." Lucian also stepped forward, facing his master with unwavering determination. "I feel the same way. Only then will the promise we made truly have meaning." Hearing Lucian say this, a memory briefly passed through the Sword Saint's mind. He remembered Lucian once telling him that he would bring him a perfect student, someone truly worthy of receiving his teachings. After a short pause, the Sword Saint gave a slight nod. "If both of you insist on that, then I will take this very seriously." With that, Felicia stepped before him. Her body was tense, and even though she tried to stand properly, a faint hesitation still showed in her posture. The Sword Saint's gaze remained fixed on her, heavy, sharp, and impossible to escape. A moment later, the two of them stood facing each other on the training ground. Inside Felicia's mind, the weight of his presence pressed down on her. She could feel it clearly. This man truly was the Sword Saint. Just standing in front of him made her feel as if the very air around them had changed. Gathering her courage, Felicia straightened herself and spoke with respect. "It is an honor to meet the Sword Saint. My name is Felicia." But before she could properly finish her greeting, the Sword Saint slowly raised his sword and settled it with calm authority, cutting off her introduction before it could continue. His voice was cold, sharp, and absolute. "Your name does not matter. Let your sword speak for you." For a brief moment, silence fell between them as his piercing gaze seemed to look straight through her. "Your name can wait until later. Take up that wooden sword." At those words, the attention shifted slightly to the side, where Lucian and the Grand Duke stood watching in silence. The atmosphere tightened around the training ground, as if everything had been building toward this single moment. Lucian thought to himself that the real test had finally begun. Lucian calmly began judging the situation in his head. If Felicia could concentrate her mana into the tip of the wooden sword and push it deeper, then it should work. But if she relied only on brute strength, the task would become difficult. With proper mana circulation, however, there should not be any serious problem. Even so, a faint uncertainty remained in Lucian's mind. What would actually happen now? All he could do was watch and see. Across from them, Felicia tightened her grip around the wooden sword. A trace of nervousness still lingered inside her, but her determination burned far stronger. She understood that this was a chance that might never come again in her entire life. She told herself that she had to be careful. Taking a slow, steady breath, Felicia focused inward. If she concentrated mana into her hands, just like Philip had done, then maybe she could manage it. Bit by bit, she guided her energy, carefully following the method she had learned. And then, she succeeded. The mana moved exactly as she intended, without any major problem. A flicker of surprise flashed through her mind as she realized she had actually done it. For a brief moment, relief washed over her. But that relief quickly turned into uncertainty. Now that she had managed the first step, what was she supposed to do next? Just as that question rose in her mind, the Sword Saint suddenly spoke. "That is enough. There is nothing more to see." Felicia was caught completely off guard, and her eyes widened in confusion. "What? What do you mean? I did exactly as you ordered. I drew the sword." But before Felicia could continue speaking, the Sword Saint stepped forward and firmly seized her hand. His grip was steady and impossible to shake off. "The reason is obvious," he said, his voice calm but absolute, as if the answer should have been clear from the start. The Sword Saint tightened his grip slightly as he looked at her, his expression turning even more severe. "Your circulation shows that you ignored your internal condition out of fear of pain, and your mana management completely disregards the state of your own body." His voice became sharper, and every word landed with heavy force. "This is the typical result of arrogance, the kind seen in those who rely only on their natural talent." The Sword Saint paused for a brief moment, his eyes never leaving Felicia's face. Then he continued in the same unwavering tone. You are standing before the black lions with the body of a woman. So yes, there is no doubt that you possess talent. But talent alone is not enough. Flaws rooted in a person's character are far harder to correct than flaws in technique. His voice grew colder, pressing down on her like a blade. Is that explanation sufficient for you? Go back and properly understand the words of the master who taught you. The first thing you need to learn is how to listen. As he spoke, the sword saint turned slightly away, as though the matter had already reached its end. I have nothing more to say. But then Felicia's voice suddenly cut through the air. I never had the chance to have a teacher. Those words stopped him in place. There was no defiance in her voice, only a painful honesty mixed with quiet embarrassment. And I'm ashamed to say this, but I don't understand anything you just told me. I don't even know what circulation or mana management is supposed to mean. Felicia lowered her gaze slightly, her fingers tightening around the wooden sword in her hand. I only copied what I saw. I really am stupid, so please show me. For the first time, the sword saint's steady composure began to waver. What did you just say? He asked, slowly turning back toward her. Are you telling me that you did all of that by yourself, just from watching someone else, with no guidance at all? His brows drew together as disbelief crossed his face. That should be impossible. Did you not just use mana circulation to draw that sword? Felicia hesitated under his stare, clearly intimidated, but she still answered honestly. I only copied what my brother showed me when we sparred. I could feel the weight and speed of his sword changing. The sword saint's eyes narrowed as confusion began to mix with disbelief. Felicia continued, doing her best to put the sensation into words. When that blue energy inside my brother's body pulsed strongly, but to the sword saint what she was saying sounded completely absurd. Nonsense, he thought, unable to accept what he was hearing. Inner mana was not something a person could simply see whenever they wanted. At that moment, his gaze slowly lifted toward Lucian. His thoughts were still unsettled. Even he could not perceive inner mana without making physical contact. So how could this girl recreate something close to a sixth sense purely through her own will? As that question took shape in his mind, his eyes narrowed even further. Third young master, the sword saint said at last, his voice carrying a new weight. Who exactly is this girl? Lucian met his master's gaze calmly, with confidence already settled in his expression. Didn't I tell you? I said I would bring someone with extraordinary potential, a true masterpiece of fencing talent. There was no hesitation in Lucian's words, only quiet certainty. And with that silent understanding hanging between them, the atmosphere on the training ground changed. The match between Felicia and the sword saint finally began. Felicia was the first to move, launching herself forward with startling speed. She circled around the sword saint in rapid bursts, her eyes searching every angle for even the smallest opening. Her movements were sharp, desperate, and relentless. Every step she took carried urgency and determination. But at the center of it all, the sword saint remained completely still, calm and unmoved, as if her speed meant nothing to him. Then, for one brief instant, Felicia saw a gap. She did not waste even a heartbeat. Felicia lunged straight toward that opening, driving forward with everything she had in a single decisive strike. But in the very next moment, her attack came to an abrupt stop. The sword saint blocked her strike with effortless precision, not even bothering to look directly at her as he stopped the blow. Your movements are filled with openings, he said coldly. Your blade is dull and your resolve is even weaker. Only then did he turn his gaze toward her, his eyes sharp enough to cut. Was that all your despair was worth? Felicia clenched her teeth, frustration surging up inside her chest, no matter how many times she attacked, and no matter how carefully she tried to aim for the slightest weakness. Every single strike was intercepted and erased as if it had never posed any threat at all. It felt as though the sword saint could read every movement before her body even made it. Inside Felicia's mind, helpless thoughts began to echo. She had already pushed herself as far as she could. Her grip tightened painfully around the sword as doubt began creeping in. And yet, even after giving everything, her blade could not so much as graze him. In her mind, Felicia kept speaking to herself, her thoughts trembling but refusing to break. And the sword saint had not taken a single step. So this was what it meant to stand at the pinnacle of the sword, a vast abyss, so deep and overwhelming that she could not even begin to measure it. The gap between them felt suffocating, almost impossible to cross. Even so, Felicia had no intention of giving up there. Her eyes suddenly shifted downward, her gaze locked onto a loose tile beneath her feet. And in that instant, something sparked inside her mind. A plan formed almost immediately. Without hesitation, Felicia kicked the loose tile up from the ground, using it as a sudden distraction. The tile shot upward, creating a momentary opening as she slipped into motion at the same time. Felicia moved to strike from behind, her attack fast and completely unconventional. It was not polished technique guiding her, but instinct, desperation, and raw fighting sense. Watching her attempt unfold, the sword saint spoke again, and this time there was the faintest trace of interest in his voice. A fighting spirit that refuses to die even after crashing into a wall, unorthodox ideas as well. Free from the weight of experience, he paused briefly, as if silently acknowledging the persistence she was showing. But you are not finished yet, Felicia. For one fleeting moment her plan seemed to work. Let it all out, he continued, every bit of resentment you have held inside until now. Then, using only a single finger as though it were a sharpened blade, the Sword Saint sliced through the flying tile and cut it cleanly into two separate pieces. The movement was so effortless that it almost did not look real. Even after seeing that, Felicia did not stop. She forced herself forward, refusing to back away, her body still moving under that crushing pressure. But the instant she advanced, her eyes widened in shock. Right in front of her, an enormous surge of power began to take shape, gathering into the image of a massive lion, fierce, vast, and terrifying. The sheer presence of that force froze Felicia for a split second, as if even the air around her had begun to tremble. Then, without warning, a hand reached toward her sword. The sudden movement startled her, and a sharp flicker of fear rose in her chest. But even with that fear pressing against her, Felicia forced her body to react. She gripped her weapon with all her strength and struck forward with everything she had left. At the same time, the Sword Saint stood before her like an unmoving wall, his entire body radiating overwhelming energy. A faint smile appeared on his face as that power continued to surge outward, spreading through the training ground like a storm that had finally been unleashed. Then, just as abruptly as it had erupted, everything fell silent. Fierce energy faded away, the air grew still again, and the training ground returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Yet the weight of that single exchange continued to hang heavily over everyone watching. From above, Lucian and the Grand Duke silently watched the entire clash unfold, their eyes fixed on the scene below. After a brief moment, the Grand Duke finally opened his mouth to speak. The Grand Duke's voice remained calm, but every word carried a heavy meaning. "Lucian, do you know what makes a swordsman truly reliable?" He did not wait for Lucian to answer, as if the answer had already been carved into his heart long ago. "It is someone who has engraved the cost of relentless training deep into their very soul. Someone who has polished the fundamentals through endless, tedious repetition and gained experience on battlefields where even one small mistake can mean death. It is a cruel and unforgiving road," the Grand Duke continued, his gaze steady. "But that very road is the root of what makes a true swordsman." Lucian listened without interrupting, his expression calm, even as his thoughts moved quietly beneath the surface. That was exactly why, until now, his father had only kept people like that by his side. People tempered by hardship, discipline, and blood. Then the Grand Duke's tone shifted ever so slightly, as though he was now speaking of something that existed outside ordinary rules. "However, in this world, there are also people who can leap over that mountain of effort, in a single bound." His eyes sharpened as he looked down toward the training ground below. People who shine so fiercely that they resemble a blazing sun. They possess talent so overwhelming that the world itself has no choice but to acknowledge them. Like a rising tide, they can swallow everything in their path. For a brief moment, his words hung heavily in the air. Just like that girl, the view returned to the ground below where Felicia stood frozen in place. Her sword still firmly caught in the Sword Saint's grasp. Even after she had poured everything she had into that strike, the Sword Saint held it effortlessly, as though her blade carried no weight at all. From above, the Grand Duke's voice echoed down with quiet certainty. "You made the right decision, Lucian." Lucian kept his eyes fixed on Felicia below and answered in a steady voice filled with conviction. "If you had not trusted her, father, if you had not given her this chance, that light would have gone out before anyone ever saw it." There was no doubt in Lucian's words. Talent was not truly rare in this world. More often, it simply stayed buried in the dark because no one ever gave it a chance to shine. Back on the training ground, the stillness around Felicia deepened. Despite the force of their clash, not even the faintest scratch could be seen on the Sword Saint's hand. And yet his thoughts were no longer dismissive. That unwavering gaze of hers, that way she refused to break, it was clear to him now. She had been born for the sword. No matter what trials had tried to crush her, that truth had not disappeared. The Sword Saint's eyes narrowed slightly as his realization grew deeper. More importantly, she could actually see it. She could see beyond the limits of common sense, toward the endless path of the sword stretching far into the unknown. Standing calmly before her, the Sword Saint finally loosened his grip. Then he looked at Felicia with an expression completely different from the cold one he had worn before. "Tell me your name once more." His voice was no longer dismissive. This time, it carried the weight of acknowledgement. "Today, you proved your courage with your sword. From this moment onward, no one here will doubt the name you speak. Say it with pride." Felicia stood frozen for a brief second, overwhelmed by how suddenly his attitude had changed. Then she steadied herself, lowered her voice just slightly, and answered with firm resolve. "Then I will say it again, Sword Saint. My name is Felicia." She paused for a moment before continuing, her voice quieter but still clear. "I have no surname from my mother's side, and House Logren, the family of my father, refused to grant me theirs. Felicia is the only name I have." The Sword Saint listened in silence, then gave a slow nod, as if all the pieces had finally fallen into place. "I see. So that is how it was." He looked at her with a faint trace of approval in his eyes. "You held your ground very well, then." With firm clarity, he spoke the name that would change everything. "Felicia Brittner, from today onward, that will be your name." Felicia's eyes widened slightly. The Sword Saint continued without hesitation. From this day forward, I will take you in as my adopted daughter. I will teach you everything from swordsmanship to noble etiquette. His tone remained steady, but there was not the slightest uncertainty in it. It will be exhausting. Not a single moment of it will be easy. Are you prepared to endure that? Felicia did not hesitate. She immediately dropped to her knees before him. The sword saint gently placed one hand on her shoulder, and when he spoke again, his voice lowered with a rare sincerity. Felicia, I am a stubborn old man. I judged your character too quickly, and I spoke too lightly. He paused for a moment, openly admitting his own faults. There will likely be days when my pride and rigid beliefs clash against your free spirit. Then he looked directly into her eyes. When that happens, will you convince me with your sword? A faint smile touched the sword saint's face as he continued. I too will do my best to accept your sincerity through the blade. Our paths until now have been different, but our hearts beat for the same sword. His hand tightened slightly on her shoulder, as if sealing the bond between them. So, from this moment on, let us walk that path together. His voice carried both finality and the warmth of a new beginning. Felicia Brittner. After that, the night swallowed the scene, and rumors began to spread, as they always did, starting from the places closest to the source. In a dark and secluded area, a man urgently handed a letter to another person. His face was tight with tension as he spoke in a low, serious voice. Deliver this to the elders of the family. The future of House Toledo depends on it, so make sure it reaches them as quickly as possible. The man receiving the letter looked confused by the sudden urgency. Clutching the message in his hand, he immediately asked, My lord, what exactly do you mean by this? The other man answered slowly, his voice heavy with concern. I heard that the sword saint has finally taken a disciple. Until now, he has always remained neutral in every succession dispute, but the will of his disciple cannot possibly remain neutral forever. If the child backed by the sword saint chooses to support one side, then the balance within House Valdic will only be a matter of time before it is overturned. He paused briefly, and when he continued, his voice had grown colder. If the ship we boarded, the one named Geordie, can no longer carry House Toledo to greater heights, then it would be wiser to abandon it before it sinks completely. Instead, we should move toward the one who has recently built great merit and brought the Sword Saint's disciple onto his ship. That man is Lucian Valdic. The instant Lucian's name was spoken, the view shifted again without pause. This time, the scene moved into a room inside the Valdic mansion. Inside the luxurious chamber, the Grand Duke sat calmly, his presence steady and imposing. Nearby, his butler stood respectfully as he delivered his report. As your grace predicted, the butler said in a composed tone, not only have the elders continued sending letters of concern, but the maternal relatives of the young masters have also begun sending letters of their own. The head butler continued, and this time worry could be heard beneath his controlled voice. I have already taken measures on my end, but they are not the sort of people who will simply stand aside and watch. Would it not be better to act before these sparks spread any further? Even after hearing those concerns, the Grand Duke remained perfectly calm. His expression showed no fear, no hesitation, and no surprise. After a short silence, he finally opened his mouth and spoke in a deep, steady voice. If they truly intend to make their own children the head of the family, then they are exactly the type of people who will do anything, without even realizing that their actions are slowly ruining the very children they wish to elevate. The air inside the room grew heavier as the Grand Duke continued. Head butler, summon every child within the domain for a family dinner. If there are complaints, then all we need to do is offer them a fair opportunity. Is that not right? A cold, imposing aura began to spread from him as he declared his decision. A true man must know how to open doors with his own strength, and if he carries the name of Valdic, then he must speak with his own blood. We shall see who truly possesses the lion's fangs. Right after those words, the view shifted once more, moving into the quiet night inside the Grand Duke's mansion. At that same time, Lucian was walking calmly through the grand halls of the estate, accompanied by a servant at his side. As he moved forward with steady steps, the eyes of countless servants immediately turned toward him. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief, as though they still could not fully accept the sudden change in the way everyone now looked at him. Then, almost at the same time, every servant lowered their head respectfully and greeted him in unison. Greetings to young Master Lucian. Lucian calmly looked over them without showing even the slightest hint of arrogance. In a composed and gentle voice, he replied, You have all been working hard. Do not mind me. Please continue with your duties. Lucian let his gaze drift across the servants gathered around him, taking in the way they stood straighter, and watched him with careful respect. Quietly, he thought to himself that it was not only the annex where he lived that had changed. Even here, in the main house where his father stayed, the servants' attitudes had shifted far more than he had ever expected. A small smile gradually tugged at the corner of Lucian's mouth, as the reason became clear to him. If everyone was treating him this differently now, then it could only mean one thing. His position inside the family had risen much higher than he had imagined. At the same time, another thought quietly surfaced in his mind. Until now, Lucian had believed that becoming a direct disciple by his own strength would already be enough to call a massive success. But the way he was being welcomed and respected right now was on an entirely different level, far beyond what that achievement alone should have brought him. And now that Felicia had actually met the Sword Saint, Lucian could not help but wonder what kind of terrifying existence she might grow into later. Just imagining her future potential was enough to make his thoughts pause. After moving through the long corridors for some time, Lucian finally reached the front of a large door, its heavy frame standing silently before him. He stopped there for a brief moment, calmly straightened his tie with his fingers, and gathered himself. Then another thought passed through his mind. Well then, it was about time he started handling the work that belonged to him as well. Without showing even the slightest hesitation, Lucian reached forward and pushed the door open. As soon as the door swung open, the mood inside the room came into view at once. The fourth young master was seated there, and beside him sat the second young master, Geordie. Both of their faces looked dark, stiff, and deeply displeased, making the pressure in the room obvious from just one glance. Lucian looked directly toward Geordie and calmly thought to himself that their expressions alone already said everything. Just as he expected, every one of them was wearing a long face. But even with that sour atmosphere waiting for him, Lucian did not look nervous in the slightest. He simply walked forward at a steady pace, heading toward his seat with his expression composed from beginning to end. Once he sat down, Lucian slowly looked around at everyone present, then opened his mouth with a polite smile. He said it was wonderful to see everyone gathered together like this after such a long time. Then, with that same pleasant look on his face, he added that it was truly a shame. Brothers found it so difficult to even look at one another these days. After that, his gaze settled on Geordie, as he asked if that was not right, Brother Geordie. Geordie's response came immediately. His face remained cold as he stared straight at Lucian, and his voice sharpened with warning. He said Lucian seemed rather pleased with himself because of everything that had happened recently. Then Geordie pressed further, asking whether Lucian truly believed luck would keep following him forever. Nothing had really changed, he warned, so Lucian would be wise to watch how he behaved. But instead of shrinking back under that warning, Lucian suddenly lifted his hands and began clapping softly, as if Geordie's words had genuinely moved him. A faint smile settled on Lucian's face as he replied that, as expected, the only person who truly cared enough to look out for him was his brother. He even asked how Geordie had known he had been feeling a little too excited lately. His tone sounded polite and harmless on the surface, but every word carried a thin layer of mockery hidden underneath. Lucian continued in the same calm voice, saying he completely understood Brother Geordie. Even if Geordie's words sounded harsh, Lucian knew everything he did was ultimately for his sake. As Lucian kept speaking without leaving Geordie room to cut in, the air in the room began to grow colder by the second. He then brought up the incident at the training grounds, saying that Geordie had decisively cut ties with Sir Henwhatever and had shown everyone the true dignity and judgment that a noble lord ought to possess. And that was not all. Lucian continued smoothly, mentioning the money that had been embezzled by the former headmaid, Jenny. Geordie had not only generously compensated her, but had even gone so far as to provide her with an additional allowance afterward. With that gentle smile still on his face, Lucian asked how he could possibly fail to understand such kindness from his brother. Then, as though a fresh thought had only just occurred to him, his eyes shifted slightly. Lucian suddenly spoke again with an innocent expression, saying that now that he thought about it, he wondered how Jenny was doing these days after all. He had stopped right before she died. The instant those words came out of Lucian's mouth, Geordie's face contorted with fury. The anger he had been desperately holding back finally burst out, and he slammed forward in rage. Geordie shouted Lucian's name, demanding how he dared say something like that. Meanwhile, the fourth young master sat silently and watched the entire exchange unfold right in front of him. Seeing Geordie being completely pushed around by Lucian's words, irritation rose in his chest. If second brother was just going to be dragged down this helplessly, then he should have simply kept his mouth shut. The fourth young master continued watching the situation deteriorate, and the frustration on his face became harder and harder to hide. Inside his mind, he angrily thought that Geordie was only helping Lucian build even more momentum at this point. He could not just sit there and allow that to continue. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he abruptly rose from his seat and shouted toward Lucian. He argued that second brother had only been telling Lucian to restrain himself in case his excitement caused him to make a mistake. Then he demanded to know whether Lucian really needed to answer Geordie with such sarcastic mockery. The fourth young master then ordered Lucian to admit his mistake to Geordie immediately. After speaking those words, he felt as though he had just stepped in and done something extremely important. In his own mind, he even believed he had successfully intervened and eased the tension. He thought he had only been trying to lighten the mood. But before that thought could even fully settle, Lucian's cold voice sliced through the room like a blade. Lucian said this was exactly why being nice to people was never worth it. The moment those words struck the air, the fourth young master's whole body went rigid. Cold sweat began sliding down his face, as Lucian slowly turned his furious gaze toward him. In a dangerously calm tone, Lucian said he had known they should have had a much deeper physical conversation that day. Then he told him to look at himself, because he still clearly had not come to his senses. The pressure filling the room became suffocating as Lucian continued. He asked whether the fourth young master truly could not read the atmosphere at all. Just because Lucian had let things pass, since he was the youngest, did he now think he could do whatever he pleased? Lucian then asked if he really wanted to be shown what true terror looked like. The moment the fourth young master heard those words, all the confidence he had shown a second earlier vanished. Fear spread clearly across his face, and he instinctively shrank back in his seat before nervously muttering, "Be brother." At that very moment, the door to the room suddenly opened. Before anyone could properly react, a heavy voice rolled into the room from the doorway. The voice said it seemed all of them possessed an excessive amount of vigor, so much that they could not even control it properly. The Grand Duke slowly stepped into the room, and with his arrival came an overwhelming presence that immediately pressed down on everyone inside. The moment he appeared, all three young masters straightened their posture at once and bowed respectfully, greeting their father in unison. The Grand Duke calmly swept his gaze across the room before speaking again. He remarked that seeing all of them raising their voices even during a rare family dinner was quite something. Then, without a hint of warmth in his expression, he added that yes, such vigor was certainly necessary. And then, still wearing the same unreadable look, he continued by saying that he had already been planning to send all of them to the battlefield anyway. The instant those words were spoken, the faces of all three young masters froze in place. Shock washed over them completely, because none of them had imagined those words would come from the Grand Duke's mouth at that moment. A short while later, everyone had taken their seats around the grand dinner table, but the atmosphere remained heavy and tense. Candlelight flickered across the polished silverware and reflected faintly on the faces of the nobles gathered there, yet not a single person dared to speak first. At the head of the table, the Grand Duke calmly looked over the young masters before finally breaking the silence. He asked if they were all aware of the Empire Liberation Alliance. The moment that name left his mouth, the mood around the table turned even more serious. The Grand Duke continued in a cold, steady voice, explaining that they were remnants of former vassal states. They were rebels who had gathered together across different regions with the goal of breaking free from the Empire's rule. He explained that they had been stirring up local rebellions and spreading unrest wherever they appeared. They had even gone so far as to assassinate nobles without hesitation. To the Empire, they were like a thorn buried under a fingernail, small enough to seem minor at first, yet far too painful and dangerous to ignore. Everyone at the table listened in complete silence while the Grand Duke continued laying out the situation. A few months earlier, traces of the Alliance's activity had been discovered in the border region of Bourneholm. Because of that, he had dispatched the firstborn, Tristan, to crush the rebellious movement before it could spread any further. Since then, countless clashes had taken place, both large and small. However, none of them had yet been serious enough to throw the entire region into complete chaos. As the Grand Duke spoke, the expressions of the three young masters slowly became stiffer. Among them, the second and fourth young masters looked especially uneasy, as if they had already begun to sense that this matter was far more dangerous than it sounded at first. Even so, the Grand Duke's face did not shift in the slightest. His expression stayed as cold and unmoving as stone, giving away nothing of what he was truly thinking. Then his voice dropped a little deeper as he said that recently, however, he had received a report that could no longer be ignored. The entire table went utterly silent. Only then did the Grand Duke reveal the real reason behind his concern. Signs of a monster migration had begun appearing in Bourneholm. The instant Lucian heard those words, his eyes widened before he could stop himself. A cold shiver ran straight down his spine as the meaning settled in. A monster migration. Just repeating those words in his mind was enough to make his unease rise. This situation was far more dangerous than he had first imagined. A monster migration was no ordinary disturbance. It was a disaster that happened when one species of monster multiplied far beyond normal limits. Once their numbers grew too large for their established territory, they would abandon their usual habitats and move together in enormous swarms, searching for food, prey, and new land. When that happened, entire regions could be swallowed by chaos. The true danger of a migration depended heavily on both its size and the kind of monsters involved. If the scale was small, a village might vanish overnight without anyone arriving in time to save it. But if the outbreak was worse, then whole cities and border territories could be crushed beneath endless waves of monsters. Even seasoned knights and battle-hardened soldiers feared monster migrations, because once the movement began, stopping it was never simple. And now the first signs of that kind of catastrophe had appeared again. The worst monster migration ever recorded had been so devastating that it wiped an entire castle and 10 surrounding villages completely off the map. Thousands of people had died during that disaster, and the devastated land remained abandoned for years afterward, left behind with only fear and the lingering traces of monsters. After letting that grim weight settle over everyone at the table, the Grand Duke spoke again in a calm yet commanding voice, saying it was still too early to conclude that this was a full-scale monster migration. Everyone's attention immediately returned to him. He explained that the migration cycle usually occurred only once every 50 years. The previous outbreak in Bourneholm had been suppressed just 20 years ago, so by ordinary logic, another migration should not be happening this soon. Lucian quietly listened to his father's explanation, then narrowed his eyes as the situation became clearer in his mind. Even so, he carefully pointed out that if there was even a chance of such an unpredictable factor appearing, then eldest brother must be carrying an enormous burden right now, especially while he was already dealing with the rebels at the same time. The moment he finished speaking, Lucian seemed to understand the real meaning hidden behind his father's words. So that was it. That was why his father had said he intended to send one of them to the battlefield. Seeing that his third son had reached the correct conclusion on his own, the Grand Duke's lips slowly curved into a faint smile. Then he gave a simple reply, saying that Lucian was exactly right. The Grand Duke then said one of them would have to go and clear away the dark clouds gathering over that land. His gaze moved across the table as he asked whether anyone was willing to help their eldest brother resolve the matter. That single question made the air around the dinner table tense in an instant, as if the silence itself had suddenly become heavier. Geordie, the second young master, became visibly uncomfortable the moment the word willing entered the conversation. His brows drew together while countless thoughts rushed through his head. Volunteer, the word sounded nice, but he knew very well that this was not truly a choice. In his mind, Geordie knew there was no way any of them could actually take command away from eldest brother when Tristan already controlled the battlefield. At best, they would only become supporting figures with no real authority, and even if they somehow managed to achieve something valuable, the glory would naturally be credited to Tristan in the end. After sorting through his thoughts, Geordie finally opened his mouth in front of the Grand Duke. In a respectful tone, he asked whether it was truly necessary for one of them to step forward personally, since none of them had proper battlefield experience yet. Rather than involving themselves directly in such a dangerous situation, Geordie said he believed it would be far more efficient to send their knights to support eldest brother instead. Then he turned his head toward the youngest sibling seated nearby and pulled him into the conversation. Geordie asked whether the youngest agreed with him. The fourth young master hesitated for a moment, clearly nervous beneath the pressure at the table, before carefully answering yes to their father. The fourth young master added that if he could genuinely be of help, then of course he would want to step forward. But even so, he also believed second brother's suggestion was the more reasonable choice. Before the discussion could continue any further, however, Lucian suddenly cut in. Lucian calmly said that such a plan would probably be impossible. He then explained that if they deployed additional troops from the main house now, the lords surrounding Bourneholm would be the first ones to react. And if they were not careful, Lucian continued, those lords might begin suspecting that House Valdic was using the rebel situation as an excuse to hide some other motive. The moment he said that, the fourth young master's face immediately tightened with dissatisfaction. He clearly disliked what Lucian was implying. With a sharp edge in his voice, he repeated the words ulterior motives, then asked whether Lucian was saying they would actually think such a thing. The fourth young master then voiced the suspicion directly, asking whether those people would dare believe House Valdic was using the rebels as an excuse to invade their territories. His tone was filled with disbelief and irritation. How could they look at House Valdic and harbor such absurd doubts, even if they spread those ridiculous complaints? Would a simple warning from their side not be enough? He saw no reason for them to walk on eggshells around people like that. Lucian, however, remained perfectly calm. In an even voice, he admitted that the fourth young master was not entirely wrong. However, he said they still had to consider every possible outcome. As he spoke, his gaze became slightly sharper. Then Lucian asked what would happen if His Majesty the Emperor himself came to hold those same suspicions, even for a brief moment. And beyond that, what if the Marquis's faction seized this chance to twist the situation and use it for their own benefit? Those words made the atmosphere around the table grow heavy all at once. The Grand Duke slowly nodded in agreement, then firmly stated that Lucian was correct. He explained that even with the strong relationship their house shared with the imperial family, any large-scale movement of troops would inevitably make others uneasy. Furthermore, if the noble faction chose to use the situation against them politically, His Majesty would certainly be placed in a difficult position. The Grand Duke then folded his hands together, his sharp eyes sweeping over each of his sons. In a deep voice that echoed quietly through the dining hall, he asked what they suggested they should do now. Under the current circumstances, an official military deployment was impossible. At the same time, however, they still needed forces capable of responding immediately if some unforeseen development occurred. As he said this, the Grand Duke's expression hardened ever so slightly. What they needed was a method that could stabilize the region without spreading needless anxiety or tension among the surrounding territories. Silence followed his words, and all three young masters sank into thought, each trying to find an answer worthy of the problem before them. The Grand Duke demanded to hear their thoughts. Meanwhile, Lucian had already reached a clear conclusion in his own mind. If those were the conditions, then there was only one possible answer. The forces they needed had to satisfy several requirements at once. They had to be people with genuine combat experience, people who would move regardless of politics or personal interest as long as the pay and conditions were good enough. More importantly, they had to be natives of the region itself. They needed an armed force that could act without provoking unnecessary suspicion or controversy from the surrounding territories. And among all the options available, only one group fit those requirements perfectly. Lucian said they had to make use of Bourneholm's mercenaries. His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued organizing the plan in his head. Even if the goal was only to gather those unruly groups together and keep them from scattering in every direction, the blood of House Valdic would still be necessary. Lucian's voice rang clearly through the dining hall as he volunteered for the position. Unlike the others, there was not even a trace of hesitation on his face. If anything, he almost seemed excited by the opportunity before him. The Grand Duke silently observed his third son for a moment. Then, 1 week later, the scene shifted to a large ship cutting through the cold waters on its way toward Bourneholm. Sea wind roared around the vessel, waves crashed hard against its sides, and Lucian stood quietly on the deck beside Hugo throughout the long journey. Even during the voyage, Lucian remained lost in thought. As the cold wind brushed past him, he calmly reflected that the only thing truly capable of making mercenaries move was money. But Lucian also knew that money alone was never enough to truly bind people like them in place. A faint smirk appeared on his face as memories from both this life and his previous life surfaced one after another. Mercenaries were the kind of people who changed their words whenever the situation demanded it, then tossed aside yesterday's contract as casually as if it had become today's joke. That was the breed of people known as mercenaries, and Lucian understood their nature far better than most nobles ever could. After all, he had once been a mercenary himself. Even knowing that, he could not help but feel impressed by the brutal simplicity of their way of thinking. For mercenaries, survival came before absolutely everything else. To them, abandoning even their own employer the moment a situation turned hopeless was not considered shameful. In fact, that kind of cold judgment was often seen as the mark of a proper mercenary. Lucian's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon beyond the rolling waves. Of course, dealing with difficult personalities was nothing new to him. Managing a mercenary group itself was not the true problem here. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. There was only one reason his father had sent him all the way to Bourneholm, and the image of one particular man immediately surfaced in his mind. First young master, Tristan Valdic. The moment Lucian thought of his eldest brother, his expression twisted with open annoyance. That bastard had absolutely no flexibility whatsoever. Painful memories from his previous life began rising in his mind one after another. From the guards' uniforms to the exact timing of their breaks, Tristan was the type of person who enforced every single rule with merciless precision. Even the smallest violation was enough to bring immediate disciplinary punishment. Back then, dealing with someone like Tristan had been exhausting beyond words. Lucian let out a quiet sigh. Considering Tristan's personality, there was no chance he would willingly negotiate with mercenaries who were trying to exploit the Empire's crisis for profit. But at the same time, Lucian understood the mercenaries themselves just as well, perhaps even better than anyone else in House Valdic. And because of that, he knew there was no way the mercenary groups would ignore an opportunity like this. With the situation shifting, political instability spreading, the threat of monsters growing, and desperate nobles willing to pay fortunes for hired blades, Bourneholm had become exactly the kind of place mercenaries would swarm toward. For anyone who knew how to read the situation, Bourneholm had become the perfect battlefield to make a profit from. In the end, Lucian's amusement only grew as the thought settled in. To him, this entire crisis looked less like a disaster and more like a banquet prepared just for him. A strange grin slowly spread across Lucian's face, and a sharp excitement flickered in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had been given a proper chance to show what he could really do. Just wait for me, he thought, aiming that grin toward the unseen mercenaries. You mercenary bastards! Standing nearby, Hugo quietly stared at his master with a deeply puzzled look, unable to understand the sudden change in Lucian's mood. What in the world had gotten into him all of a sudden? Not long after that, the ship finally reached the port and slowly came to a stop. As Lucian stepped down from the vessel and onto the port, a familiar figure was already waiting there to greet him with proper respect. Lucian immediately recognized the man before him as Sir Raymond, captain of the Black Lions. With a composed expression, he thanked him, saying that thanks to him, the journey had been extremely comfortable. Lucian gave a small nod, then said he had heard Sir Raymond had voluntarily applied to accompany this mission as well. The captain's expression remained confident as he answered him. Sir Raymond explained that since Lucian had taken on such an important assignment, he believed an escort suited to the mission would be necessary. Then he moved on to the current situation, saying that the members who had previously carried out the Vestra mission with Lucian had already arrived ahead of them. Those members were currently gathering information and assessing the situation in the area, so they would meet up with Lucian later at the designated rendezvous point. After giving that report, Sir Raymond respectfully asked whether Lucian would like to head directly to the first young master for the time being. Lucian answered with a light smile, telling him yes, and asking him to lead the way. But before they could move any farther, sudden shouts erupted from the nearby streets, cutting sharply through the air. Someone yelled that the bastards from the Empire Liberation Alliance were there and ordered the soldiers not to let them escape. A group of men was desperately running through the streets while armed soldiers chased them from behind with urgent footsteps. Panic quickly spread through the area as civilians hurried to get out of the way. Among the fleeing rebels, one man looked toward his leader with desperation written across his face. He warned that at this rate, it was only a matter of time before they were caught, then offered to stay behind and buy time so the squad leader could escape. But the squad leader rejected the idea immediately, snapping that he should not say something so foolish. He asked how long the man thought he could survive alone against House Valdic's soldiers. Then, in the middle of that desperate exchange, both men suddenly looked ahead. Standing in the distance was a young boy with the appearance of a noble, accompanied by only 2 escorts. One of the rebels noticed him and muttered darkly that there was a noble-looking kid right in front of them. The rebel quickly decided they would take down the escorts and use the brat as a hostage to buy themselves time. As soon as the thought formed, his hand moved toward the sword hanging at his waist. He told himself he would not make a single mistake. In the next instant, the rebel swiftly drew his blade and prepared to rush forward. But at that exact moment, Lucian had already appeared right in front of him. With the distance between them erased in an instant, Lucian calmly asked what exactly he planned to do. The rebel's eyes widened in shock. Lucian looked at him with a calm smile, almost as if he had simply stepped into an amusing game. Then he spoke again, asking why they did not let him join in on the fun as well. At the same time, a terrifying wave of energy began pouring from Lucian's body, crushing the atmosphere around him in an instant. The rebels froze where they stood, and the pressure bearing down on them became so suffocating that even breathing felt difficult. After that, the lingering mist slowly spread across the battlefield, curling through the tense air, while Lucian remained standing calmly in front of everyone. His sword rested quietly in his hand, and despite the calmness of his posture, the pressure surrounding him made the entire scene feel frozen in place. The very man who had tried to attack him moments earlier could do nothing now except stare in complete shock, unable to process what had just happened before his eyes. At the same time, the squad leader tightened his grip on his sword and shouted in confusion, demanding to know what this meant. But before anyone could properly respond, another man behind him called out to him nervously, his trembling voice revealing just how much fear had already taken hold. Deep inside his mind, the squad leader had already realized the horrifying truth. Lucian was not an ordinary child at all. Just thinking about how their squad leader had been subdued in a single strike, without even being able to react, sent a chill through his entire body. And even worse, Lucian had done it with nothing but a scabbard. The thought hit them like a hammer. He was a monster. As that realization sank in, the atmosphere grew unbearably heavy, and everyone present began to understand just how overwhelming Lucian's strength truly was. On the other side, Lucian quietly lowered his gaze toward his sword, calmly feeling the immense power flowing through every part of his body. A faint smile slowly appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. So this was what it felt like. His eyes gradually sharpened as he focused on the sensation. His body moved exactly the way he wanted it to, and his fully recovered heart burned inside him with the force of a volcano. The mana responded to that heart and spread through his entire body, releasing a level of power that could not even be compared to what he had possessed before. The pressure around him continued to rise higher and higher with each passing second. It felt as though the mana inside Lucian was overflowing without end, turning his very presence into something terrifying. Lucian briefly looked down at his own hands, studying the strength now resting within them. Then, in a cold whisper, he said this body's performance was beyond anything he had imagined. Immediately after that, the remaining 2 men began slowly backing away in fear, while hurriedly pulling out their swords. They tried to ready themselves for battle, but the terror in their eyes was impossible to hide. Their hands shook so badly that their blades barely looked steady, and neither of them could understand how they were supposed to fight someone like Lucian. Seeing that fear spread across their faces, Lucian slowly raised his gaze toward them and asked, in an overwhelmingly intimidating tone, whether they still failed to grasp the situation. The instant those words left his mouth, an incredibly powerful aura exploded from his body. The air itself became unbearably heavy under the weight of his presence, making it hard for everyone nearby to breathe. Fear swallowed the 2 men completely, as Lucian stared straight into their eyes and coldly declared that there would be no more warnings. His terrifying pressure continued crushing them from every side, and his cold gaze alone shattered what little fighting spirit they had left. Then, in a calm but commanding voice, Lucian ordered all of them to get on their knees. The moment that command echoed across the battlefield, the 2 men dropped their swords to the ground, without the slightest hesitation. The metallic sound of their weapons hitting the earth rang strangely loud in the suffocating silence. One of the men lowered his head as his entire body trembled, desperately thinking that Lucian was an opponent they could not endure for even a single moment. For the sake of their great cause, they had to survive first. The fear of death had already consumed them completely, leaving nothing behind but desperation. A few moments later, the squad leader finally opened his mouth with defeat written all over his face. He said they surrendered, that they would cooperate, and begged Lucian to spare them. Panic filled his voice as he continued pleading, asking for mercy, if only for the sake of their innocent children. After those words were spoken, the atmosphere around them grew even quieter, and Lucian silently looked them over. He carefully watched every movement and every emotion they tried to hide. Even though they had surrendered, he could still sense killing intent leaking from their bodies. The hatred and resentment buried deep inside them had not disappeared at all. Lucian's gaze slowly shifted toward the nearby children. In their eyes, he could clearly see resentment and anger burning quietly beneath the fear. This was why war always left such a bitter aftertaste. There was no pride in this kind of victory, only the painful reminder that hatred kept being passed from one generation to the next. Without saying anything more than necessary, Lucian calmly returned his sword to its proper position. Then he looked directly at the surrendered men and declared that as long as they fully cooperated, he would make sure they were formally tried in a court of law. He warned them not to try anything foolish unless they wanted to make their situation even worse. His words carried both authority and a clear threat beneath the surface. It was obvious that Lucian had no intention of showing meaningless cruelty, but it was just as clear that he would not tolerate betrayal. Shortly afterward, soldiers of the Empire began approaching from every direction to secure the surrendered rebels. The clatter of armor and the heavy sound of footsteps filled the battlefield as the men were surrounded one after another. At that very moment, an armed man stepped down from his horse and slowly walked toward the scene. His presence alone carried the dignity and authority of the Empire. Looking toward the captured rebels, he spoke in a stern, unwavering voice, addressing them as citizens of the Empire. He said it was only right that they be judged according to proper procedures. That was a right they could demand, regardless of their status. And it was one of the foundations that supported the Empire itself. For a brief moment, his words sounded as if he truly intended to grant them fairness and justice. However, his expression soon turned cold as he continued. He said these men were no longer ordinary citizens. The atmosphere grew heavy again at once. Then, with absolute conviction, he declared that the moment they pointed their blades at the Empire, they became nothing more than rebels. And for rebels, there was only one verdict: execution for all of them. The man who had just arrived was then revealed to be none other than Tristan Valdic, the first young master of House Valdic. The instant that merciless judgment rang across the battlefield, the rebel captain, the very same team leader who had already thrown down his pride and surrendered, was swallowed whole by rage, as if every last thread of restraint inside him had snapped at once. His face contorted with raw hatred, his eyes bloodshot and furious, and in the next breath he spun around sharply, reaching into a hidden place where he had kept a concealed knife all this time. With that fury blazing in his gaze, he lunged forward like a man who no longer cared about living or dying, screaming at the top of his lungs, "By what right do you bastards think you can judge us? Wasn't it your empire that crushed us, exploited us, and trampled over us first?" All the resentment he had buried for years, all the suffering he had endured, burst out through his voice in one violent wave. But even as those words tore across the field, Tristan Valdic remained perfectly still, calm as stone, without the slightest flicker of emotion. None of the rebels' accusations seemed to reach Tristan at all. His cold expression did not shift by even a fraction, as though in his mind the man's death had already been decided long before the knife was ever drawn. And then, in the very next heartbeat, Tristan finally moved. His strike came so fast and so clean that the eye could barely catch it. A brutal flash sliced through the air, and before anyone could even react, blood sprayed out across the battlefield. For one short moment, everything went deathly quiet. Then the rebel leader's body crashed heavily to the ground, covered in deep wounds from head to toe, making it painfully clear he had been cut down instantly before he ever had a chance to fight back. The two remaining men froze in horror as they watched their squad leader fall in such a savage way. Terror flooded their faces, and they cried out desperately, their voices cracking with panic, "Squad leader." But before either of them could rush forward, or even properly lift their heads, the surrounding soldiers forced them down with brutal strength, slamming their faces against the ground and pinning them there. A suffocating silence settled over the battlefield, thick with fear and the weight of what had just happened. After that, Tristan turned away from the corpse and slowly approached his younger brother, Lucian. In a voice as cold as the blade he had just used, he said, "Lucian, burn this clearly into your mind. This is the standard we are required to uphold, and this is our principle." His words carried the harsh doctrine of the Empire itself, leaving no room for doubt, pity, or mercy toward anyone marked as an enemy. But Lucian did not look convinced at all. His face tightened with visible discomfort, and his expression made it clear that he could not simply accept the bloody reality Tristan was trying to carve into him. Not long after that, the focus moved away from the blood-stained battlefield and toward the massive stronghold known as Bourneholm Fortress. Inside the fortress walls, the air felt tense and unsettled, as if everyone there was waiting for something terrible to happen. Soldiers hurried back and forth through the area without rest, while the nearby citizens wore exhausted, anxious expressions, their faces showing that fear had already spread deep through the territory. In the middle of that uneasy atmosphere, Lucian stood quietly by himself, lost in heavy thought. His expression had turned sharp and serious as question after question rose in his mind. Remembering everything that had happened earlier, he silently murmured to himself, "Tristan Valdic." At the same time, memories from his previous life began to surface one by one. He had been a stubborn man in my previous life too. But I never saw him do anything as extreme and violent as what he did today. Lucian could not hide the confusion weighing on him. The Tristan he remembered had always been strict, rigid, and unyielding, but the brutality he had just witnessed went far beyond anything in his past memories. As that thought continued to gnaw at him, Lucian's face darkened even more. Come to think of it, I have no memories of Bourneholm from my past life, even though I was serving on active duty during this very period. The moment he realized that, a deep unease rose in his chest. An incident this large should not have slipped past him. If something on this scale had truly happened back then, there was no way I wouldn't have known about it. So what is it? Is there something here that I still don't understand? The more Lucian considered it, the more suspicious the whole situation felt, almost as if a crucial piece of history had been erased from his memory. While keeping a careful eye on the fortress and everything happening around it, Lucian calmly spoke his assessment aloud. The atmosphere here is worse than expected, with the Empire Liberation Alliance running rampant and the citizens of the territory drowning in anxiety. This situation seems far more serious than the reports made it sound. His sharp gaze continued moving across the surroundings, checking the soldiers, the empty spaces, and the exposed pathways before he added, "This is not just a simple manpower shortage. Isn't the security perimeter practically empty?" From one glance, it was clear that the fortress defenses were dangerously thin for a crisis of this level. The shortage of soldiers around key areas made the entire fortress feel exposed, as if it was only barely holding itself together. Hearing Lucian point this out, Tristan answered immediately in a calm but grave voice. "You're right." He did not try to soften the truth or deny how bad things had become. "Most of our main forces are currently locked in a standoff with the rebel main forces. The Empire had already committed the bulk of its military power elsewhere, leaving Bourneholm dangerously weakened." Tristan then continued, "The troops left here are barely enough to maintain public order. The soldiers who remained were clearly being stretched to their limits, and keeping the territory stable was becoming harder by the moment." Then Tristan revealed another serious problem pressing down on them. "That is why we hired mercenaries to fill the gap." But as he said it, his expression grew noticeably colder. "They're ignoring the contracts they first agreed to and are now demanding new negotiations." Greed and opportunism had clearly made the situation even more unstable. Tristan narrowed his eyes slightly and finished in a low voice. "They plan to use the Empire's danger as leverage so they can line their own pockets." After listening to Tristan's explanation, Lucian fell silent again. His face stayed composed, but inside he had already grasped the real flaw behind the way the problem was being handled. "That's nothing more than the logic of nobles," he thought to himself. "That kind of thinking would never work on mercenaries. Nobles might care about honor, authority, pride, or loyalty, but mercenaries lived by a completely different rule. To them, survival and profit came first, and war was simply another chance to earn money." Lucian slowly turned toward Tristan and spoke his thoughts calmly. "To them, this probably just looks like a chance to make a fortune then." With complete certainty in his voice, he added, "They simply don't realize that you have no intention of negotiating with them again." "Brother," Tristan answered without even the slightest pause. "At least not here while I am the one in command." His tone was as firm and cold as ever, leaving no room for argument. Even with the fortress under pressure and the Empire facing danger on every side, Tristan had no intention of lowering imperial authority just to appease greedy mercenaries. After that, he looked straight at Lucian and added, "Even with things being the way they are, I do not expect much from you." The words came out bluntly, almost dismissively, as though Tristan still did not truly believe in Lucian's ability to handle anything important. Then he continued in a practical tone. "You were probably half forced into coming down here anyway." It was obvious that he assumed Lucian had only appeared because of political pressure or their father's orders. Tristan then laid out the simple role he expected Lucian to take. "Just keep watch over the mercenaries and make sure they don't run away if things take a turn for the worse." The Empire's situation was already unstable enough, and if the mercenaries abandoned their posts in the middle of battle, the fortress could collapse into total disorder. Tristan continued, "As long as you are nominally in command, they will not be able to act too recklessly. That is all I am asking from you." In Tristan's eyes, Lucian's presence was mainly useful as a symbol of authority, something that could keep the mercenaries restrained by name alone. But after hearing everything, Lucian simply looked back at his older brother with steady eyes and replied, "You seem to be mistaken about something, eldest brother." Tristan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Mistaken?" Lucian did not flinch as he began to explain. "First, I was not forced to come here. I volunteered to go." The moment those words left his mouth, the air between the brothers shifted, because there was no hesitation or uncertainty in his voice at all. Then Lucian continued in the same calm tone. "Second, I know how to resolve this situation." At that very moment, he took out an official letter and held it forward, the document carrying a weight of authority that could not be ignored. Looking directly at Tristan, Lucian declared, "Since Father has delegated full authority over the mercenaries to me, from this moment onward, their negotiations and control fall under my jurisdiction." His calm confidence made it clear that he had not come unprepared, and that his plan had already been set in motion before this conversation ever began. Then, with absolute assurance, Lucian finished, "So please, put your mind at ease." Immediately after that, the focus shifted again, and Lucian's silent thoughts rose clearly within him. His eyes sharpened with determination, and one firm conviction echoed through his mind. "Because I will definitely resolve this." After that, the scene moved to a completely different place, where a large group of mercenaries had gathered together and were spending the night in loud celebration. Food and drinks were scattered everywhere. Cups clinked together one after another, and the mood around them grew louder, roadier, and more cheerful with every passing moment. At the center of the gathering, a red-haired mercenary lifted his drink high into the air and shouted with a broad grin, "Eat and drink as much as you want, because we can squeeze plenty of money out of that noble lord." The moment he said that, the mercenaries around him burst into roaring laughter and excited cheers. They raised their cups again and again, shouting, "Long live the captain! Long live the captain!" Their voices echoing through the night as they celebrated without the slightest sense of danger. In the middle of all that excitement, a green-haired mercenary looked at the captain with clear admiration in his eyes. Unable to hide how impressed he was, he grinned and said, "Captain, you're seriously incredible. To have the nerve to pull something like this against House Valdic, there probably isn't anyone else in the entire empire who could do it." To him, openly provoking such a powerful noble house was the kind of gamble most people would never even dare to imagine. And yet their captain was handling the whole thing as casually as if it were nothing more than another job. Hearing the praise, the captain calmly lowered the cup in his hand, his posture relaxed and his expression full of confidence. "Because we are not the ones sweating bullets right now. The people above us are already on the verge of clashing with the current Empire Liberation Alliance. On top of that, with demonic beasts moving so strangely these days, an unprecedented boom has arrived for mercenaries like us." His words were calm, but they carried complete certainty. The Empire was being pressured from several directions at once, and because of that, hired fighters had become more valuable than ever. The nobles needed manpower badly, and the mercenaries understood exactly how much bargaining power that gave them. Green-haired mercenary quickly caught on to what the captain was getting at. Leaning forward with interest, he asked, "So that means all we have to do is keep holding out until they can't stand waiting anymore?" The captain's expression immediately curled into a satisfied smile, as if the man had finally understood the heart of the plan. With a slow nod, he replied, "Right on. When they finally come to us carrying bundles of money, that is when we slowly start opening the door for them. I've already spoken with the other mercenary groups stationed around this area, so now all we have to do is wait." The confidence in his voice made it obvious that in his mind, everything was moving exactly according to plan. The mercenary groups had already formed their own agreement behind the scenes, and all of them were simply waiting for the nobles to grow desperate enough to accept their demands. But just outside the entrance, two silent figures stood in the darkness. The campfire light barely reached them, only outlining their shadows from a distance. Those two figures were none other than Lucian and the captain of the Black Lion. A moment later, the green-haired mercenary suddenly sensed that something was off and turned his head with a puzzled look. His gaze shifted toward the entrance, but before he could even speak, a slow, deliberate clapping sound rang out through the noisy gathering. The cheerful mood instantly began to fade as several mercenaries turned toward the source of the sound. One of them frowned, narrowing his eyes at the entrance as he muttered, "What's with that crazy bastard? There are some guys at the door I've never seen before." The sudden appearance of strangers immediately put the entire group on guard. Before the mercenaries could make their next move, the newcomer calmly stepped into the light, ignoring every suspicious stare aimed at him. Lucian walked into the gathering with the relaxed confidence of someone entering his own hall. His face remained perfectly composed as his eyes settled directly on the mercenary captain. Then, in a calm voice that almost sounded approving, he said, "For all your rough appearances, you actually have a pretty good sense for business. If I were leading a mercenary group, I might have chosen the same method. Anyone who commands people should understand how to grab an opportunity when it appears in front of them. But that only applies before a contract has been finalized." As he spoke, Lucian moved until he was standing directly in front of the captain. There was not even the smallest trace of fear in his posture. His words may have sounded like praise at first, but every mercenary there could feel the hidden blade beneath them. Without looking away from the captain for even a second, Lucian continued, "Once you've already accepted the money, you should at least pretend to do the work. Red Blade Sven." The moment that name left Lucian's mouth, the captain's expression changed at once. The relaxed look he had been wearing began to vanish. For one brief instant, the smile slipped from his face completely, and what replaced it was a far sharper, far more serious expression. Around him, the mood shifted just as quickly. The other mercenaries tightened their hands around their weapons almost immediately. Swords, axes, and spears were quietly brought within reach, each man preparing himself in case the situation turned into a fight. The festive air that had filled the camp only moments earlier disappeared without a trace. In its place came a tense silence, so heavy it felt like one wrong word could make the whole place erupt. But instead of flaring up in anger, the captain suddenly smiled. That grin slowly widened across his face, as if Lucian's arrival had amused him more than threatened him. Looking around at his men, he spread both arms wide and said, "Everyone, show your respect. It looks like House Valdic has brought us bundles of money. Thank you, noble lord." His voice was thick with mockery, and the mercenaries around him immediately understood the joke, breaking into low laughter among themselves. The captain went on with that same sarcastic cheer, saying, "Thanks to you, we'll be eating well tonight. If only there were more noble lords as generous as you, life would be wonderful." But throughout every mocking word, Lucian remained completely calm. He did not cut him off, and he did not react to the ridicule being thrown at him. Instead, he simply stood there in silence, watching Captain Sven and carefully taking in the mercenaries gathered around him. That steady composure only made the air feel even heavier, as though Lucian was calmly waiting for the perfect moment to act. Meanwhile, Captain Sven kept his mocking smile fixed in place, acting less like a man facing someone he had cheated and more like a host greeting an honored guest. He spoke again in a casual tone. "It's going to be a long discussion, so why don't you wet your whistle first?" On the surface, he sounded friendly, but every person there could feel the hostility hiding beneath those words. What had begun as a celebration had now turned into a direct confrontation. Captain Sven's smile stayed firmly on his face as he continued speaking, pretending to keep the mood light and friendly. He spread his hands slightly, like an innocent man caught up in some unfortunate misunderstanding, and said, "If there has been some kind of misunderstanding, shouldn't we clear it up? I've been waiting anxiously for your arrival." The words were polite, but the mocking edge behind them was impossible to hide. He clearly had no intention of treating Lucian seriously. Lucian, however, did not show the slightest sign of being provoked. His expression stayed calm and steady as he answered in a clear voice, "A misunderstanding between House Valdic and you? There is only a contract between us, so there should be no reason for things to become complicated, especially when you have already taken half of the advance payment." His answer was direct and left almost no room for excuses. To Lucian, this was not a matter of hurt feelings, confusion, or negotiation. It was a simple agreement the mercenaries had accepted, and now they were trying to avoid fulfilling it. Hearing that, Captain Sven gave a scoffing laugh and leaned back in his seat. With a dismissive look on his face, he replied, "You mean that little pocket change? I thought it was just charity handed to poor, lowly commoners, because for a dangerous mission like clashing with rebel forces, that amount was far too pathetic." As soon as he finished speaking, the mercenaries around him burst into loud laughter. His subordinates immediately joined in, treating the advance payment like some ridiculous joke. Captain Sven kept mocking the amount and added, "Shouldn't it at least be enough to cover our meals?" That remark made the mercenaries laugh even harder. Then Captain Sven turned toward his trusted subordinate with a grin and asked, "Isn't that right, Vice Captain?" The green-haired mercenary played along instantly, nodding with exaggerated seriousness as he answered, "That's right, Captain Sven. With that little money, I can't even afford to feed my elderly mother back home." His over-the-top response sent another wave of laughter through the gathered mercenaries. To them, this entire negotiation had become a source of entertainment. Once their laughter finally began to die down, Captain Sven spoke again, and although his tone became a little more controlled, the greed beneath his words remained clear. "However, as citizens of the Empire, we cannot simply ignore this matter completely either. Isn't it better for both sides if things are mutually beneficial? Let's take it easy, young master." By now, his real purpose was impossible to miss. He had no interest in honoring the original agreement. Instead, he was trying to use the Empire's desperate situation to pressure House Valdic into paying even more. Lucian quietly watched Captain Sven and the mercenaries around him for a few moments, his gaze calm as he measured the greed filling the room. Their arrogance, their confidence, and the way they openly laughed at the contract made their intentions perfectly clear. Then, without showing even the faintest trace of anger, Lucian calmly reached into his belongings and took out a heavy bag filled with money. The moment that bag appeared, every eye in the camp was drawn to it. Holding it in one hand, Lucian looked straight at Captain Sven and said, "If that is how it is, then there is no need to talk in circles. Problems that can be solved with money are the easiest ones to handle." As soon as he finished speaking, Lucian loosened his fingers and let a single coin slip from his hand. Clink. The sharp metallic sound rang clearly through the gathering as it struck the ground, and in an instant Captain Sven and all his men looked down at it. Their eyes fixed on the coin, and the mocking expressions that had covered their faces only moments earlier slowly began to fade. The camp, which had been filled with laughter and ridicule, fell into an odd silence. Lucian looked at them calmly and said, "Captain, isn't this a Wilhelm the Great Birth commemorative coin? Just one of these is worth well over hundreds of gold coins. Can you really be satisfied with only that much?" His voice stayed even and composed, as if he were merely discussing something ordinary. His words hit the mercenaries immediately. They stared at the coin in disbelief, unable to take their eyes off it. Before anyone could respond, Lucian casually dropped another coin to the ground. Then another. One by one, the priceless coins fell, each sharp clink sounding like it was striking directly against the mercenaries' greed. As the coins scattered across the dirt, Lucian continued in that same calm voice. "You should make sure you are properly compensated for risking your lives." On the surface, the statement sounded perfectly reasonable, but with those dazzling coins lying before them, it became a temptation almost impossible to ignore. Captain Sven watched the scene unfold before him, and his thoughts began to shift almost immediately. The arrogance and confidence he had shown earlier started cracking under the weight of pure greed. Deep inside, he thought to himself, "This guy is a complete pushover. With that much money, we could live even more luxuriously than the lord of a small castle." The amount of wealth being thrown onto the ground so casually was far beyond anything Sven had expected to squeeze out of them. Almost at once, Sven's attitude changed completely. The hostility vanished from his face, replaced by an exaggerated expression of respect. Rising from his seat, he spoke in a tone that was completely different from before. I have committed a grave discourtesy by speaking so arrogantly to such a generous and open-minded young master. From this moment on, I will put my life on the line for any task you give me. With just one word from me, all the mercenary groups around here will gather. His sudden transformation was so extreme, it almost looked ridiculous. Only moments earlier, he had mocked Lucian and demanded more money without shame. Now he was acting like Lucian's most devoted supporter. As he spoke, Captain Sven even reached his hand forward, as though he intended to shake Lucian's hand and seal their cooperation. But before he could actually do that, he suddenly bent down toward the ground. His eyes remained glued to the scattered commemorative coins, unable to look away as he greedily reached toward them. While lowering himself, he said, "But first, allow me to tidy up these precious coins." Captain Sven had only just managed to pick up one of the platinum coins when Lucian's calm voice rang out clearly through the entire gathering. "In the name of Valdic, I issue a request to all of you. Kill Red Blade Sven. The reward will be all of these platinum coins." The moment those words landed, the entire camp fell into complete silence. For a moment, not a single person moved. Every mercenary stared at Lucian in disbelief, as if they were trying to decide whether they had truly heard him correctly. Then Lucian swept his gaze across the crowd and continued in the same composed voice. "You all clearly heard me stake my family's name just now, didn't you? And not just any name, but the name of House Valdic." The meaning behind his words was unmistakable. Lucian had made an official declaration in public under the authority of House Valdic. This was not a joke, and it was definitely not an empty promise. The mercenaries slowly looked at one another, then their eyes drifted back to the platinum coins scattered across the ground. A heavy, dangerous silence settled over the camp. The temptation lying right in front of them was overwhelming. The moment Captain Sven realized what was happening, the color drained from his face. The greed that had filled him just seconds earlier instantly twisted into panic, and he glared at Lucian in disbelief as he shouted, "What kind of trick are you trying to pull? What kind of trick are you trying to pull here?" Sven shouted again, his voice cracking with alarm. Lucian met his gaze without the slightest trace of emotion. "What trick? I am simply solving this with money, just as you wanted. Use this chance to learn the lesson properly. Mercenary without credit is nothing more than a..." He paused for a brief moment, letting the words hang in the air before finishing coldly. "And you have already lost your credit." Those words struck Sven harder than any blade, because for a mercenary, reputation was their most valuable possession. Contracts, trust, and reliability were the foundation that allowed mercenaries to survive in their profession. By taking the advance payment and then refusing to fulfill the agreement, Sven had destroyed the very thing that gave him worth in the eyes of other hired fighters. Without saying another word, Lucian reached out as casually as if none of this had anything to do with him and lifted a mug filled with alcohol. His gaze stayed calm as he brought it near his lips. "You have until I finish this drink. The second this mug is empty, the reward gets cut in half." The mercenaries instantly shifted their eyes back and forth, looking from Sven's tense face to the ridiculous mountain of platinum coins scattered across the ground. Little by little, the looks in their eyes began to change. The hesitation faded first, and in its place, a much uglier desire rose up. The same greed that had swallowed Sven only moments earlier was now turning straight toward him. When Sven saw those murderous stares closing in around him, his heart almost froze in his chest. "You idiots, this is you. You don't actually believe him, do you?" His voice shook as he tried to force authority back into it. "I am Red Blade Sven. The first person who dares come near me dies. But even after that threat, not a single mercenary stepped back. Not one of them looked frightened anymore." The mercenaries kept staring at Sven with cold, hungry eyes, as if he was no longer their captain, but a corpse waiting to fall. And while that pressure crushed down on him from every side, Lucian simply kept drinking at his own pace. That calm, indifferent sight finally drove Sven into complete panic. Sven spun back toward Lucian, his pride breaking apart, as he shouted in desperation, "Young master, please withdraw your request. Half. No, I'll work for only a third of this money." But Lucian did not even bother to answer him. He only continued drinking, and sweat began pouring down Sven's face like rain. As the alcohol inside the mug steadily lowered, Sven's fear grew heavier with every passing second. The more Lucian drank, the closer Sven felt death creeping toward his back. At last, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, he rushed toward Lucian and cried out, "I was wrong, please forgive me." All of Sven's earlier arrogance had vanished without a trace. The proud mercenary captain now looked desperate enough to throw away anything. "I'll become your loyal dog right now," he pleaded. But Lucian only tilted the mug and calmly swallowed the final drop. After emptying the drink, Lucian set the mug down with a quiet, steady motion. Then he looked at Sven and said calmly, "There's a reason you're in that position." The instant those words left his mouth, a blade suddenly flashed through the air. Sven's eyes shot wide open in shock. He whipped around at once, and only then did he see the attacker standing right behind him. It was none other than his own vice-captain, the green-haired mercenary who had served under him. Sven's face twisted in disbelief. "How dare you betray me?" Sven roared, unable to accept what was happening, but the green-haired mercenary stared back at him without the slightest remorse and said, "You climbed into your position the exact same way. This time I simply struck first, eh? A cold smile slowly spread across his face. You've worked hard all this time, Captain? In the very next instant, he ended it. His attack landed cleanly, and Captain Sven's body lost its strength before collapsing to the ground. Sven's lifeless body slammed against the floor with a heavy thud. The feared leader of the mercenary group had not died in battle against some powerful enemy. In the end, he was cut down by the very greed festering inside his own subordinates. For several long moments, silence filled the area. No one spoke, and no one moved carelessly. All that remained in plain sight was the glittering pile of platinum coins scattered around Sven's corpse. The green-haired mercenary calmly wiped the blood from his weapon, then turned toward Lucian with a respectful bow of his head. "Young master, I handled it swiftly. The promised reward will still be honored, right?" His voice carried obvious expectation. After all, he had just murdered his own captain for the sake of that reward. Lucian quietly looked at him for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he answered, "Of course." A faint smile appeared on his face as he added, "Congratulations on your retirement." The words sounded strangely ominous, as if they carried a meaning the mercenary had not yet realized. Right after that, the green-haired man moves without hesitation, snatching up the heavy bag packed with money before turning sharply and bolting straight for the door. He doesn't waste a single second looking back. The moment he gets out, he tears away from the building as fast as his legs can carry him, desperate to put as much distance as possible between himself and that place, because he has already sensed it. Whatever comes next will be nothing but trouble. The air has grown too heavy, too dangerous, and if he stays there any longer, he knows he'll be dragged right into the middle of it. Lucian watches him flee with a faint, almost amused smile tugging at his lips. Then he lightly remarks, "Oh my," and here I was about to offer him a celebratory drink. But it looks like he's got somewhere to be. In that case, why don't we at least take a generous share for ourselves and raise a toast to our retired vice-captain? Around the room, every mercenary stays rooted in place, silently watching the situation unfold right in front of them. No one speaks for a moment. The room falls into a strange, uneasy quiet as they all try to understand what they have just witnessed. Lucian then lowers himself into a seat with complete composure, acting as though he has all the time in the world, before speaking again in a calm voice filled with relaxed confidence. "Don't look so disappointed. Everyone, I have no intention of letting this night end here. As you can plainly see, when a mission is handled properly, I'm more than willing to give out the rewards that are deserved. In fact, I don't mind paying far more than expected. Now that I think about it, your former captain wasn't exactly wrong. This is dangerous work, after all, going up against the Empire's most heinous criminals." Lucian lets the words hang there for a brief moment, giving every person in the room time to feel the weight behind them. The mercenaries keep their eyes fixed on him, listening carefully to every word that comes from his mouth. Then Lucian's smile slowly widens, and as his gaze moves across the crowd, he finally reveals the offer he has been holding back. He says, however, starting from this moment, every one of you will be determined to track those bastards down. 1 platinum coin for each head. The instant those words are spoken, the entire mood inside the room begins to shift. Lucian remains seated in front of them, smiling calmly at the gathered mercenaries, already knowing exactly what kind of fire his offer is about to light inside them. A reward that enormous immediately gives them a reason strong enough to move. For men like these, the promise of platinum is more convincing than any command, and in that moment, the night suddenly feels far from finished. Lucian continues speaking without losing that calm smile. Looking over the mercenaries gathered before him, Lucian adds, "And if you bring them back alive, there will be a bonus." As soon as those words leave his mouth, the men begin glancing at one another, their eyes widening with disbelief and excitement. For one brief moment, silence settles over them again as they try to process just how unbelievable the reward in front of them really is. Then, almost all at once, the entire crowd explodes into cheers. Their voices ring through the space as the mercenaries begin shouting with excitement, "Long live the young master!" The energy in the room surges so high that none of them can hold it back anymore. What had started as a stunned, uneasy atmosphere quickly turns into noisy excitement. Conversations break out all across the room as the mercenaries crowd together, throwing around ideas, making guesses, and talking over one another about what they should do next. They begin discussing how they will track down the targets, where they might search first, and how they can be the ones to claim the massive rewards now waiting for whoever succeeds. Lucian watches the whole scene unfold in front of him with a quiet smile. Everything is moving exactly according to the path he had set. Then the scene shifts away from the excited mercenaries and turns toward the captain of the Black Lions. Raymond sits off to the side by himself, quiet and still, reflecting on everything that has just taken place. As he turns the events over in his mind, an earlier memory slowly rises to the surface, a conversation he had with Lucian before they ever arrived at the hideout. Back then, before heading to the enemy's hideout, Lucian had spoken to him directly and said, "Sir Raymond, before we go there, I have one request. No matter what those bastards say or do, just stay quietly by my side and watch. At this point, when they won't even listen to the eldest brother, what we need isn't bloodshed. What we need is honey sweet enough to rot them from the inside out." As those words echo again inside Raymond's mind, he finally starts to see what Lucian had been aiming for from the very beginning. After thinking through everything that has happened, Raymond quietly realizes, I thought he was simply trying to buy them with money. But from the start, his real plan was to use their greed against them. Men who can throw away trust that easily are the kind of people who might betray anyone the moment the situation changes. The third young master had already understood that. So, along with a warning, he placed a temptation in front of them so overwhelming that they would end up tearing out the root of the problem with their own hands, driven forward by their own desires. The more Raymond thinks about it, the clearer Lucian's strategy becomes. This was never just about handing out rewards. From the very start, Lucian had looked straight through the mercenaries and understood exactly what kind of people were standing in front of him. He knew their loyalty had a price. He knew they valued profit far more than trust. And he knew that if the reward was tempting enough, they would abandon whatever principles they pretended to have. Instead of threatening them with fear or forcing them to obey through authority, Lucian chose a far sharper method. He placed a reward before them so irresistible that their own greed would become the force pushing them forward. With that single move, he transformed them into willing hunters. They would chase the targets with far more hunger and determination than any direct order could ever create. Without drawing his blade or shedding even a drop of blood, Lucian had guided them exactly where he wanted them to go. Now those mercenaries were eagerly walking down the road he had prepared for them from the very beginning. As that realization settles in, Raymond quietly mutters to himself, the third young master. He is far more intriguing than I expected. Rougher and cruder than I imagined. Yes. But at the same time, he is chillingly meticulous. As the words leave Raymond's mouth, his expression grows more serious. He gazes off into the distance, and the scene changes once more. Now, spread across the ground, the aftermath of greed is laid bare. Platinum coins lie scattered inside pools of blood, their cold shine standing out against the brutal mess around them. The sight alone tells a grim story without anyone needing to say a word. Standing in the middle of that aftermath is the green-haired vice captain. To secure everything for himself, he has slaughtered every companion who followed him there. The greed Lucian had carefully fed has now reached its inevitable end. But even though the green-haired man has seized the treasure, his hands are trembling uncontrollably. His breathing comes out uneven and strained, and bit by bit, the full weight of what he has done begins pressing down on him. Trying to convince himself that everything was worth it, he slowly sits down among the bodies and mutters, finally, I did it. Finally, it's over. A smile slowly spreads across his face, twisted and unstable, as he starts speaking to the corpses around him as if they can still hear him. It almost sounds like he is trying to justify the blood on his hands. Did you really think I'd just lie down and accept it like the captain did? Do I look like the same kind of brainless meathead as him? If you were going to die this pointlessly, you should have just taken one platinum coin each and walked away. But no, you didn't know your place. You let yourselves get blinded by useless greed. His words hang heavily over the blood-soaked ground. Yet while he condemns the others for being swallowed by greed, he fails to see that he has become the greatest victim of that very same hunger. At that exact moment, a shadow falls behind him. The figure standing there is Hugo. The green-haired mercenary senses the presence almost instantly. His entire body stiffens before he can even turn around. And before he has the chance to react, Hugo calmly answers the words he had just spoken. I tend to agree with that. The green-haired man's smug confidence disappears in an instant. The crooked smile on his face collapses, replaced by raw fear. Realizing that he is completely trapped, and at Hugo's mercy, he begins pleading desperately for his life. Spare me. I'll give you half. Even half of this is still an enormous amount of money. I don't even know who you are, but it's not like you have some personal grudge against me. So please, just let me live. Hugo does not move an inch at the desperate offer. His expression stays cold and unchanged as he answers without hesitation. I've never entertained such soft thoughts. The moment he hears that, the green-haired mercenary understands that there is no way out. A bitter smile creeps across his face as he accepts what is about to happen. So I messed with the wrong person, huh? Figures. There was no way my life would actually turn out this well. In the very next instant, Hugo strikes. The confrontation ends almost as soon as it begins, leaving the green-haired mercenary with no chance to fight back or resist. With the last obstacle finally dealt with, Hugo calmly collects the scattered money and gathers the recovered belongings together, making sure nothing is left behind before quietly leaving the bloodstained area. A little while later, Hugo reaches his destination and sets the recovered money bag down on the table with a solid thud. Waiting there in silence is Lucian, who has clearly been expecting his return. Everything has gone exactly according to plan, and the mission has been brought to a clean finish. As Lucian looks down at the returned bag, his expression softens slightly, and he speaks with genuine gratitude in his voice. I owe Hugo a great debt. The words are brief, but they carry real weight. Lucian's plan had successfully pushed the mercenaries to betray and destroy one another through their own greed, but in the end, it was Hugo who stepped in and made sure the entire matter was wrapped up without leaving any loose ends. The greed Lucian had dangled before them as bait had swallowed every last victim whole, and after all the bloodshed, all the betrayal, and all the desperate scrambling for wealth, The very money that had caused everything returned to the hands of the man who had set the entire trap in motion. In the end, the very money that had dragged so many people into bloodshed and chaos quietly circled back to the man who had planned the entire scheme from the very beginning. The scene soon shifted back to the fortress, where the entire place was already alive with movement. Soldiers marched through the grounds, workers hauled supplies from one area to another, and mercenaries carried out their duties with sharp focus, filling the fortress with a tense but orderly sense of purpose. From a higher vantage point overlooking the fortress, Tristan and Lucian stood side by side in silence, their eyes fixed on the busy scene spreading out below them. After observing the flow of activity for a while, Tristan was the first to break the quiet between them. His tone stayed calm, steady, and full of authority as he acknowledged that the work had been handled exceptionally well. Then he continued, making it clear that if Lucian had let his hunger for recognition or personal achievement interfere with his judgment and cause the operation to fall apart, Tristan would not have hesitated to make him answer for the consequences. But since everything had gone according to plan, and the outcome had met his expectations, there was no need to take things that far. And then Tristan said something Lucian never thought he would hear from him. From this point forward, the command of the mercenaries would be placed in Lucian's hands. The moment those words reached him, Lucian lowered his head at once and answered with proper respect. He replied calmly that he understood, addressing Tristan as his brother. On the surface, Lucian looked composed, obedient, and perfectly controlled, but deep inside, his thoughts were already spinning in complete disorder. One thought after another rushed through Lucian's mind as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. It was almost hard to believe that the day had finally arrived when Tristan, the very person whose approval he had chased for so long, would openly acknowledge his ability. But instead of feeling pure satisfaction, Lucian found himself unsettled. He could not help wondering if Tristan truly believed that giving up part of his own achievements was acceptable, as long as it eventually led to an even greater gain. The more Lucian thought about it, the stranger the whole situation felt. No matter how strong or talented a successor candidate might be, even one defeat could be enough to overturn the entire balance of power. A single wrong move could wipe away years of effort, destroy carefully built influence, and change everything in only an instant. Because Lucian understood that reality, Tristan's actions became even harder for him to accept. Not only had Tristan handed over authority over the mercenaries, he had done it at a time when the situation was unstable and the stakes were unusually high. The longer Lucian turned it over in his mind, the less he could grasp what his brother was truly planning. After a short moment of thought, Lucian chose to set that question aside and focus on something else. Lucian turned his gaze toward Tristan again and brought up the report that had arrived the night before. He explained that there were several parts of it he wanted to understand more clearly. Tristan looked back at him without showing much emotion and simply told him to speak. Lucian gave a small nod, then began laying out the doubts that had been weighing on him. He began by speaking of the endless relationship between predators and prey, between hunters and those being hunted. Across history, the position of humans and demonic beasts had always shifted depending on the situation. At times, humans became the hunters who pursued the beasts. At other times, those same beasts turned around and hunted humans instead. But even with those roles constantly changing, one truth had never changed. The blood-stained cycle between the two sides had never once been broken. Their relationship had always been built on fear, conflict, and the brutal need to survive. For generation after generation, humans and demonic beasts had continued killing each other without end, and that cruel reality had long been accepted as one of the unshakable laws of the world. That was exactly why the contents of the report were so difficult to believe. According to the information they had received, members of the Empire Liberation Alliance had built a camp deep inside territory occupied by gnolls and kobolds. That fact alone was already shocking. But the report did not stop there. It claimed that the Alliance members were not simply hiding in that dangerous region, nor were they barely surviving while avoiding contact with the demonic beasts. Instead, they were supposedly living alongside them. As Lucian continued thinking through the contents of the report, his expression grew noticeably more serious. After a brief silence, Lucian looked straight at Tristan and asked his question with both caution and doubt in his voice. He wanted to know whether Tristan was absolutely certain that there was not even a single false statement hidden anywhere in that report. Tristan remained calm and composed as he answered. He said he understood exactly what Lucian was trying to point out, but he also made it clear that this matter had not been left to loose rumors or unreliable second-hand accounts. The details had been personally confirmed by his aides, people whose skill and loyalty he trusted without question. On top of that, Tristan added, the situation was not quite as impossible as it might appear at first glance. According to Tristan, there were practical explanations for what had been observed. He explained that gnolls and kobolds were demonic beasts with an extremely sharp sense of smell, and much of their ability to detect intruders depended heavily on scent. Because of that, people who possessed certain magical tools or ancient relics could hide their presence well enough to avoid drawing those creatures' attention. With the right methods, it was possible to slip through their territory, avoid their attacks, and pass unnoticed without suffering serious losses. Tristan believed the rebels had most likely used that kind of magical method to settle themselves inside the region. But his explanation did not end there. He went on to point out that although it was rare for different species of monsters to mix together, it was not completely unheard of during large-scale monster migrations. As an example, he mentioned orcs and goblins, two species that could sometimes be seen moving together under certain conditions. Based on that precedent, Tristan argued that the reported coexistence was unusual, but not entirely impossible. Lucian listened without letting any emotion show on his face, but inwardly his suspicion only deepened. Tristan's explanation sounded reasonable on the surface, yet something about it did not sit right with him. In his mind, he could not ignore how unlike Tristan this reasoning felt. His brother was usually meticulous, sharp, and unwilling to let even small inconsistencies slip by unnoticed. Now Tristan seemed strangely prepared to accept a scenario that should have been highly unlikely. Lucian carefully turned over the examples Tristan had used. Orcs and goblins might be different species, but the relationship between them was very specific. Their groups often operated under a clear master and servant structure, which allowed them to move and function together. Even then, those cases were exceptions, not the standard rule. What the report described was something entirely different. Gnolls and kobolds did not share that kind of relationship at all. They held completely different places in the natural order and belonged to separate food chains. Their instincts, habits, and ways of surviving were fundamentally incompatible. In reality, coexistence between them should not have been possible. If those two groups crossed paths in the wild, they would not calmly ignore each other or live side by side. They would attack, tear into each other, and try to kill one another immediately. The more Lucian thought about it, the more certain he became that something important was being overlooked. At last, he gave voice to his thoughts. He said that putting those two species together was no different from placing a starving predator next to a defenseless human child. Anyone could see how that would end. No matter what precautions were taken, creatures like that could never truly be kept in the same cage. Their very nature made peaceful coexistence impossible. And as Lucian said those words aloud, his mind began moving toward a completely different conclusion. If ordinary explanations could not account for what was happening, then perhaps the answer had to be something far from ordinary. His eyes narrowed just slightly as a new possibility rose in his thoughts, one with consequences that could reach far beyond this single report. After a short pause, Lucian looked toward Tristan again and spoke in a more careful, measured tone. In that case, there was another possibility they could not afford to ignore. If creatures that should have been natural enemies were somehow living together without ripping each other apart, then perhaps there was a force behind them that could control or influence their instincts, a force powerful enough to twist the natural order itself. With that possibility pressing on his mind, Lucian finally asked the question that had been forming inside him. Could mages be involved in this rebellion? The moment that suspicion appeared, the true weight behind Lucian's words became clear. Magic was not simply another kind of strength. It was a forbidden art that rejected the natural order and forcibly bent the causality of the world. It was a power that stood outside the ordinary laws that governed life, nature, and reality itself. Only an extremely small number of people were even capable of understanding its principles. Those born with extraordinary spiritual sensitivity, along with a rare ability to perceive the flow of natural energy, could grasp the hidden chances and principles needed to wield magic. And the power held by a true mage was terrifying beyond normal imagination. Once a mage reached a certain level of mastery, they became a living disaster, powerful enough to destroy an entire castle on their own. Their presence alone could shift the course of wars, overturn military plans, and bring ruin to entire regions. 300 years earlier, mages had thrown the empire into one of the darkest eras in its history. A rebellion led by them had pushed the empire all the way to the edge of destruction, nearly collapsing the very foundations of imperial rule under the chaos they unleashed. Only after enormous sacrifice and desperate struggle had the empire finally managed to crush that uprising and survive. From that day onward, the empire never forgot just how dangerous mages could be. For 3 full centuries, mages had been officially treated as enemies of the state, no different from the leaders of subversive plots against the empire itself. Their very existence was seen as a direct threat to imperial stability. Because of that, any matter connected to mages was handled with extreme seriousness. If even the smallest trace of evidence suggested that mages were involved, the empire would not hesitate to mobilize every resource it had. Armies would be sent out, noble houses would be called upon, and entire regions could fall under military control. Even if everything on that land had to be wiped away, the empire would never allow such a threat to grow unchecked. After hearing Lucian's speculation, Tristan's expression hardened at once. He warned Lucian to choose his words carefully. His voice remained calm, but beneath that calm tone was a clear and unmistakable warning. If Lucian carelessly voiced a suspicion with no solid proof, he could bring down a disaster far beyond anything he was prepared to handle. The severity in Tristan's tone made it obvious that this was not just a simple scolding. He was warning his younger brother about the consequences of letting such suspicion spread. The entire empire was already unstable and filled with unrest. In a time like this, even one tiny spark could turn into a raging fire. Tristan continued, his eyes staying fixed on Lucian the entire time. The authority their father had given Lucian extended only to the management of the mercenaries. His duty was simple: lead them properly, and make sure the fortress could be defended if an emergency broke out. Then Tristan's words grew even firmer. He made it clear that whatever happened here would be resolved under the name of Valdic, no matter what. The meaning behind his words was obvious. Anything that occurred within this territory would remain under the control of House Valdic, and no outside force would be given an excuse to interfere. Finally, Tristan asked Lucian if he understood. But for several moments, Lucian did not answer him at all. He simply stood there, staring at Tristan in silence. The quiet between the two brothers stretched longer and heavier, turning the air around them tense and uncomfortable. Neither one looked away. Lucian's eyes studied Tristan's face carefully, as if he were searching for something hidden behind that calm expression and those controlled words. Then, after a long pause, Lucian finally lowered his gaze, admitted that he had spoken out of turn, and addressed Tristan respectfully as his brother. His tone carried apology and obedience as he said that, since this was his first deployment, his eagerness had likely gotten the better of him. A faint smile touched his face, though the thoughts behind it remained impossible to read. After all, he added, there was no way a mage would appear in a place like this. His words sounded like an admission of fault, but deep inside, Lucian's doubts had not fully disappeared. And before Tristan could push the conversation any further, Lucian smoothly changed the subject and prepared to leave. Then I'll go deal with the riffraff myself. By riffraff, Lucian meant the mercenaries who had now fallen under his command, the same troublesome men who were infamous for stirring up chaos the moment discipline slipped even a little. As you already know, with mercenaries like them, there is no telling when or where they might suddenly cause another problem. After leaving those words behind, Lucian turned away without hesitation and began to leave. The scene shifted once more, moving far away from the fortress walls and into a place that felt far darker and more dangerous. Deep in the wilderness stood a dense forest, where the trees pressed so tightly together that even the moonlight could barely slip through the tangled canopy above. Most of the ground below was drowned in thick shadows. The forest was wrapped in an unsettling silence, the kind so still that even the smallest sound felt unnatural. Yet despite that quiet, there was a constant, chilling sensation that something was watching from every direction, as if countless hidden eyes were staring out from the darkness. And only a few moments later, those hidden eyes finally began to show themselves. One pair of glowing eyes appeared between the trees, then another, then more emerged from behind bushes and twisted roots, spreading through the darkness one after another. Some shone a bloody red, others burned yellow, and a few glimmered with an unnatural green light. As faint moonlight slowly revealed more of the forest, it became clear that this entire area was crawling with monsters. Gnolls, kobolds, and all kinds of demonic beasts lurked between the trees, their shapes half hidden in the shadows, and their presence alone enough to make any normal person run for their life. But in the middle of that terrifying forest, one man was carefully making his way forward, slipping past the monsters, as though he had walked this path many times before. Even so, the tension in his body made it obvious that he was far from calm. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead as he moved step by step through the darkness, watching every shadow around him. He clicked his tongue softly, then muttered under his breath that no matter how many times he came here, this place still made him feel like his heart was about to stop. Even after coming here again and again, walking through a forest filled with demonic beasts was enough to make anyone feel like death was brushing against their back. Before long, he reached the appointed meeting spot. Standing there in the gloom, he recited the familiar phrase. When lightning strikes down from the heavens, it shall punish the sinners seated upon the throne. I am squad leader 2, Kron, and I request an audience with a comrade, after his voice faded into the forest. Nothing happened for several tense moments. Then, from within the thick shadows nearby, another figure quietly stepped into view. The newcomer looked Kron over carefully, his gaze sharp even in the darkness before finally speaking. Squad leader Kron. Why have you come here in the middle of the night, when our cause is already standing right before its decisive moment? This is exactly the kind of time when one careless move could ruin everything. Kron immediately stepped closer, his expression tense. That is precisely why I came here, comrade. Our cause is starting to go wrong even now, while we are standing here. The other man's face darkened at once, his eyes narrowing. Going wrong? What exactly are you talking about? Tell me everything, and leave nothing out. Kron did not waste a second. He explained that Lucian of House Valdic, the young noble who had only recently been appointed, had already become a serious obstacle to their plans. According to Kron, Lucian had solved the mercenary sabotage problem in a single night, and because of that unexpected achievement, everything had changed. Security across the entire fortress had tightened far more than before. The patrols were harder to avoid, the defenses were sharper, and because of that, their reconnaissance missions and intelligence gathering had become more and more difficult. And what made the situation even worse was this. Rumors were now spreading that Squad 4 had been completely wiped out because of Lucian's actions. As Kron continued, his hand tightened into a fist. That brat is far too unusual to be treated as nothing more than some ordinary child. Comrade, I believe we should change our plan and move forward with much more caution. The other man remained silent for a moment, listening without interrupting. Then, instead of answering directly, he asked a different question. Are you truly certain about this? I mean, joining hands with that man. As he said those words, more of the surrounding forest came into view, and the darkness around them seemed to grow even heavier. All around them, countless demonic beasts could be seen crouching among the trees, watching in silence from the shadows with their glowing eyes fixed on the meeting. Kron understood at once exactly who the other man was talking about. Even if they are only low-level demonic beasts, using magic to subjugate creatures like this is far from normal. I do not believe he is someone we can truly trust. The other man gave a slow nod, as if he had already thought the same thing many times. I understand your concern, comrade. To be honest, I do not trust either of them myself. His eyes shifted toward the monsters gathered around them, lingering on the beasts hidden between the trees. However, the reality is that Valdic's elite forces have already arrived. With only our own strength, we can no longer handle the situation properly. As long as our objectives still point in the same direction, then whether we like it or not, we have no choice but to use one another. A faint smile slowly crept across his face, thin and unsettling in the dim forest light. And that is exactly why the plan must remain unchanged. Kron frowned as soon as he heard that. What do you mean by that? The mysterious man's smile widened even further, and the look in his eyes grew colder, because this is not a setback. This is a golden opportunity. A dangerous gleam flashed through his gaze as he spoke. A golden opportunity to get rid of Valdic's 2 lion cubs at the exact same time. But the moment those words left his mouth, a completely new voice suddenly echoed through the forest, cutting straight into their secret conversation. The voice was calm and casual, almost relaxed, yet the instant it rang out, it sent a chill down everyone's spine. I thought this might be simple, but of course it would not be that easy. There was even a faint trace of amusement in that voice. Bad feelings really never miss their mark. Both men froze where they stood. Kron's eyes shot wide open in shock, and he spun toward the direction of the voice almost immediately. How in the world did someone get here? Panic spread across Kron's face as he looked around the dark forest. I was extremely careful to make sure no one followed me. Even the other man could no longer keep his composure. How did he get past the gnolls and kobolds guarding this place? His voice quickly filled with anger. You bastard! Stop hiding like a rat and show yourself! For a brief moment, the forest sank back into silence, with only the monster's eyes glowing in the darkness. Then, from behind a massive tree, a figure slowly stepped out into the open. Moonlight slipped through the branches and fell across his face, revealing Lucian. Somehow, he had infiltrated the very heart of the enemy's secret meeting place without alerting the countless monsters guarding the area. Even while standing surrounded by enemies and demonic beasts, his expression stayed completely relaxed. You do not need to rush me. Lucian continued walking forward as if he were taking a casual stroll, not stepping into a deadly trap. I have business with you people as well. His eyes moved across the 2 men standing before him, calm but sharp. Though I suppose there is no need to waste time talking to both of you. A cold smile touched his face. First come, first served. One person should be enough. At that exact moment, an intense aura began pouring out from Lucian's body. The energy gathered and took the shape of a wolf around him, looming with a terrifying pressure that made the air itself feel heavier. At the same time, Lucian lifted his arm and pointed his dagger straight ahead. At the very same moment, he slowly raised his dagger and pointed the sharp blade straight ahead, his posture steady and completely fearless. By then, the fight between Lucian and the squad leader had already erupted into full force, the atmosphere around them instantly turning tense and violent. Right from the opening exchange, Lucian kept giving ground step by step, sliding backward, while the squad leader aggressively pushed toward him with one brutal attack after another. Even so, every single strike the squad leader threw out was intercepted flawlessly by Lucian, who mirrored his movements with astonishing accuracy and composure. As the battle dragged on, the pressure between the 2 fighters intensified rapidly, neither side willing to yield even a single step. Their weapons crashed against each other again and again, sharp sparks bursting through the air with every collision, while the squad leader continued pressing forward relentlessly. Before long, however, the squad leader began paying the price for underestimating Lucian, as small wounds slowly started appearing across his body. Thin cuts opened around his neck and along different parts of his body. None of them were fatal, but they were more than enough to infuriate him. The moment he noticed his own blood dripping down, the expression on his face immediately darkened with rage and humiliation. His attacks instantly became faster and far more savage than before, but that exact moment was precisely what Lucian had been waiting for all along. The instant the squad leader pushed himself too far and overextended during his assault, Lucian's eyes flashed sharply. In a blur of movement, Lucian shot forward like lightning itself, so fast it was nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. Then, in one devastating motion, he unleashed a deadly strike without the slightest hesitation. The blade flashed through the air and severed the squad leader's hands instantly. Agonizing pain exploded through the man as a loud scream escaped his mouth, and for a brief second, he completely lost his composure. Lucian had no intention of wasting that opening. The moment the squad leader faltered, he surged forward immediately without slowing down. Before the man could recover even slightly, Lucian followed with another attack. Within mere seconds, the battle ended completely as the squad leader collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Not far away, Karan watched the entire fight unfold with his own eyes, and disbelief spread across his face. Squad Leader 1, one of their strongest fighters, had been utterly overwhelmed from start to finish. This makes no sense. Who exactly is this man? Karan stared at Lucian in shock, while Lucian himself remained perfectly calm. Deep inside, Lucian knew everyone would panic if they discovered he had come here alone. But this was something he considered absolutely necessary. There was no better way to sharpen one's senses than true combat fought on the edge of death. And considering the danger that was approaching, he knew this was not something that could be handled while pretending to be noble and cautious. The threat ahead was far too serious to brush aside lightly, and Lucian understood that hesitation would only lead to disaster. After hearing those words, Karan fixed his eyes directly on Lucian and spoke with a cold voice. So you're just a hunting dog raised by House Valdic. But do you honestly think you can stop the cause with this alone? You'll never get anything out of me. His tone was stubborn, filled with defiance despite the situation. Lucian let out a faint laugh at those words, almost as if he found them absurd. The cause? He muttered coldly. You fools have no idea how that so-called noble cause of yours is going to swallow this land whole. The confidence in Lucian's voice sent a chill crawling down Karan's spine. His expression trembled slightly as he stared at him and asked in an uneasy, shaken voice, "What exactly do you mean by that?" Lucian's eyes immediately turned ice-cold as he answered him. What is about to happen in Bourneholm from this point onward is nothing less than hell itself. The moment the Imperial family discovers the existence of the mages, the Imperial army will move without hesitation. Under the excuse of eliminating the source of chaos, they'll erase an entire city from existence. Lucian kept staring directly at Karan as he continued speaking, his voice remaining steady the entire time. Every word carried crushing weight despite his calm tone. The Empire's hatred toward mages goes far beyond anything you can imagine. Even if by some miracle your plan succeeds, it still won't change the ending. It'll be no different from walking straight off a cliff. The collaborator hiding behind all of you as a shield only cares about achieving their true objective. And once that black mage gets what they want, every single one of you will disappear without leaving behind even a trace. Those are beings feared even by other mages. Do you really think a monster like that is truly cooperating with you? Lucian's voice grew colder. To them, you're nothing more than prey waiting to be devoured. After those words, the surrounding air itself seemed to grow unbearably heavy, yet Karan still refused to retreat. Karan glared fiercely at Lucian while clenching his fist tightly. You're trying to deceive me with smooth words, he shot back. I'll admit I'm surprised you even discovered the existence of the mage, but we're nothing like your empire. We only joined hands with a mage for the sake of liberation. We haven't fallen so low that we'd rely on something as disgusting as a black mage. Even while saying those words, however, a trace of hesitation quietly hid beneath Karan's confidence. Lucian noticed it immediately the moment it surfaced. Lucian slowly stepped forward, his cold gaze locking directly onto Karan's eyes. Stop looking away and face reality, he said sharply, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. Those totem magic circles, do you honestly believe methods like that are enough to control demonic beasts on such a massive scale? Magic is not omnipotent. Every miracle, every mystery, every impossible power comes with a price, and when that power is connected to life itself, Lucian's expression darkened further. The cost becomes unimaginably enormous. He continued speaking without pause, his eyes fixed firmly on Karan. If you still can't believe it, then think carefully. If such an easy solution truly existed, why did all of you have to suffer and spill so much blood until now? Why struggle for so many years? Why sacrifice so much? If finding a single mage could solve everything so easily, then none of this would have been necessary from the very beginning. Those questions struck Karan heavily. The words pierced through him like invisible arrows, forcing him to confront doubts he had desperately tried to bury deep inside his mind. Lucian continued relentlessly. I can guarantee it, that bastard approached you first. They came claiming your goals aligned with theirs. They offered you power. They whispered exactly the things you wanted most to hear. They promised you the strength needed to achieve your dreams. For the first time, Karan's confidence visibly shook. Lucian narrowed his eyes and delivered the final blow to his beliefs. That bastard didn't choose you because they respected you. And they certainly didn't choose you because they believed in your cause. They chose you because you were useful. Lucian's voice became mercilessly cold. You were nothing more than pawns incapable of refusing their offer. Tools that could be manipulated whenever necessary, and discarded the moment you stopped being useful. A suffocating silence filled the area after those words. It simply happened to be your turn this time. The crushing weight behind Lucian's words finally shattered the last resistance remaining inside Karan. As the horrifying truth sank deeper into his mind, the strength gradually left Karan's hand. His grip loosened until his sword slipped free completely and dropped downward. The weapon hit the ground with a heavy metallic sound that echoed through the tense silence surrounding them. Karan's face had already turned pale with disbelief as he stared blankly at Lucian. So, we were being manipulated from the very beginning. What exactly are you trying to do here? Karan asked in confusion and frustration. Why are you telling me all of this when I'm supposed to be your enemy? If things keep going like this, then we're doomed to destruction either way. Lucian remained silent for a brief moment. Then, without rushing, he slowly revealed his face before Karan. The instant Karan saw him clearly, his eyes widened violently in complete shock. His entire expression froze as though he could not believe what was standing in front of him. That revelation struck him even harder than every argument Lucian had made until now. Looking directly at Karan, Lucian spoke again in a calm yet unwavering voice. Because that isn't the ending I want. Lucian's voice remained firm. Now make your choice. Will you continue being used until you disappear in misery? Or will you work with me and stop the disaster that's about to engulf Bourneholm? The question lingered heavily between them, leaving Karan completely speechless. While he stood there struggling to process everything he had just learned, the scene abruptly shifted elsewhere. A moment later, the story moved away from the battlefield entirely and transitioned to a completely different location. Inside a massive building, Lucian stood quietly in place. Lucian stood quietly beside the window, the scenery outside stretching far into the distance beneath the dim light. Several sheets of paper rested tightly in his hand, each one filled with the information he had painstakingly gathered piece by piece. His eyes remained fixed beyond the glass, but his mind was racing endlessly as every clue, every report, and every strange incident began linking together inside his head. The silence around him only made his concentration feel heavier. As he stared into the distance, countless thoughts continued connecting one after another, weaving together into a single conclusion. All the scattered fragments that once seemed unrelated had finally aligned perfectly, forming a complete picture at last. At that moment, Lucian finally understood everything. The truth behind this entire incident had revealed itself to him completely. His eyes narrowed sharply as his grip tightened around the papers in his hand. "I've figured it out," he said in a cold voice. The true enemy hiding behind the Empire Liberation Alliance. A dangerous intensity filled his gaze as the realization settled in. "We're going to catch that bastard." The instant those words left Lucian's mouth, the members of the Black Lion standing nearby reacted immediately. The mood inside the room shifted all at once. Their leader stepped forward with a grave expression, clearly shaken by the weight behind Lucian's declaration. "Third young master, could you explain what you mean?" he asked carefully. "What exactly do you mean by the real enemy?" Before Lucian could answer, Hugo suddenly froze as an old memory resurfaced in his mind from a conversation they had some time ago. Back then, Lucian had made a strange request that hadn't made much sense at the time. "Could you get me some relics that can ward off kobolds and gnolls?" The memory flashed vividly through Hugo's head, and his eyes widened the moment the pieces connected together. "Young master, don't tell me," Hugo muttered in disbelief. "That request for those relics, was it so you could personally infiltrate the forest where those Empire Liberation Alliance bastards were hiding?" Shock spread clearly across his face as he stared at Lucian. "Why would you do something that reckless?" Hugo demanded, unable to hide his frustration. "You could have simply ordered me to handle it. If necessary, you could have even hired mercenaries for the job instead." His voice carried both anger and genuine concern over how dangerous such an act had been. But Lucian showed almost no interest in defending himself. "You can save the nagging for later," he replied calmly. "Once this mission is over, I'll listen to all of it." Then his tone grew much heavier, the seriousness in his eyes becoming impossible to ignore as he continued speaking. "I absolutely needed to confirm everything with my own eyes and ears." Lucian spoke firmly without hesitation. From the unnatural signs behind the massive demonic beast migration to the real reason a rebellion broke out in Bourneholm, a fortress the entire empire believed could never be breached. Every word carried the weight of certainty he had earned himself. Lucian slowly turned to face everyone gathered inside the room. The atmosphere immediately tightened as every pair of eyes focused on him. "And now," he said quietly, "I finally know the truth." The tension became suffocating. Then he revealed the name behind everything. The Black Mage, Jude de Grec. The moment that name was spoken aloud, several people visibly stiffened in fear. Even among seasoned fighters, the name alone carried an unsettling reputation. "He possesses an abnormal form of magic," Lucian explained grimly. "A power that allows him to control demonic beasts and forcibly twist them together into grotesque fused creatures." The horrifying behavior of the monsters appearing throughout the region suddenly began making terrible sense. All of the strange, demonic beast activity happening across this territory, Lucian continued, has been orchestrated according to his design. Silence swallowed the room completely after those words. As the true scale of the situation became clear, the expressions around him slowly darkened with shock and dread. Without the slightest hesitation, Lucian continued speaking. "To someone like him, even the Empire Liberation Alliance is nothing more than disposable pawns." His voice was cold and merciless, carrying no doubt whatsoever. "If we fail to stop him now, this land will soon become the site of an unimaginable massacre." Everyone present could hear the urgency hidden beneath Lucian's calm tone. At this point, the threat was far beyond a simple rebellion or an ordinary monster outbreak. There was a mastermind operating from the shadows, manipulating both humans and demonic beasts alike for some unknown objective. After letting those words sink in, Lucian delivered his final decision to the room. "From this moment onward, we will operate independently. The members of the Black Lions exchanged uneasy glances with one another, but Lucian's expression never changed in the slightest. Then he added something even more shocking. Even if it means making an enemy out of Brother Tristan. The room instantly fell dead silent. The moment those words were spoken, everyone understood there was no turning back anymore. The hunt for the Black Mage Jude de Grec had officially begun, and no matter who tried to stand in his way, Lucian was fully prepared to challenge them all in order to stop the catastrophe rapidly drawing closer. He refused to allow Bourneholm to descend into bloodshed and collapse into ruin beyond salvation.